Tune into nostalgia. Tune in to now.
Around Dodge City
Golden
and in the
Radio.
territory out west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The trip from Hayes City to Dodge was long enough horseback, but by stagecoach, it seemed endless. There were only 2 passengers besides me, and after the first hour on the road, we stopped talking and just sat there in silence, waiting for the ride to be over. I'd been up late the last few nights, so I braced myself into one corner of the coach and fell asleep. I vaguely remember the stage pulling to a stop and somebody shouting. But I came fully awake when the door was jerked open and a man behind a bandana stuck a shotgun in my face.
Get out of the coach. Hands in front of you. Be a pleasure to blast you open. All right. Take his gun, Charlie.
Yeah.
Now, stand over there with the driver. You 2 next. Now get on out and don't try nothing.
How come you didn't start shooting when they stopped me, Marshal?
Well, I was sound asleep, Hank.
Well, I'm sure glad of that. If we put up a fight, that fellow with the shotgun would have blowed me clean off the seat.
Yeah. How many of them are there? Just these 2?
That's all I've seen.
Well, there could be somebody with a rifle hiding in that clump of elder over there.
Could be...
That'll learn him, Charlie.
Hey, look. He killed him, Marshal.
Yeah, the man was a fool to try that.
Go get the box down, Charlie. Take this one to help you. Oh, come on, you. I'll keep an eye on these 2 here. So, you're a marshal, huh?
I am?
Well, that greenhorn got himself killed. He shouldn't have tried to shoot Charlie.
No, he shouldn't. Not with a little derringer.
Charlie got hit. Right in the arm.
Yeah, I saw it.
I just don't want nobody chasing us for murder.
Under the circumstances, it was murder.
It was, huh? Well, then the only thing to do is shoot the whole bunch of you and have done with it.
No, you can't do that. Mister, I got a wife and 2 kids in Dodge.
What I hear, Dodge ain't a very good place to raise a family anyway.
Look, you're in enough trouble already. Besides, you didn't kill that man. Your partner did.
Yeah, that's right. It's Charlie they'll be after. How much money is there in that box, driver?
I don't know. They never tell me.
Well, we'll find out. He's got it open now. Load it in them saddlebags, Charlie.
I got an idea you're new at this game.
Look, if a man was holding a shotgun on me and I was unarmed, I wouldn't have no ideas about nothing, Marshal.
You always carry a shotgun, mister?
Why?
Well, we might meet sometime when you don't have one.
You're gonna make me shoot you yet?
Hey, look, your partner's ready to go.
Okay. Don't you make a move till we're out of sight. We'll ride back and kill every one of you. You understand?
I guess there's nothing we can do but stand here.
That's all, Hank. For right now, anyway.
Ow!
What'd you do, Kitty? Burn your mouth again?
Oh, darn it, yes. What do you mean again?
Well, it seems like you always do if the coffee's hot enough.
Thanks for the sympathy.
It's as much as you gave me about the stage hold-up the other day.
All I said was I'm glad you were asleep. You're a lot safer that way.
Well, being safe isn't exactly my main goal, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. How much money was there, Matt?
$2,000? You'd think they'd have paid a man to ride shotgun.
Have you any idea who did it?
No, they were both masked.
I hear Wells Fargo put up a reward for him.
Now, there's $1,000 for the one who killed the passenger, dead or alive.
They must want him real bad.
That's not good for business. People getting murdered.
What about the other one?
$300 for his capture. And if you recover the stolen money, Kitty, well, they'll give you half of it.
If I found that money, they'd give me all of it.
You'll end up in jail yet.
Well, the Texas Trail isn't far from being a jail. For me, anyway. I gotta get back there pretty soon, Matt.
Sure.
Hey, you. Waiter. Come here and take this money or I'll throw it at you.
Another gentleman in town.
Kitty, I don't want to turn around. What does he look like?
Well, I think it's the one with the black beard
You
over there.
heard me, waiter. Get over here before I bust your neck.
That's the one, all right.
Is there anybody with him?
No, he's alone. And he's leaving now.
Oh, good. No, don't stare at him. I don't want him to see me.
Well, he's not even looking this way. He's going out the door, Matt.
All right, come on. I want to follow him.
Okay.
Is that him ahead of us there?
The big man, yeah. Who is he, Matt?
I'm not sure. But he sounds an awful lot like somebody I want.
You gonna arrest him?
No, not till I'm sure. Maybe not even then.
Look, he's going up the docks.
Yeah, so he is. Kitty, I'll leave you here.
Okay. Thanks for the supper, Matt.
Sure, anytime.
Tomorrow?
Well, I might be real busy tomorrow.
I figured that. So long, Matt.
Goodbye, Kitty.
That's a serious thing. It sounds like his arm is infected to me. How'd he do it?
Well, he just tore it on some wire.
Well, why didn't you bring him into town? It might be gangrene.
Is that bad?
Bad. Why, he could lose the arm, or even die. Where is he, anyway?
On the prairie, camp. Ain't there some medicine or something I could take back with me, Doc?
Oh, hello, Matt.
Good evening, Doc.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. I just came up for a smoke.
Oh, sure. Sit down there, Matt. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, look, mister. There isn't a medicine in the world.
Never mind,
But
Doc.
I'm telling you...
Forget it. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Everything's okay.
Yes. You better not wait too long. I'm warning you.
I won't. We'll take care of everything tomorrow. So long.
That man's crazy, that's what.
No, he's not crazy, Doc.
No, you should have heard him.
I did.
What do you mean you did?
I was outside the door, Doc. Well, he's going under the Olafraganza. I guess he isn't too worried.
What's this all about, Matt?
Doc, I'll explain it to you later. Right now, I gotta find Chester.
Oh, Chester, yes, he's down in the office. I just left him.
Oh, good. I sure hope he's had a lot of sleep lately.
What's that?
He's gonna be pretty busy tonight. I'll see you later, Doc. Well, did you follow him all night, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I'm about ready to drop. Everything's getting hazy.
Where is he? In the restaurant there?
Yes, sir, that's where he went. He gambled the entire night. I swear out on how he stays awake, I can't hardly keep my eyes open.
Oh, rub a rouser of tobacco juice on him, Chester. That'll help.
Oh, my goodness. He just come out the door.
Yeah, he's seen us. Stand steady.
Yes, sir.
Marshal, I got a complaint.
No, is that so?
Sure is. I had an idea this man's tracking me all night had something to do with you.
Oh, how'd you know I was following you?
Mister, you might as well have been wearing snowshoes with cowbells tied on them.
No, that's not true. That's a doggone
Never
lie
mind,
now.
Chester, never mind. What is your complaint, mister?
Well, you. Can't a decent citizen ride into Dodge and do a little gambling without being haunted by your man here?
Well, that depends on how decent the citizen really is. What name do you go by, anyway?
My own? Jeremo?
Jeremo? Is that all there is to it?
That's all.
Yeah. Well, Jeremo, I just didn't want you to leave town without my knowing about it.
Why not? I ain't done nothing.
Well, Doc told me about your partner. The one who tore his arm on some wire.
What about him?
Well, I'm curious to see if you're going to take care of him, that's all.
Well, of course I am.
He'll die if you don't hurry.
Well, I'm going after him.
When?
Well, it's no business of yours when. Anybody following me is likely to run into trouble.
From a shotgun, Jeremo?
I don't use a shotgun, Marshal.
Your partner's dying, Jeremo. You're wasting time. And he's dying.
He's my partner, not yours. I'll take care of him.
Sure, Jeremo. But you better hurry.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, since 1910, the work output of each of us has more than doubled, and the average annual income has gone from $2,400 a year to about $4,000. Yet about 18 hours has been cut off the average work week. These facts add up to the better we produce, the better we live. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester had been up all night, so I sent him to bed, and I hired a Kiowa Indian I knew to keep an eye on Jeremo. But even though his partner was dying of gangrene from the bullet wound he'd received at the stage holdup, Jeremo didn't leave Dodge that day, or the next. He knew I'd track him to their hideout and to the stolen money if he did, and he wasn't the kind of a man who'd risk his own neck just to save his partner's life. And since I had no real evidence yet, there was no use arresting him. So, all I could do was wait.
That Indian is a wonder to behold, Mr. Dillon. He hasn't slept a wink in 2 whole days, and he don't even look tired.
No, but Jeremo looked tired the last time I saw him.
Oh, he's been sleeping regular.
Yeah, I know. But all this is wearing him out just the same. And he's getting pretty spooky.
Well, I should think he would, with what he's got on his conscience.
I better ask Satank if he knows another Kiowa who could spell him for a while. I think he's got a cousin around here somewhere.
Oh, it makes my bones ache just to think about him not sleeping at all.
Marshal, I got something to tell you.
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Verd, but I'm nobody, Marshal. Just a cowboy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being a cowboy, Verd.
Sometimes there is. Like yesterday.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I found a dead man, Marshal, out on the prairie.
How'd he die?
Well, it looked to me like he got shot. That's why I come to you.
Did you bury him?
No, I wrapped a blanket around him, though.
Yeah. Where is he, Verd?
Not far from here. Maybe 15 miles.
Yeah. Chester,
Yes, sir?
get our horses. We'll ride out and have a look.
Yeah, he's still there, Marshal. Nothing's been eaten on him.
He sure got himself hid out here. My, it's a wonder anybody ever found him.
Verd, you want to take the blanket off of him?
Sure. There.
Yeah. How did you know he'd been shot?
Well, his arm, it's all swole up, Marshal. And then, you see here, I noticed that bullet hole in his sleeve there.
Yeah. Well, looks like you've made yourself $1,000, Verd.
What?
Wells Fargo offered it for this man, dead or alive. He robbed a stage a few days back.
He did? Well, ain't I in luck?
And there's another 1,000 for whoever finds the money he stole.
It's probably buried around here somewheres, don't you think, Mr. Dillon?
Hey, that reminds me, I noticed something funny over there in them anthills. Like the ground been dug up.
Show us, Verd.
Yeah. Sure, Marshal. Right over here, wait. There. See it? Right there? Right by that big one?
Yeah.
Well, I declare. Huh. By golly, I think he's right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something been buried here, all right.
Yeah. I think I can... See? Yeah, there it is. There, I got it. Hey, looky there, Marshal. It's a money bag. And I found it, didn't I?
Yes, sir. That's right, Verd.
Here, look at that. That's real money, all right. Marshal, I found it, so I get the reward, won't I? 'Cause I knew where it was.
Yeah, you sure did, Verd. We dug up the rest of the money and then made the hole into a grave. And we buried the dead man right there. On the way back to Dodge, I told Verd he could talk all he wanted about finding the bandit's body and the reward he'd collect for it, but that he wasn't to say a word about the money we'd recovered. He couldn't understand why, and I didn't explain it to him, but I warned him he'd never get a penny of either reward if he didn't do as I said. Back in town, I didn't let him out of my sight for the next 2 days. I figured it'd make Jermo pretty worried. And it sure did.
You know, it's mighty good to get off of that prairie just for change.
Should think it would be. You don't come to town much, do you? I never seen you around here before.
Well, I've been too broke, Chester.
Well, sir, it sure takes money to see the elephant in Dodge nowadays.
I'll be able to afford it soon enough. Ain't that right, Marshal?
Yeah, it looks that way, Verd. Yeah, you've been mighty lucky. So far.
What do you mean, so far?
Nothing.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Jermo.
This the fellow who found your bandit for you?
Yeah, I was just telling him how lucky he is.
Yeah, all that reward money. $1,000, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that all you're getting, mister?
What do you mean, is that all?
Well, there was more reward than that offered.
Oh, you mean the stolen money? Oh, it's too bad about that, wasn't it, Verd?
We didn't find no stolen money.
You didn't?
Oh, but looked everywhere. There'd been some digging nearby, but there was nothing in the hole.
Yeah. Well, now, what do you make of that? It just plain disappeared, huh?
Yeah. Looks that way.
Well, that's sure too bad, ain't it? But you can't have all the money in the world, mister.
I ain't got all the money in the world.
I'll see you later.
Marshal, I did like you told me. I didn't say nothing.
You did fine, Verd. Just fine. When we left the saloon a little later, I noticed Jermo standing in the darkness of the alley, waiting. I was pretty sure he'd follow us as we crossed the plaza and walk up Front Street. When we reached Kelly's stable, Verd wanted to go in and see if his horse had been fed, so we said goodnight and left him there. Chester and I walked on a little ways. Then we turned off the street. We went back, entered the stable from the rear. Inside, we could hear voices. And we sneaked up from stall to stall until we were close enough to make them out.
Tell me where the money is, Bud. What did you do with it?
I told you, Jermo. The marshals got it. We dug it up.
You're lying. Now, who turned in $2,000 to collect $1,000? You've stole it and hid it somewhere else.
No, I didn't. I tell you.
The marshal himself said there'd been some digging nearby. Now, what'd you do with it, Bud? Now, tell me before I kill you.
No. Listen a minute, Jermo. Look, when you didn't come back, I figured you got caught. And then Charlie died, and I got scared.
You always was a coward. That's why we left you in the bushes with a rifle when we stopped the stage.
No, that don't matter, but look, Jermo, don't you see, this way we're both safe, because I'll split both the rewards with you. You know I will.
You're lying, and I'm going to kill you for it.
No, now don't, Jermo.
Hold it, Jermo! Jermo!
You're next, Marshal.
You should have had your shotgun, Jermo.
I should have killed you with the holdup. That was my big mistake.
No. If you'd have trusted Verd, you both could have got by with us.
He was telling me the truth?
He was. And you'd have never been convicted on what evidence I had.
Well, I guess every man's entitled to make a few mistakes. Marshal?
Jermo? Well, you won't make any more.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night, Frank Lovejoy stars on CBS Radio's Suspense. Remember, Monday night, Frank Lovejoy in On a Country Road, presented by radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. For mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon, I got a telegraph for you.
Oh, who's it from, Chester?
Well, I think somebody's playing a joke on you.
A joke? What? Why?
I never read such a thing. It's plumb crazy. I mean, well, here. Maybe you better take a look at it.
Yeah. Now, this is from the War Department.
That's what it says.
Rex Proctor coming to Dodge has full authority. Bad reports. Take orders from him.
You see what I mean? It says they're sending this government man to check up on you.
Well, it's an official telegram, Chester.
But it says you've got to take orders from him.
The way I get it, he's kind of like a inspector general in the Army.
But what do they mean they got bad reports about Dodge? Things is getting out of hand.
Well, Chester, Dodge isn't the most orderly community in the United States.
I don't like it, Mr. Dillon. I don't like no part of it.
Well, we'll know more about it when he gets here tomorrow.
It's insult. That's what it is.
Now, Chester, maybe this Proctor's a good man. Maybe he knows what he's doing.
How could somebody from Washington know anything at all about the frontier? No, sir, Mr. Dillon. You mind what I say. You're making a bad mistake if you even let him get off that train. There it comes, Mr. Dillon, the good old Santa Fe. You're right on time.
Yeah?
I wished it wasn't on time today. I wished it'd never get here.
Everything's going to be all right, Chester.
No, it ain't.
Well, we'll soon find out.
You'll soon find out. I know all I need to.
You were in the Army, Chester. You know how things go.
That's what I mean.
You're judging a man you haven't even seen.
Well, they're getting off now. Look, I'll bet that's him.
Yeah? With a beaver hat.
Look at him. He looks like he takes a bath every single day, Mr. Dillon.
Rex Proctor?
Yes. How'd you know my name?
Well, I'm Matt Dillon, Mr. Proctor.
Oh, yes, of course. Glad to meet you, Marshal Dillon.
This is Chester Proudfoot.
Proudfoot. I don't believe I was informed of him.
Well, that's all right, mister. I never heard of you neither.
You'll be wanting a hotel, Mr. Proctor. I've got you a room at the Dodge House.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'll go there first. I would like to wash up a little.
What did I tell you, Mr. Dillon?
Never mind, Chester. Then I'll show you the town, Mr. Proctor.
No, Marshal.
Oh?
I'll look the town over alone. I want to be free to form an unbiased opinion of the situation here.
I see.
I might as well tell you we've had some rather damaging reports about Dodge City.
And they all say that Dodge is a pretty rough town, is that it?
The government is interested in making the frontier safe, Marshal, safe for everybody. And the impression in Washington is that Dodge hasn't entirely achieved that goal.
In Washington? Oh, my
I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Proctor.
Yes, Marshal?
You're right. You're absolutely right about Dodge.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Get out the draining water. Here comes Mr. Proctor.
Hello, Marshal.
Come in, Mr. Proctor.
And Chester, isn't it?
Chester Wesley Proudfoot.
Well, I've looked Dodge over carefully, Marshal.
Yes, it's been pretty quiet today, Mr. Proctor, so far.
You mean you're expecting trouble?
Well, nothing out of the ordinary.
What do you call the ordinary?
I don't suppose you got out to Boot Hill, did you?
No, but I've certainly heard about it.
Well, it's got a growing population.
Which doesn't seem to bother you much, Marshal.
It has, Mr. Proctor.
What do you mean, it has?
Well, I've accounted for my share of those graves.
I'm sure you have. And that's one of the things wrong with this town.
Oh?
There's no need for shooting here. I've made a study of such towns as this, Marshal, and I can't understand why you run Dodge the way you do.
And what way is that, Mr. Proctor?
Well, there's no deadline, for one thing. Your riffraff should be restricted to one part of town where they won't endanger respectable people.
You know, there was a deadline when I came here. I got rid of it.
And why, may I ask?
Well, Mr. Proctor, the riffraff that you're talking about, they're not all bad men. Most of them are just honest cowboys or buffalo hunters or sodbusters on a little spree. But there isn't one of them that likes to be reminded he isn't quite respectable. And they don't need a deadline. They know where it is.
I don't agree, Marshal. We'll put the sign back up. We'll put up some other signs, too.
Like what? Plant your Delphiniers straight?
Take it easy, Chester.
This is a serious matter.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Proctor.
How is it I haven't seen a man in Dodge who isn't wearing a gun?
Oh, you think they should check their guns?
Certainly.
If men want to fight, they'll fight, Mr. Proctor.
But if they haven't got guns...
They'll use something else. And besides, if there's a rule that they have to check their guns, they'll think I'm afraid of them. And that'll be the end of any law at all.
You're wrong, Marshal. This is going to be the beginning of a strong law here. I want those signs up before sundown.
Well, surely you ain't going to do it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I'm going to do it, Chester.
But why?
Because it's the only way I can teach Proctor his lesson.
You're not the most popular man in Dodge tonight, Matt.
I don't recall I ever was, Kitty.
People are saying you've turned into an old maid.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, because of that idiot Proctor. Look at him over there, staring at everybody like there was bugs.
Well, he's trying to do his job, Kitty. The only trouble is he doesn't know how.
You really have to do what he tells you, Matt?
Well, I'll admit I never ran a town before except on my own terms.
Then why do it now? Get out and let Proctor handle it. He thinks he knows everything.
I never ran from a fight, Kitty. And it's Proctor I'm fighting now. And the only way I can.
Oh, well, maybe you're right, Matt. If you quit now, things will only get a lot worse than they are. Oh, Matt.
Yeah, I knew this would happen.
He's got a gun.
All right, I'll take that gun, mister.
No.
Give it to him, Charlie.
I got it.
The boy's drunk.
He just killed a man, mister.
I know that.
And what are you standing up for him for? You a friend of his?
My name's Stroud, Marshal. I'm trail boss of the TR outfit.
And he rides for you?
That's right.
Well, he murdered an unarmed man, Stroud. He's under arrest.
You want me to lock him up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, take him, Chester.
All right, come on with me, fella. Ain't far.
Stroud?
I don't like to see that, Marshal.
Neither do I, Stroud.
Well, the other man started it. Charlie didn't know he wasn't armed. He just got into town. He hadn't heard about your new rule against carrying guns.
That's a good defense, Stroud, but Charlie wasn't wearing a gun belt. He had that six-shooter hidden. He knew.
All right, I tried. But I'm telling you, Marshal, that's what comes of trying to disarm the men. I've seen it in other towns.
I know.
Then you better do something about it, fast.
So, you've got another man for Boot Hill, Marshal.
Mr. Proctor, did you hear what Stroud just said?
I heard him.
Good. And we'll count this man as yours. You think about that, Mr. Proctor.
Matt. Oh, Matt. Well, hello, Matt. Oh, you look like you've been to a hanging, Matt.
I guess I'm not too cheerful today, Doc.
Proctor?
Last night's killing didn't seem to bother him much.
He doesn't learn very fast, does he?
No.
Well, I admire you for trying, Matt. But from what I hear people saying, you're buckling under to this man is making you look mighty foolish in their eyes.
They don't work for the government, Doc, and
But
I do.
I've told them that. I've said with a job like yours, you have to take the good with the bad.
Up to a point, I do, Doc.
What do you mean?
Things might get so bad here, I'll have to quit. For everybody's sake.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, it's Proctor.
Yeah, now what's he got on his mind?
Marshal. Right next door here. Right in that saloon, there's a man wearing a gun. I told him about the rule, and he laughed at me. He said to send you in. He said you know him.
Maybe I do.
His name is Fain.
Nick Fain?
Yes. Well, what's the matter? Is he a special friend of yours?
Nick Fain's a gunman, Mr. Proctor.
Does that mean you're afraid of him?
I'll talk to him. See you later, Doc.
Yes, sure, Matt.
I'm coming with you, Marshal.
You shouldn't be trying to enforce the law around here, Mr. Proctor.
I have that authority.
On paper, maybe. I'm just telling you for your own good. You might get hurt. Hello, Fain.
Howdy, Marshal. Is he back? Marshal, what's going on here anyway?
Got a new rule about carrying guns, Fain.
Yeah, I know. I saw them signs.
Then why are you still wearing them?
Mr. Proctor, why don't you shut up and stay out of this?
Marshal, did I ever cause any trouble in Dodge?
No, Fain, you never did.
And I never will. As long as you run this town the way you have. I respect you, Marshal. But a man like me, I got a lot of enemies. I'm not like most men. I'd take my gun off, my life wouldn't be worth a nickel.
No, I don't think it would.
I'm not taking it off, Marshal. Not even if it means fighting you. Is it going to come to that?
Mr. Proctor, I'm going to have to make an exception in Fane's case here. You're afraid of him.
Don't be a fool, mister. He ain't no more afraid of me than I am of him.
He can't make an exception. You break the rule for one man, you have to break it for everybody.
It's a bad rule, Mr. Proctor. Can't you see that?
Are you going to take this man's gun?
No.
All right. And I'm sending a telegram to Washington. We need a new marshal in Dodge.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better come around, and they've got Proctor.
What? Who's got Proctor?
Down the street there. They're going to tar and feather him.
Tar and feather.
That trail boss, Stroud, him and some other fellows, they're going to tar and feather, and they caught him just as he was going into the telegraph office.
Now, that was to get me fired. Now, he'll probably think I had something to do with this.
Well, he's taking it real good, Mr. Dillon. He ain't saying a word. Look, see, they got a fire going under that pot and everything.
Yeah. All right. Let me through here, man. Let me through, man. Hello, Stroud. I hate to spoil your fun.
You ain't going to spoil it, Marshal.
Yes, I am.
We know the whole story. We get rid of this meddler here and things will be all right again. Little hot tar ain't going to hurt him.
I can't let you do it, Stroud.
You can't stop us, Marshal.
All right, you men, clear out of here. All of you.
You see? They ain't about to move.
You heard me.
What are you going to do, Marshal? Shoot us?
If I have to.
Ain't you forgetting them little signs you put up about not carrying guns in Dodge? Marshal, there ain't a man here that's got a gun on him. You ain't going to shoot no unarmed man. You can't take us no other way. There's too many of us.
By golly, he's right, Mr.
Of course
Dillon.
I am. All right, let's get on with the party, boys. To start stripping our friend from Washington there. Car's about cooked. Here.
All right, hold it. Hold it! Wait a minute. Well, you're pretty smart, Stroud. You win. You know something? I'm glad of it.
What?
Chester,
Yes, sir.
go tear down every sign we put up, and be sure you find all of them.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Mr. Dillon. I'll do it gladly.
All right, men, you can go pick up your guns. The game's over.
Marshal,
Yeah, what's wrong?
Yeah. No hard feelings?
You'll get to know me better.
I think I'd like to.
Well, you haven't said much, Mr. Proctor.
There was no use in my talking, Marshal.
You were taking this tar and feather business pretty well.
Man tries to face things as they come.
You were facing it like a man.
Thank you, Marshal. Coming from you, I consider that a compliment.
Coming from me?
I've learned my lesson, Marshal. Now I'm going back to Washington and make my report.
Well, that's fine.
And you'll know how well I've learned it, Marshal, when you get your copy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Proctor. Thank you.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, to build a home on the prairie, men often dug up squares of turf and made sod huts. Well, next week our story centers around such a place and the two men who died there. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, so that's Enoch Mills' new hotel.
Yeah, it will be when they get it built, Chester.
I never heard of a cattle rancher going into hotel business before, Mr. Dillon.
Enoch Mills is a man of enterprise.
Look yonder at him. He's as proud as a new father, ain't he?
Well, it isn't every day a man builds a new hotel in Dodge.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Oh, Mr. Mills?
That's gone up pretty fast, isn't it?
Well, we got most of the month before it's finished.
Uh-huh. How many rooms you going to have?
15. Could have more, but this is going to be a class hotel. Not some hay tent like Jim Dobie's Dodge house.
I bet he's jealous.
That Dobie's had a monopoly in this town long enough. You're right about him being jealous, Chester. He's already done everything he can to keep me from building.
Oh, what's he done, Enoch?
Tried to buy up all the good lumber in town, for one thing. Thought he'd leave me with nothing but a lot of warpy old cottonwood. But I got on to him soon enough. I'm building with the best, Marshal. All of it. Ash, hackberry.
Yonder he comes now. He's scouting the enemy, I guess.
Yeah. Let him scout. He'll be out of business soon enough. Looks like a town meeting we're about to have. How are you, Marshal, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dobie.
We're coming along just fine, Dobie. Of course, it's only a little bitty hotel. You'll never beat me, Enoch. You're getting too old. Old? Dobie, I'll eat the goose that fattens in your grave. Not likely. Anyways, what do you know about the hotel business, Enoch? You won't last a month.
Now, look, man. Dodge can use 2 hotels. There's plenty of trade here. Why don't you quit fighting each other?
You're just scared of a little competition, Dobie. You ain't slept a night since I started building. You got a ranch to run, Enoch. That's enough for one man. You shouldn't be pushing into other people's territory. You ain't gonna stop me, Dobie. I've tried to stop you, and I'll go on trying. Marshal, he's threatening me. You heard him. I'm gonna fight you, Enoch. I'm gonna fight you all the way. So now you'd better start staying up nights. That man belongs in jail, Marshal.
Dobie's a hard one, Enoch. He'll give you a fight. But I don't think he'll do anything illegal.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, you just wait and see. And it's going to be your fault for not stopping him now. The whole blame's going to be on your shoulders, Marshal. And I ain't going to let nobody forget it.
Well, evening, Kitty. What are you doing here?
I came by to tell you something, Matt.
Oh?
You ever hear of a man called Gil Shank?
Don't tell me he's in town.
I met him at the Long Branch this afternoon. He didn't say much, but a man like that stands out like a white buffalo.
You can pick him, Kitty. Yeah, Gil Shank's a gunman and a crook. He isn't wanted that I know of, but he sure ought to be.
I didn't figure him for a drummer.
Well, I think I'll let him stay around a few days.
See what he's up to, maybe.
Well, there were a couple of men with him, but it's hard to say if they're friends or if they just met.
Yeah, they're probably friends. Gil Shank never liked traveling alone.
Oh, they didn't look like gunmen, Matt. They're just a couple of saddle bums.
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Thanks for telling me anyway, Kitty.
Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Something to scare you, Chester?
Worse than that, the new hotel's on fire.
On fire?
On fire. And old Enoch saying Jim Dobie to own the place. You better get down there, Mr. Dillon.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
By the time I reached the fire, a bucket brigade had been formed. And there wasn't much to do but get in line myself. Even while we worked, I could tell the fire had been set and that the wood had been soaked with kerosene. It was all over in a half hour, but not because we'd put it out. There was nothing left to burn. Next morning, I went back and had a talk with Enoch. And he'd already bought more lumber, and he had his workmen busy cleaning up.
This ain't gonna stop me, Marshal. Takes more than a little arson to stop Enoch Mills.
Enoch, I guess there's no need to ask you who you think did it, is there?
What? Jim Dobie, of course. You know as well as I do.
Yeah, but you don't have any proof of that, Enoch.
I got what proof I need. And if you was anything of a lawman at all, Dobie'd be in jail right now.
Enoch, you know I can't arrest a man because you and he are enemies.
Well, it don't matter. I ain't counting on you no more. I got other ways. Yes, sir. Hey, come in right there, Marshal.
What?
There.
You mean Gil Shank?
That's right. He seen me after the fire last night, and he offered to go to work for me.
What do you need a gunman for, Enoch?
Yeah, that makes you sit up, don't it? Yeah. You and Dobie both. You bet it does.
Marshal Dillon. Well, now, this is a pleasure.
Yeah, he knows you're working for me, Shank. I told him.
Just Shank, Enoch?
What do you mean?
Well, is he the only one you hired?
I'm alone, Marshal, if that's what you're driving at.
You're making a bad mistake, Enoch. You don't need a man like this.
I could take offense at that, Marshal.
No? Well, why don't you let me know when you decide, huh?
I'll let you know.
Yeah, that's telling him. All right, we'll take care of Jim Dobie next.
You won't do a thing to Jim Dobie. Either one of you.
Well, you're protecting a criminal, Marshal. But it ain't gonna work. Shank's got a plan. You said you was gonna figure something out, Shank. You done it?
Well, Enoch, what with the law being so loose around here, we gotta protect your hotel day and night. How many riders you got out at the range?
About 20.
I want 15 of them.
You what?
I want him here in Dodge. We're going to put a guard around this building 24 hours a day.
Well, I can't spare 15 men, Shank. Who's going to watch the cattle?
You ain't moving cattle this time of year, are you?
Of course not.
Then 5 riders is enough. You want this hotel to go up or don't you?
All right. I'll send for him.
Hey. You that Jim Doby over there?
Yeah, that's him.
Come to enjoy his dirty work, I guess.
Shank,
What, Marshal?
the first sign of any of your dirty work, and I'm coming after you. Fast.
Morning, Marshal.
Dobie?
I suppose I'm getting the blame for this?
You are.
Yeah. Then why ain't you arresting me?
I've known you for a long time, Dobie. You're pig-headed and you can be downright mean. But you don't fight this way.
You make it hard to thank you, Marshal.
You can thank me by laying off Enoch Mills for a while. There's going to be enough trouble without your making any.
Well, maybe there ain't nothing going to happen after all, Mr. Dillon.
What?
I mean about old Enoch Mills' hotel. Been a week now, and everything is purely pond peaceful.
Well, what with 15 armed guards spelling one another day and night, it ought to be.
I didn't see that fellow Gil Shank around yesterday.
Oh, Enoch said he rode down to Tascosa.
What for, to hold up the bank?
It wouldn't surprise me.
No, hardly. Well, here's Mr. Botkin.
No?
Well, morning, Marshal. Morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Botkin.
You look like you're dressed for traveling.
Well, a banker doesn't do all his work behind a desk, Marshal. I've been looking over some land up north the last couple of days.
How'd you have a good trip?
Fine, except for crossing the Pawnee. It was almost in flood.
And how'd you make it?
Well, I was lucky, Chester. Some cowboys were taking a herd across, and they gave me a hand.
Swimming a herd across the Pawnee this time of year?
Yes. Must have had 1,000 head, Marshal.
Well, who was it? I don't know anybody moving cattle now.
They were strangers to me.
What was the brand?
I'm afraid I'm not much of a brand reader, Marshal.
Oh, you think you could draw it for me? Come over here in the dirt, Mr. Bucky.
All right.
Here's a stick. Now, what did it look like?
Well, there was a circle here and a line through it, like this. It stopped just about here.
Well, everybody knows that brand, Mr. Botkin.
Everybody but me, I guess. Where would they be taking those cattle, Marshal?
Only one place. The Greystone Indian Agency is about 20 miles beyond there.
No, they're going to sell them to the agency, eh?
Well, they won't get top prices, but it's always a fast cash sale. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go saddle 3 horses and tie them up behind the office, and then wait for me. I'll be back after dark. Go ahead, Enoch.
Don't know what you're bringing me here this time of night for, Marshal.
Well, I got everything ready, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good, Chester.
You got everything ready for what?
Well, I don't know exactly, Mr. Mills.
I think you're both crazy.
Well, now, here, that's no way to talk. Nobody's done nothing to you.
I suppose burning my hotel down was nothing, huh?
It wasn't a hotel. It was only the frame of one.
Chester, I'm beginning to think you and the Marshal was in on it. Both of you. You're such big friends of that Jim Doby.
You'll believe most anything, won't you, Enoch?
Anything but what you tell me, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's sure enough true. All right, I'm getting out of here now. I got nothing to say to you, and you got nothing to say to me. Don't know why I come here in the first place.
Wait a minute, Enoch.
Well, make it fast.
I will.
I was going to try to explain something to you, but I can see that it'd be a waste of time.
You all through?
No, I'm just getting started.
All right, give me that gun, Marshal.
I'm going to keep it for you, Enoch. Right here in my belt.
You arresting him for something, Mr. Dillon?
No, I'm not arresting him, Chester. I'm kidnapping him.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Enoch Mills was about as mad as any man I'd ever seen. But I managed to get him on a horse, and then he and Chester and I rode quietly out of Dodge. By noon next day, we'd covered some 60 miles and were at the Greystone Indian Agency. It was run by a man called Albert Leach, who didn't seem too bright, but at least I could tell he wasn't a grafter like most. I had a talk with him, and I brought Enoch in to meet him.
Come in, gentlemen, come in. Have a chair.
You give me a chair, mister. I'll bash both your heads in with it.
Now, really, Mr. Mills.
How come you know my name?
Marshal Dillon told me.
This is Albert Leach, Enoch. He runs the agency.
I don't care who he is or what he runs. If he's got anything to do with whatever it is you're up to, Marshal, he's going to end up in jail, too.
Good heavens.
Don't worry about it, Leach. Enoch was up all night. I think I put him in a bad temper. Look, Leach, I want you to tell him how many cattle you bought yesterday.
1,012 head.
Mm-hmm. And you paid?
$15 a head.
Well, then you robbed somebody. Any couch and walk's worth $20.
The government never pays over 15, Mr. Mills.
Which is why I never sell to the government.
We haven't got much time. Have you paid for those cattle yet, Leach?
No, the boss will be here any minute to collect the money. In fact, that's him riding in now.
Yeah. All right, you pay him, Leach, and we'll wait in the other room.
I understand, Marshal.
Come on, Enoch.
You're getting yourself in deeper and deeper, Marshal. But I've about decided you won't go to jail. Just going to lock you up in a madhouse.
Quiet now, Enoch. Just listen.
Well, you got the money, mister?
Are you the boss of that outfit?
Enoch Mills is the boss. I run it for him.
What? Be quiet.
Come on, give me the money. I ain't got
Well,
all
that's
day.
Gil Shank.
Well, hurry it up, mister. Now, where's the money?
Oh, I'll kill him. I'll kill him with my bare hands.
No, wait a minute, Enoch.
Dirty thief, Shank!
What are you doing here? Dillon!
Hold it, Shank.
Yeah, you killed him, Marshal.
You're not hit, are you, Enoch?
Yeah? No, he missed me. That's what he wanted my men guarding the hotel for. That rotten criminal.
He had some help. Now, we're going to be a long time finding him.
I don't care about them. You got him.
He set that fire, Enoch. He planned the whole thing.
You had it figured out. Why didn't you tell me?
You won't believe anything I say. Remember?
I've been a fool, Marshal. Looks like I owe you an apology.
Never mind me. What about Jim Doby? You've given him a bad name.
I don't know, Marshal. I never should have started that hotel in the first place. I'm a cattleman. I'm no innkeeper.
You mean you're not going to finish it?
Oh, I'll finish it. But then you know what I'm going to do? I'll go to Jim Doby and I'll ask him to run it for me. You think he'll do it, Marshal?
Yeah, he'll do it, Enoch. And whenever you come to town, he might even let you stay there. If you behave yourself.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, an outlaw was called a gunman, while a peace officer was referred to as a gunfighter. But they both lived by their guns, and they usually died by them. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Stobkin, Vic Perrin, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Joe Duvall. Parley Bear as Chester, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. If you're a young man of draft age or a veteran, the National Guard offers you many outstanding opportunities. Contact your local National Guard unit for details.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
You look a little blue.
Oh, it's cold outside.
Well, you sit down.
Yeah.
I'll have Sam fix you up a coffee grub. That'll warm you.
Why do you think I came in?
Well, you sure know the way to compliment a lady. Maybe I ought to just...
What do you think you're doing?
Matt, look. He's been spoiling for trouble ever since he came in here.
I asked
It's
you a
Murdoch,
question,
huh?
mister.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Well, answer.
Nothing. You don't need the whole bar.
What'd you say?
I got as much right here as you.
Is that so?
Matt, he's got a knife.
Wait a minute.
Murdoch! Put it up.
You again, Dillon. Just like the last time. You want more of the same?
It's a little different now, Murdoch.
So I see. You got a badge to hide behind now.
Put up the knife. That's better.
This man's crazy, Marshal. I didn't do a thing to him. I didn't mean to jostle him.
It's all right, son. It's over now. Go on about your business.
Yes, sir, Marshal. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What kind of a bone picker is that for the high plains?
Times have changed, Murdoch.
Nothing but settlers and dudes, bone pickers and trackmen, cow wranglers and bluecoats, and lawmen.
There's something you better understand, Murdoch. When Dodge was full of you buffalo hunters, you could throw your weight around. Well, not anymore.
I ain't changed, Dillon.
Just stay out of trouble.
I'll do as I want.
He always did. What are you doing in Dodge anyway? There haven't been any buffalo around here for years.
Well, maybe I came to see you, Dillon.
And I thought you probably figured me for dead.
Oh, no. I heard about you and your badge.
Maybe it's just as well for both of us I'm wearing it.
I don't fear no man. And least of all, you.
All right. Just let me give you a little warning. If you're thinking of going south for buffalo into Indian territory, I wouldn't.
I do a lot of things you wouldn't.
This is orders from Washington. They don't want any more trouble with the Indians. The territory is closed to hunters. They got cavalry patrols along the line.
I go where I aim to go. And I don't fear no cavalry.
And I got orders to stop anyone.
Have you now?
You just remember what I said.
Matt, he's dangerous. There's a crazy look in his eyes.
You know, Kitty, when the buffalo herds were running, Dodge was 2,000 like him and not much else.
Well, who is he?
He's the one the Indians call Long Arm. His name's Jace Murdoch.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah. Almost a legend on the frontier. Been on the plains maybe 30 or more years. Beaver trapper, buffalo hunter, Indian scout. He lived with the Indians a long time.
Matt, what's between you and Murdoch? A grudge?
That's the kind of a thing a man doesn't like to talk about or remember, Kitty. when he takes a beating.
You?
I was just in from Missouri, pretty green. Murdoch and some of his crowd were in town on a spree. But when their fun threatened to include scalping a hide freighter they didn't like, I stepped into it. Like I say, I was pretty green.
They beat you, Matt?
Left me for dead down by the river.
You watch out for him. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah. But right now, I want to find out why he's here.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, as an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I figured Murdoch was in Dodge outfitting a hunt, so I found the merchant who sold him supplies. He couldn't tell me much, except that Murdoch had an Indian with him for a skinner, and that they were camped somewhere outside town. Took me a while, but I found the camp. And when I came up, the Indian was alone. He was a young brave, and he was hunched over the fire, sharpening a long, curved skinning knife. It's all right. Go on. You're a long way from home, aren't you? What are you, Blackfoot?
How do you know that?
The scars on your wrists, the cut arms. Your people do that in mourning some close relative's death, don't they? No. Who are those for? Father, brother, mother? All right. My name's Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal. How are you called? Oh, what does Murdoch call you?
When he is not angry, Injun.
And when he is?
Dog eater.
Ah. And he knows his Indian insults. What do your people call you?
It means golden calf.
Now, you're a breed, aren't you?
I'm an Indian.
And then what are you doing here, so far from your tribe, skinning buffalo for a man like Murdoch?
In the lodges at night, my people speak of the pale warrior with the long arm.
Chase Murdoch, huh?
When he was with us, his medicine was good. The plains were dark with buffalo. They gave the Indian all he needed: food, clothes, beds, lodge skins. Now we do not have good medicine. The buffalo are gone.
So you came looking for Murdoch, for Long Arm, to take him back?
Yes. But he would not go, so I stay with him.
And now you're going on a buffalo hunt with him into treaty territory, huh?
He does not tell me where he goes.
But I'll tell you. He's going to hunt among the few small herds that are left, given by the treaty to the Indian.
I do not know that.
Well, it's true. And if you do this, you're robbing your brothers of the little that's left to them.
That's enough, Dillon.
Hello, Murdoch.
Stand up, dog-eater.
Don't hit him again, Murdoch.
I'll do as I please. You got no right to come snooping, Dillon. Asking questions, trying to turn my skin agin me.
The way you treat him, you'll turn him against yourself. And he may not be so friendly once you two are alone down in the Indian nations.
I don't fear no Indian. Least of all him. I know him. Lived with him plenty of years.
So I heard. They thought you were good medicine then, huh?
Sure. I brought him the long arm. The first gun they ever seen. Gave him more meat than they ever seen, too. Sure, I was good medicine.
Yeah, but you've changed some.
I'm not so romantic as I was. I can take him or leave him alone. Besides, Injun's day is done. A man don't need to walk easy with him no more.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
With this, I can be sure.
Well, you still shoot a big 50, huh?
Yeah, and I can load and fire as fast as another man with one of them new repeaters. And I can drop a buffalo near a mile. Or a man. Hey, killed an Injun once at 1,200 yards. Like to took off his head.
You enjoy killing, don't you, Murdoch?
Oh, I don't mind it.
You know, 30 years on the plains have done something to you. Something crazy. Maybe you were a pioneer once, opening up the West, a loner doing what you had to do, making your own law. But your day's finished, Murdoch. You have to abide by the law now.
Are you through, Dillon?
I see by your outfit you're going light and fast. That must mean south. Well, I'm warning you, don't try it.
I'll go where I aim to go. No cavalry will stop me. And I just hope you try.
All right, if that's the way you want it. You cross that line and I'll come after you.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
I could have sent word to the colonel out at Fort Dodge and let the cavalry handle Murdoch. But this was something personal. It was a job I wanted to do myself. I couldn't touch Murdoch until he crossed the line into the Indian nations, so the next morning I just watched him drive out of town. I gave him a couple of hours, and then Chester and I started on his trail. Went straight south, across the Arkansas, into the nations.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. It seems almost too easy. His wagon tracks in the snow going straight as a board as far as you can see over the next rise.
Yeah, I know, Chester. But we better keep our eyes open. We should be getting close to him now.
Well, I guess ain't nothing to worry about as long as we can see his tracks up ahead.
Now, maybe not. But we'll come up on that rise easy. Just might be waiting for us on the other side.
Well, I don't know. The way he ain't bothering to cover his trail, it seems like he ain't expecting us to follow him. Maybe he didn't believe you.
Don't count on it.
No, I ain't. I swear this ain't the time of year for traveling, is it? Good time for buffalo hunting, though. Coats will be prime. And if I was... Mr.
Dillon! Chester, you hit?
No, sir, he didn't get me. He got my horse, but I'm pinned down.
All right, I'll get you out.
Mr. Dillon, look out. He's still shooting.
All right, just stay flat behind the horse. Now, you pull your leg out when I lift up on the saddle, huh?
Yes, sir, I will. Oh.
There. Now, stay low.
Mr. Dillon, where'd that shot come from?
Well, I'm not sure, but I... Yeah. From over in that rim of rock there.
He must have circled around.
Yeah, we rode right into a trap. How's your leg?
Well, it ain't broke, I don't think. But it hurts some, all right. Oh, I'm afraid I ain't going to be much use to you, Mr. Dillon.
Now, don't worry about it, Chester.
Well, what are we going to do? We can't just lay here in the snow. We'll freeze.
That's probably what Murdoch's thinking.
He sure planned it, and he got us pinned out here in the open. No cover anywheres near. Mr. Dillon, my rifle's under the horse. Maybe we can...
No, it wouldn't do any good anyway, Chester. It's too far. Only his buffalo gun has this range.
Yes, sir. I got it. Where is it? No, he shot your horse, Mr. Dillon. There was no need for that.
Yeah. He's showing us how great a hunter he is, Chester.
What are we going to do without horses?
We'll worry about that later. Right now, there's one thing we can do. Get up to those rocks and rush him.
But how?
Well, his big 50's a single shot. He's got to reload between shots.
He's doing it mighty fast.
Yeah, but while he is, I could be moving.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, you wouldn't never make it. Why, that's 500 yards or more.
You got any other ideas, Chester?
No, sir, I ain't. That darn this leg.
It's all right, Chester. This isn't your fight anyway. Well, I think I'll draw a shot and see just how fast he can reload.
No, Mr. Dillon.
1, 2,
You're taking awful
3,
chance standing up like that,
4,
Mr. Dillon.
5.
No. Gracious.
All right. Now we know. 5 seconds.
That ain't very long.
Now, that'll have to be long enough. Oh, Chester?
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Same to you, Chester. Hey, Murdoch! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not like hunting buffalo, is it, Murdoch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, you're getting closer, Murdoch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe he's caught on. Hey, Murdoch! You couldn't be out of ammunition, could you? I wonder. Hey, Murdoch! I lay there half covered by the snow, knowing Murdoch might easily be holding me in the sights of his rifle. But I also knew I couldn't lie there much longer. I'd freeze before darkness could give me the cover I needed. Then I saw movement among the rocks. It was Golden Calf. He walked to the rim, then started down toward me. The body of Jace Murdoch, lifeless in his arms. I got up and went to meet him. And as I approached, Golden Calf stopped, and after a moment, he placed the body gently on the ground. Why did you do it, Golden Calf?
I know now you spoke the truth. His medicine was not good. Not anymore.
Is that the only reason you killed him? Here? Now? All right, thanks, anyway. I'm going to have to take you back. But nobody will convict you for saving the life of a U.S. Marshal. Well, we're going to have to bury him.
Yes.
Here, wait a minute. Let me see your wrist. That's a new gash. Was Murdoch a relative of yours?
He was my father. I am Golden Calf, the son of Long Arm.
Oh. Well, all right, Golden Calf. Let's get started.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, the arrival of a Texas herd in Dodge usually meant celebrating and the general hurrahing of the town. But next week, our herd arrives with a murdered man. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Nestor Paiva, Sam Edwards, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Smokers, this is it. L&M filters. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M, so good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
Relax with L&M. So good to your taste, so quick on the draw.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. You stay with the horses, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I won't be long.
I sure don't envy you having to talk to her, Mr. Dillon.
Well, somebody has to do it.
I don't understand that, Zach Morton. It's good land out here. There's a nice little house, water, everything. Why do you have to go trying to get rich the hard way?
And I guess it never looks hard till you try it.
Mr. Dillon, Ada's seen us. She's come out on the porch.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Ada.
Marshal Dillon.
Ada, I sent a man out here a few days ago to tell you what happened to Zach.
He told me.
Well, I kind of thought you'd come into Dodge.
No,
They had to bury him, Ada. I'd have brought him out here, but I was off chasing his partner.
Did you catch him?
He was killed swimming the Cimarron.
He killed Zach right on Front Street.
Well, I had no choice, Ada.
I told him not to go back to town. I told him you'd probably have found out who robbed that express office. I said you'd be looking for him.
I'm sorry it happened, Ada. For your sake.
Zach turned bandit, Marshal. I lost pride in him for a long time now.
Ada, there's been some talk going on in Dodge.
What are they saying?
Well, everybody thinks that Zach brought the money out here and hid it. I think you know where it is.
Is that what you think, Marshal?
Well, they could have been headed south with it, riding bold and innocent like right through Dodge. The money could be at the bottom of the Cimarron with Zach's partner.
Zach went bad, Marshal. I hated him for it. That's why I didn't come to town when he got killed.
Yeah. Well, I won't bother you anymore, Ada. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal.
What'd she say, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think Ada knows anything, Chester.
Well, he buried that money out here somewhere. No man would be fool enough to ride back into Dodge with it. I think that woman's fooling you, Mr. Dillon. I think she knows where the money's at.
Chester, let's ride back as far as the creek and build us a fire, huh? I'm hungry. Here's another strip of meat that's about done, Chester.
Well, that's yours, Mr. Dillon. I ate the last one. Hey, look.
Huh?
We got company. It's that Leach Fields fella.
Leach Fields? Well, who's he?
He got off Santa Fe one day while you was down on the Cimarron. But I don't know for sure where he comes from or wonder what he's doing out this way. Now.
Is he a gambler?
Oh, I ain't never saw him gambling, but he sure dresses like one, don't he?
Yeah, he looks pretty fancy.
Oh, he's a gentleman, Mr. Dillon. A real gentleman. We don't get many like him. How do, Mr. Fields?
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Fields, this here is Marshal Dillon.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Marshal. I've been looking forward to it.
Well, that makes you different from most men that come to Dodge.
Yes, I've been observing those men, Marshal. They're bad. They're evil.
Yeah, some of them sure are, Mr. Fields.
You do right to kill them, Marshal.
When I kill somebody, it's because I have to, not because it's either right or wrong.
Well, it was certainly right to kill Zach Morton.
Was it?
Of course it was. I'm on my way now to console his widow with that same thought, Marshal.
Oh?
Yes, we're old friends, even though I haven't seen Ada in years.
Where did you know her, Fields?
Back in St. Joe.
Oh, that's right. She is from St. Joe. I've heard her talk about it.
I'll buy you a drink when I return to Dodge, Marshal. Goodbye. Goodbye, Chester.
Bye, Mr. Fields. Here. See what I mean about him being a gentleman, Mr. Dillon?
Your meat's burning, Chester.
You mean you don't think he's a nice fellow?
I said your meat's burning.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Front Street sure is deserted today, ain't it?
It's fine with me, Chester.
I hear there's some cattle coming up the trail in a couple of days, though.
Well, that's a couple of days off. We'll enjoy ourselves while we can.
Yeah, sure. Well, forevermore. What do you know?
Oh, what is it?
Look, it's Leach Fields and Ada Morton.
Oh, yeah. Ah, hello, Ada. Fields.
Hello, Marshal.
How do?
Chester. Well, I've got good news, Marshal.
How's that so?
Haven't I, Ada?
Let me tell him. We're going to get married, Marshal.
Married?
Tomorrow, right here in Dodge. I brought Ada in today so she could buy some clothes and things.
Ah, I see.
I know what you're thinking, Marshal. You're thinking it's awful fast with Zach gone only a couple of weeks.
Oh, it's no business of mine, Ada.
Well, it's not so fast considering how we knew each other back in St. Joe and all.
Ada, you'd better run along now and do your shopping. I'll meet you at the Dodge house in about an hour.
All right.
Ada. I just wanted to wish you happiness.
Thank you. Leach is a good man, Marshal. He's a good, God-fearing man.
Well, that's quite a compliment, Fields, from a woman like her.
She's endured a lot of evil in her life, Marshal. I want to help her to forget it.
Look, Fields, the evil that you mentioned, it never brought her a thing. Not a thing.
Well, of course not.
What I mean is, it didn't bring her any money.
Money? From Zach? That'd be tainted money, Marshal. I wouldn't touch it, and I wouldn't allow her to. Now, what about that drink I promised you?
No, not today, Fields. I'm pretty busy. But I'll be waiting for you next time you come to town.
Well, I'm glad that meal's over.
They got a new cook here, Kitty. Didn't I tell you?
You didn't have to, Matt.
Oh, no, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, wasn't it? Where'd he learn to be cook? Out poisoning wolves?
Good cook's hard to find.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, long hours, not much pay.
If he doesn't like the job, why doesn't he go back to oil and leather or whatever he was doing?
Well, if he could hear you, I expect he would.
Well, hello, Matt. Kitty.
Hello, Doc. Sit down.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, thank you.
Where you been the last couple of days?
Oh, out in the country, Kitty. Waiting for a baby to make up its mind. Oh, say. I passed by Ada Morton's place on my way back, man.
It's been Ada Fields for the last month, Doc.
I know.
Well, how are they getting along, Doc?
I didn't see Ada, but Leach Fields was there.
So?
You know how nice he usually is, Matt? He's so gentlemanlike and everything, but he wasn't this time. Oh, no. He acted like he didn't want me around. He wouldn't even invite me into the house.
Well, maybe he was busy.
Oh,
Doc.
yeah, he was, but he was sitting there on the porch doing nothing. Matt, I don't like it. I've got a feeling something's wrong out there. You better go and have a look.
He's sitting right there on the porch, Mr. Dillon, just like Doc said.
Yeah?
Of course, I always did think Doc's just an old worrier.
Hello, Fields.
Good afternoon, Marshal. Chester.
How do, Mr. Fields?
What are you doing way out here?
Well, we were riding by. We thought we'd say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did. I'm sorry you missed Ada, though, Marshal. She's going to be mighty disappointed.
Where is she, Fields?
I don't know. She got on a horse this morning and said she was off to visit some neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Didn't she say who?
She wants to go visiting. I don't ask her where. I trust Ada.
Yeah, sure.
I'd ask you in, Marshal, but one thing she did tell me was if anybody rode by, not to let them see the house. She didn't take time to clean it up, and you know how women are.
Well, we got to go back to Dodge anyway, Fields. You tell her hello for us.
Yeah, I'll do that, Marshal. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Fields.
Goodbye, Chester.
Well, now, he wasn't acting mean, Mr. Dillon.
Chester. Did you ever hear of a country woman riding off and not telling her husband where she's going?
Well, no, sir, come think of it, I never did.
You bet you didn't. Over here, Chester.
I couldn't see him behind this bush, Mr. Dillon.
Did you find a place to tie the horses?
Yes, sir, there was an old log down in that gully. Have you saw anything?
Well, as soon as we were out of sight, Fields left the porch and went into the house. And nobody's come out yet.
Well, I still think you're wrong about him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I just don't like men who go around preaching how bad other men are.
You're awful suspicious of everybody, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Chester, nothing pleases me more than when I'm wrong.
I know. How long are we going to have to lay out here in this doggone dirt, Mr. Dillon?
It'll dark, if nothing happens before.
Then what?
Then we're going up to that house, Indian style.
It ain't hardly noon. We got an awful long wait. Say now, maybe I'll just...
Wait a minute. Look.
It's him. He had a horse around back.
Yeah.
He's riding north. We gonna follow him?
Maybe. After we take a look in the house, let's get our horses.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, we'd like to introduce a player piano that could have come right out of the Long Branch in Dodge City.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Why Chesterfield? Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You're going to have to bust that door open if you want in, Mr. Dillon.
And I'll bust it open. Come on.
I feel like a crook entering a man's house this way.
Don't let it bother you, Chester. Let's take a look in the bedroom.
You going to bust it open, too? Guess you are. Hey, look on the bed, Mr. Dillon. He's got her all tied up.
Yeah. You untie her feet, Chester.
Yes, sir. Dear. She looks sick.
Oh, Marshal.
You all right, Ada? Have you been hurt?
No, Marshal. Starved.
Starved?
Nothing to eat. Not for days. Weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Take a look in the kitchen, Chester, see if you can find something for
Yes,
her.
sir, I sure will.
Where did Leach Fields go, Ada? We saw him right off.
He wanted the money, Marshal. He starved me so that I'd tell him.
And you finally gave in? You told him?
He's gone to dig for it. Inside that old sod hut up near Willow Spring.
Oh, yeah, I know where it is.
If he don't find the money, he's coming back to kill me, Marshal.
Look, Ada, we're going to leave a rifle with you. You think you're strong enough to use it?
I'll get strong enough. I'll use it.
Ada, you never knew Leach Fields before, did you?
No, I only said it so it'd look better marrying him so quick.
Yeah, I thought so. I'll go help Chester now, and as soon as we can feed you something, we'll go after him.
He seemed so good, Marshal. He seemed so good for a day or two.
All right, this is far enough, Chester.
It's so dark I can't hardly see nothing.
Now, he's in there. You can hear him digging. Listen.
I'll hear him. We gonna rush him?
I'd like to take him alive, if possible.
I mean, we'll wait for him to come out.
No, let's jump him. Maybe it'll scare him so bad he won't put up a fight.
All right.
Now, you walk about 10 feet to the left of me, Chester. I'll go inside alone. If he takes me, will you get him, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chester. I got the drop on you, Fields. Don't move.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Get your hands in the air.
Well, sure. Sure. But I don't understand.
Don't be a fool! All right, Chester.
You get him, Mr. Dillon?
It's too dark in here. I tried for his shoulder the first shot, but I missed.
You sure he's dead?
I couldn't afford to miss the next two, Chester.
No, sir. Oh, Mr. Dillon, I sure was wrong about him.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't find the money, though, did he?
He would have, if there'd been any.
But this is where Ada said it was.
You want to start digging for it, Chester?
Well, no, sir.
That money's at the bottom of the Cimarron with Zach's partner.
Well, then why'd she say it was out here?
Well, I guess she thought if she could get rid of Leach Fields even for a little while, she might have a chance.
Well, she was right, wasn't she?
Yeah. And you and everybody else had better start believing in Ada. She's been through enough over something that she never even knew anything about.
Man sure can be wrong sometimes, can't he, Mr. Dillon?
Now, you tell everybody that back in Dodge, Chester. And maybe Ada can have a little peace. She's earned it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
To kill a man in a fair fight or in self-defense wasn't too unusual on the frontier. But next week, a man kills to avenge the death of his brother without firing a shot. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for again selecting Gunsmoke, the favorite Western program of the year. The results of this annual poll appear in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror. Talk about good taste. Friends, there's plenty of talk about good taste among the people who have changed to L&M cigarettes. That's because L&M is so good to your taste, and L&M is so quick on the draw. Just take an easy puff, and the flavor of superior tobaccos comes rich, comes clean, comes easy. And the secret of your pleasure? It's the L&M Pure White Miracle Tip. So make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West,
There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Bowers. How's the cattle business?
I shipped 1,000 head out into Santa Fe this morning. Guess I can afford to buy you a drink?
Well, thanks, Bowers, but I hear Doc Adams has been looking all over for me. I better go find him.
I was in here a while ago talking to Kitty.
No?
Oh, here she comes. Maybe she knows where he went.
Matt?
Oh, Kitty.
Hello, Mr. Bowers.
Hello, Kitty.
Doc had to leave, Matt. They called him out to the Smith place on an emergency. But he asked me to give you a message.
Oh?
You know Ed Thorpe and his wife?
Well, sure, I know.
Yeah, they got a little piece of land right on the south edge of my ranch. They're not doing very good, though.
Well, they sure aren't, according to Doc. He was out there last night, and he'd planned to go back for him today.
To go back for him?
They have to be brought into town, Matt. They've got spotted fever, both of them.
Hey, they got a little baby out there, too.
Well, that's why Doc says somebody's got to fetch all three of them into Dodge where they can be taken care of.
Well, I'll find a wagon and go after him tomorrow. We couldn't get him back tonight anyway.
You want some help, Marshal? I got a pack of cowboys who ain't earning their feed.
Well, thanks, Bars, but Chester and I can manage.
You might need some help.
Oh, what do you mean?
Ed Thorpe. Sick as he may be, he'll get a gun and fight before he lets you carry him off that place. I know him.
Then he can stay there, but I'm going to bring his wife and child in.
All right. But you keep an eye on him. He can be a bad one.
This ain't Ed Thorpe's place, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but I want to meet these people. They must be new. Come on.
How do you know they're new? You ain't been out this way in over a year.
Well, all the more reason to meet them. Now, let's walk around back. I thought I saw somebody there.
Nothing but a sod hut and blow dirt. You must be living on nothing.
Well, it doesn't look like it, Chester.
Huh? Why, he's butchering a calf. Now, where'd he get that?
Well, he sure didn't raise it on those weeds his woman's trying to hoe. Hello.
What are you men doing here?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. This Chester Proudfoot.
How you do?
Something wrong, Marshal?
No. Except your hat's going to get all bloody where you laid it on this calf.
Leave it be.
Here. You get sunstroke without a hat.
All right. So I was trying to cover up Emmett Bauer's brand. We're starving out here, Marshal. I had to kill that calf.
You ain't going to arrest my husband, are you, Marshal?
No, ma'am. Not unless Emmett Bowers complains.
Well, Joe had to do it, Marshal. We just can't go on without something to eat. Look where I've been hoeing over there. I couldn't plant enough for hardly anything to come up. We can't afford no more seed. Our credits run out in Dodge.
Well, that ground doesn't even look like it's been plowed.
I done the best I could. It ain't easy.
No, ma'am. Not for a woman. We're on our way over to Ed Thorpe's. I guess you know that they got spotted fever.
I was there this morning. Ed Thorpe's dead. Died in the night, I guess.
She didn't tell me that, Joe.
You mean you left Miss Thorpe and the baby alone over there?
I ain't gonna chance catching no fever.
But, Joe, the baby.
My woman's always worrying about babies. It's only 'cause she can't have none, I guess. She's like one of them there dry gourds.
Don't, Joe. You're putting shame on me.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Let's get out of here. Oh, Miss Nader,
Yes, Marshal?
next time you're in Dodge, come see me, huh? I'll get you some seed to plant.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Goodness, Mr. Dillon, I thought we wouldn't never make Dodge tonight.
How's the baby, Chester?
Well, it's asleep anyway. Guess I've been holding it right, huh?
Just like a mother.
Oh, I am not.
Oh, there's Doc waiting for us. Oh, there. You just sit tight a minute, Chester. We'll help you with the baby.
I hope it don't wake up or anything.
Matt, where are Ed Thorpe and his wife?
Well, Ed died before we got there, Doc. Miss Thorpe's lying down in the wagon back there. We covered her up good. She's been asleep most of the way.
Oh, yeah. Mrs. Thorpe? She's still asleep. Give me a hand up, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Thorpe? Oh. Oh, my.
What's the matter, Doc?
She's not asleep, Matt. She's dead.
No.
Died on the way in, I guess. Now we got a baby to take care of.
You know, Doc, I think she knew she was going to die.
Why?
Just before we left her place, she told me that if anything happened to her, the baby was to be put in Ma Smalley's care. And Ma Smalley was to have complete charge over him. Well, what she says goes.
Well, Ma's a widow. She's had kids herself. That was a good choice.
Yeah.
But she's too old to raise them herself, man.
Well, we'll worry about that later, Doc. Let's get busy. Hello, Ma.
Howdy.
How have you been, Miss Nadler?
Pretty good, Marshal.
Marshal, Mrs. Nadler wants to adopt the Thorpe baby.
Oh? Well, Miss Thorpe left the baby in your charge, Ma. It's all up to you.
Well, I've had him over a week, Marshal, and I'm going to keep him a while longer so he'll be near Doc just in case. But Mrs. Nadler here seems like a mighty fine woman to me. And I'd let her take that baby, only I'm worried about one thing.
I told her, Marshal, and the truth, and she's afraid maybe Joe and I can't make a go of it out there. You remember what you said when you was leaving that day?
I said to come to see me. I'd help you get some seed to plant.
Well, now, that's all I need. I get a little corn up there. I might even raise a few hogs. I work awful hard, Marshal. I promise I will.
She gets started. She can have the baby, Marshal.
Miss Nadler, why don't you come by my office before you leave town? I'm going to the store here and have a talk with Mr. Jonas now.
Oh, Marshal, I do thank you.
Come on back to the house, Mrs. Nadler.
All right.
You can look at him.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, Jonas.
Well, what can I sell you today?
I came by to see you about Miss Nadler. You know her, don't you?
Yeah, of course I do. Joe Nadler's out back in the stock room right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Nadler, come in here a minute. He's buying himself a new pair of boots, Marshal.
I thought their credit had run out.
Oh, well, Nadler's doing better now. He started bringing meat into Delmonico's and a couple other eating places and paid up part of his bill already, ain't you, Nadler?
I don't know as I like you talking about my private affairs, Jonas.
Oh, no harm. It's only Marshal Dillon.
Come on, Nadler. Those are good-looking boots.
They ought to be. Them's the best I stock. Them's $20 boots.
$20. I'd buy a whole wagon load of seed, Nadler.
You telling me how to spend my money?
Does your wife know you've been doing better lately?
Family matters ain't no concern of the law.
Yours are. And if it wasn't for your wife, I wouldn't bother just warning you. But because of her, I'm telling you to take off those boots and buy some seed and whatever else you need to grow corn with.
Now, you look here,
You
Marshal.
shut up! Now, I'm giving you a chance, Nadler. In 3 days from now, I'm riding out to see what you've done with it. It's up to you whether or not you'll be riding back with me.
Today's Thursday, Mr. Dillon. Ain't we riding out the Nadlers?
Well, we can wait another day, Chester.
You know what? I don't think you want to go at all.
Yeah, you're right, I don't.
Hello, Marshal.
Bars?
Chester?
Oh, Mr. Byers.
I was just up at Delmonico's, Marshal, having myself a feed.
Oh, good. How was it?
It was fine, till I went out back and got a talking with the cook.
Oh?
Marshal, I reckon any man's got a right to complain when he goes to a restaurant and finds himself eating his own beef.
I know about that, Bars.
You do? And why ain't you done nothing about it?
Oh, because of Miss Nadler, I guess.
Look, Marshal, I'm a rich man. I don't mind a Nestor slaughtering one of my calves when he's starving. And nobody's going to start selling my beef. I'll kill him. He keeps that up.
All right, I'll handle it, Bowers.
I admire that woman, too, Marshal, but letting him get by with rustling ain't going to help her. By the way, Ma Smalley brought some pies down to the kitchen while I was there. She's waiting outside here. She wants to talk to you. Get you right out.
Thanks, Timmy.
Hello, Ma.
You riding out to Nadler's, Marshal?
I am.
Then you tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I think she's a good woman, but I can't let that baby go into the home of a cow thief.
No. That'll break her heart, Ma.
Son, I got a trust put in me.
All right, I'll tell her.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. Well, I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy a Chesterfield. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle
removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Miss Nadler.
Oh, Marshal. Hello, Chester.
Hi, ma'am.
What brings you out here, Marshal?
Is your husband home?
No, he's been gone since morning.
Oh. Miss Nadler, do you know that he's been slaughtering Emmett Bauer's beef?
Oh. Mr. Bowers complained about it. About that calf?
Oh, it's more than that one calf, Miss Nadler. He's been selling meat around Dodge lately.
So that's what he had in the wagon.
I know you had nothing to do with it, Miss Nadler, but I hate to tell you this, but Ma Smalley isn't going to let you have the baby.
Oh. Well, she's right, Marshal. It wouldn't be fitting.
Mr. Dillon, look.
Huh?
Over yonder.
That's Emmett Bowers. I'll be back, Miss Nadler. I'm going to go talk to him.
Them other two must be riders of his, huh?
Yeah.
Thought I might find you here, Marshal.
There's something wrong, Bowers?
One of my men's been murdered. We found him out yonder about 5 miles. He'd been left for dead, but he talked a little.
Well, what happened?
He's gone now, Marshal, so you'll have to take our word for what he told us.
All right.
You run across Joe Nadler, slaughtering another steer.
Nadler shot him?
That's right.
Anything else?
Only that Nadler got on his horse and headed for Dodge. I guess he figures he'll get caught, and he might as well get drunk one more time.
He'll get caught. I promise you that, Bowers.
Finally found him, Mr. Dillon. He's in there getting drunk at the bar.
Well, it's taken us long enough. Everybody in town must know I'm after him by now.
There, see him?
Yeah, I see him.
Stop there, Marshal. Don't you come no closer.
Put that gun away, Nadler.
I saw Chester. I knew you'd be in here next.
Why, Nadler?
You don't fool me. You know all about it.
You admit killing that rider?
I knew when I shot him I couldn't get by with it. My horse's tracks was all over the place.
Well, don't make it any worse than it is.
I told you not to come no closer.
Put your gun on the bar, Nadler.
You watch what I'm going to do with it.
No, Nadler, don't.
Why not? Hit you, didn't I? Now I'm going to kill you.
You hurt bad, Mr. Dillon?
He hit me in the arm, Chester, but I'll be all right.
You killed him?
Yeah. Do something with him, will you? I'm going over to Doc's.
Yes, sir, I will. Alvin.
Marshal Dillon?
Huh? Oh, Ma Smalley.
Why, you've been hurt.
Oh, it's not bad, Ma.
What about Joe Nadler?
He's dead.
I figured he would be. I heard you was looking for him. That's why I followed you down here.
Look, my arm's bleeding some, Ma. I better get over to Doc's.
Well, you hear me out first, Marshal.
Yeah, of course, Ma. Go ahead.
You'll be the one to tell Mrs. Nadler about him, won't you?
I guess so.
Take a wagon with you, Marshal.
What?
A woman can't live out there alone. Now, I got an extra room at my house if she'll help with the work.
Well, what about the baby?
It'll be her baby, Marshal. And tell her I won't interfere none, neither.
Yeah, I sure will, Ma. I'll tell her all that. I'll go out first thing in the morning.
Well, you won't go nowhere. You just stand here gabbing all night. That arm's bleeding, Marshal. You ought to go get it fixed, you hear?
Yeah, you're right, Ma. But then you pretty off on the hard.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, the buffalo hunters killed off the entire High Plains herd in a few short years, leaving the Indians to starve. And next week, this hunger sets off an Indian massacre. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Jeanette Nolan, Virginia Christine, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Help today and hope tomorrow is the slogan of the 7th Annual United Cerebral Palsy Drive. Support United Cerebral Palsy.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
So your name's Force Capper, huh?
Yeah, that's right, mister.
Well, you say your name out like you got nothing to hide.
Well, now you're right again.
Well, I guess a man wanted to hide something. He'd be wearing a gun to help him do it.
Maybe.
Well, are you agreeing with me, or ain't you agreeing with me?
Any way you want it, mister.
Yeah, you're big, Capper, but I ain't afraid of you.
There's no reason you should be.
You're awful big. Man'd be a fool to go against you without a gun, wouldn't he? But wouldn't he?
Mister, have a drink.
No. Here. You have this instead. I always carry an extra gun in my belt.
I don't want your gun.
Well, I can't fight you letting you have a gun. You're too big.
We got no cause to fight, mister. Now, you take your gun back.
You're afraid. You're a coward. You're a sneaking
Don't
coward.
you push it, mister.
I said you're a coward.
All right, fella. You've had enough.
Now, you keep out of this.
I am wearing a gun, mister. And I'll bend it across your skull in a minute.
Oh. You're the marshal.
Get out of here. Go on, move.
Sure. Sure.
Well, suppose I ought to thank you, Marshal.
No need.
Name is Foss Capper.
You know, most men around Dodge do wear guns, Capper.
I've had enough of fighting, Marshal.
Oh? And where was that?
By the war. Had it from Harper's Ferry all the way to Richmond. You know, a man gets tired of killing.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Ben Stasel's out there in the street.
So?
He's about to beat up one of his riders.
I suppose it has to do with his sister again, huh?
Yes, sir, it sure does. And Carrie's there, too.
All right, let's go.
Oh, I declare that poor Carrie. Mr. Dillon, she was trying to load their wagon all by herself. And this rider, Stansel's come along, and he was helping her when Stansel himself come up and got real sore about it.
Stansel doesn't deserve a sister like Carrie.
She's as nice as he is, mean and ugly. There they are.
Yeah.
Well, say, where's that cowboy at?
He's lying on the ground behind Stansel.
Well, I sure didn't hear no shooting.
Back to loading that stuff, Carrie. You hear me?
Yes. I hear you, Ben.
Well, I hope you didn't kill him, Stansel.
Oh. He's all right, Marshal. I only knocked him down.
Well, I'll go get some water from over there.
I should have killed him.
For what? Trying to help Carrie do a man's work?
Carrie's my sister, Marshal. What she does ain't no business of yours.
No. But you're keeping men away from her the way you do is going to lead to real trouble one of these days.
My trouble, Marshal.
Not if you kill somebody. You know, I guess men don't like the way you treat her. There's somebody else trying to help her.
What? Now, by heaven.
You just take it easy, Stancil. That man's not wearing a gun.
Then he better go get one.
There you are.
What do you think you're doing, stranger?
Well, that box seemed a little heavy for a lady to be lifting.
Please, Ben. He meant no harm.
You know this man?
He told me his name.
Jerry, you're turning into a regular doxy.
I wouldn't talk like that, mister.
You shut up.
You're going to beat me like you did the other fella?
There's been enough fighting for one day. Stancil, your wagon's loaded. So why don't you get going?
All I can say to you, mister, you better get yourself a gun. Get up on the seat, Carrie.
Good day, Miss Carey.
Goodbye, Mr. Capper.
Well, how did you get mixed up in this, Capper?
I was curious, so I followed you out. And I seen her struggling with that box. Couldn't just stand there and watch her, could I?
Uh-huh. You just remember something. Someday Stancil's going to kill somebody over her.
Well, I sure hope it won't be me.
And you know what to do, huh?
Yeah, I know what to do, Marshal.
You've heard Bobby Haggart whistling it on radio and television. Right now, a country-style version. Okay, partners?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Ah, Kitty. Are you shopping?
Well, I guess a woman's always shopping, Matt. Whether she buys anything or not.
I believe that. Well, now.
What?
That's Carrie Stancil.
Huh? Oh. Well, sure.
But isn't that Foss Capper driving her wagon?
Well, where you been the last few weeks, Matt? He drives her wagon every time she comes to town.
He does.
Well, sure. He rides out, meets her part way, ties his horse behind, and they drive in together.
And this has been going on for a couple of weeks or so?
Oh, but at least.
Ben Stancil hasn't found out, I take it.
I doubt if Capper's ever showed himself anywhere near the ranch, Matt.
You think he's afraid?
Don't you?
Maybe he only wants to avoid a fight.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, not necessarily, Kitty.
Well, if he wasn't a coward, he'd be wearing a gun, wouldn't he?
I don't know, Kitty. I haven't decided about Foss Capper.
Look at them, Matt. They're so wrapped up in each other they don't even see us.
This is the
last time. It's got to be.
I don't want to bring you no trouble, Carrie, but I ain't going to stop seeing you.
She's smarter than he is.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I guess she'll never be able to get away from that brother of hers. Oh, Matt, look.
Yeah.
There's going to be trouble, Matt. Stansel looks awful mad.
Well, I don't like to interfere in family matters, but this time I guess I better.
Yeah, you better hurry, too.
Yeah, I will.
Long's this been going on, Carrie?
Please, Ben. Let's talk about it at home, not here.
We're going to settle this here and now. You ain't going to stop it, Marshal.
I just wanted to be sure you remember that Foss Kepper doesn't carry a gun, Stansel.
Dirty coward. Of course he doesn't.
A gun wouldn't solve anything, Stansel.
It'd get you killed. That'd solve things.
Maybe for you, not for Carrie.
I don't even want to hear you saying her name.
You're going to have to hear it. Now, it's gone on long enough, Stansel, the way you treat her.
What I do with Carrie ain't no business of yours.
I want Carrie to marry me.
Foss, you never told me that.
Well, I've been thinking on it, Carrie. I figured to wait, but I guess there ain't time now for waiting.
Oh, Foss.
Carrie's worked hard for you, Stansel. And you never gave her a thing of her own. You kept everybody from her for fear of losing her. She ain't a woman to you, a sister. She's nothing but cheap labor.
I'll kill you sure now.
No, you won't, 'cause you'd hang for it.
I'll get you, Capper, one way or the other.
Carrie,
Yes?
you go on back to the ranch and get what things you need. I'll be waiting right here for you tomorrow noon.
No, Carrie,
you
no.
can't stop us, Stansel. You're going to be free, Carrie. You make up your mind later about marrying. But you're going to be free.
Carrie.
Stansel, you shut up. And don't you lay a finger on her, or I'll just beat you to death. Go on now, Carrie.
All right, Foss.
Noon tomorrow, Carrie. I'll be waiting. And you mind what I said, Stansel. Don't you try to stop her.
I won't try to stop her. It's you I'm going to stop.
Now, you know, Marshal, I didn't mean to cause trouble when I come here.
Yeah, maybe not, Kepper. But you sure done it.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You better get on out there quick. It's fixing to happen. Ben Stansel just rode in with 2 of his men.
What? Has Carrie showed up yet?
No, sir, she ain't. But Foss Capper was waiting for her when them others come in.
Yeah. I didn't think Stansel would let her go without a fight.
Oh, there's going to be a fight, all right. Of some kind. Look how they're crowding him.
Get out of this now, Captain. We're going to fix you good.
I see you brought plenty of help.
Well, you're too big for one man to handle. If the 3 of us can do it.
No, you don't, Stansel.
You keep out of this, Marshal.
You don't think I'm going to stand by and watch 3 men work over one, do you?
Wait, Marshal.
Yeah, what, Capper?
Now, there ain't no other way. I'll take them on, all of them. It's got to be done.
Wait a minute. Look who's coming yonder.
It's Carrie. I told her to go back home.
What in the world's the matter with her? She looks like she got drugged.
You keep away from her, Captain.
Shut up, Stansel. Leave him be.
Carrie, what happened to you?
They caught up with me at the edge of town.
Here, I'll help you down.
I got here anyway. He couldn't stop me.
Did your brother do this to you? Did he knock you around?
You get back on that wagon and go home, Carrie.
All right, hold it, Stansel. Let her talk.
Carrie, did he do it?
Yes.
You sure need convincing,
I told
Carrie.
you to shut up, Stansel.
Chester. Yeah? Would you be good enough to take Carrie over to Miss Kitty's? Because I got a little business here.
Be glad to.
Don't you move, Stansel.
You come on with me, Miss Carrie.
All right, boys. Let's get to work.
Wait just a minute, Stansel. I've changed my mind.
What?
I ain't gonna fight you. Not now, not that way. We're gonna settle this for good and all.
What are you talking about?
Marshal Dillon, could I ask you a favor?
What, Capper?
Lend me your gun. Well.
All right. All right, here it is.
Thank you.
Now, what's this? What are you 2 doing? Who ever heard of a lawman lending his gun?
I think Capper's right, Stansel. This business has got to be settled for good. And he's the one to do it, not me.
Okay. And you can watch him die. You ready, boys?
Now, wait a minute, Stansel. You didn't say nothing about no gunfight.
What difference does that make?
There's something about him. I don't like the way he wears that gun. He looks kind of professional to me.
He's nothing but a tin horn, and he's a coward at that.
He ain't no coward. And I ain't having no part of this. Come on, Bob, let's don't be fools.
Now, you're fired, both of you.
Good.
Stansel?
Was he right, Capper? Are you a gunman?
You can find out. Easy enough.
You gonna stand there and allow this, Marshal?
I can't stop it now.
Well, I think he is a gunman. I think he's a killer.
Stansel, you're through. Get going. Marshal, your gun. I thank you.
Sure.
You remember I told you how a man gets tired of killing?
I had a feeling it was more than the war that did it, Capper.
I thought I was all through wearing a gun. That's why I asked Carrie to marry me.
So?
You tell her for me, Marshal. Tell her I was ready to kill her brother. I can't ask her to marry me now. That day will always come when I'll have to put on a gun again.
Not against Stansel.
Well, there's others. A man like me's got enemies.
Why don't you tell her about it yourself, Capper?
Wouldn't be fair. I'd be influencing her the wrong way just being there. Will you do it? It's too late. Huh? I'm behind you. Oh, she didn't go to Kitty's. She was waiting to see what happened. Yeah, she saw you, Capper, gun and all. She doesn't look like she's coming to tell you goodbye. No. Oh, she doesn't, does she?
Boss?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, writers like Ned Buntline drew exaggerated word pictures of the West, yet they did no real harm. But next week, 2 writers from New York come to Dodge and are the cause of an Indian massacre. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Live modern. Smoke L&M. Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white miracle tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Miss Kitty.
I'm looking for your partner, Kitty.
Oh, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
He's in back breaking out a shipment of whiskey we just got. Sit down. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sam in trouble, Matt?
Oh, no, Kitty. I just wanted some information from him. It's nothing important.
Well, that's good. Who are those two men?
I don't know. They're strangers to me.
That one wearing the gun, I'd like to keep a stranger.
Where is the owner of this place?
He don't look like he's going to make nobody happy.
Hey.
Excuse me.
Let Sam take care of him, Kitty.
Well, it's my job, too.
Go get the owner, miss. We want to talk to him.
I'm one of the owners.
You?
What is it you want?
Well, we can't do business with no woman, Breeze.
And what's wrong with doing business with a woman, mister?
Well, it ain't fitting, that's all.
Well, what's going on, Kitty?
You the real owner here, mister?
Miss Kitty and I own it together. What can we do for you?
My name's Tom Brees. This here is Red Temple.
I'm Sam Noonan.
They say this saloon's worth about $15,000. Is that right?
I guess that's about right. Why?
We want to buy it.
What?
I said we want to buy it. We'll give you $10,000 cash.
You just said yourself it's worth 15.
I hadn't finished. We'll give you $10,000 now and $5,000 a year for the next 2 years. That makes $20,000 in all.
You'll give us $20,000?
Go check at the bank. The first 10's on deposit there right now, and your banker, Mr. Botkin, will have the bill of sale drawn up by tomorrow morning.
You're awful sure of yourself, aren't you, Brees?
Now, Kitty, all they want to do is give us $20,000.
Where are you men from, anyway?
Abilene, we come in on the Santa Fe this morning, and our money is good.
This is kind of sudden, but $20,000?
Well, what do we want to sell for, Sam? This is a good business.
Sam knows a good deal, miss. You trust him.
Sure, if it's legitimate, why not?
Well, I don't know.
Look, why don't you two talk it over, and we'll come back in the morning and settle everything.
We'll talk it over, all right. Sam can't sell without me.
Oh. Well, you listen to him now. He knows what he's doing. We'll see you in the morning. Come on, Temple.
He's right, Kitty. We'd be crazy not to sell at that price.
I'll sleep on it, Sam.
Sure, you do that. But come on out back for a minute. I want to show you that new whiskey we ordered.
All right. I'm going out back for a minute, Matt.
Okay, Kitty.
Well, I'll be doggone. What do you make of that, Mr. Dillon? Sounds like a good deal, don't it?
Yeah? If, like Sam said, it's legitimate.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
I just ate and I'm still hungry. But it's a nice morning, though, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, nice enough to get Kitty out bright and early.
What? Oh. Say, she looks mighty pretty, don't she?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Well, are you in business or out, Kitty?
In. I told them this morning I'm not selling.
No?
Well, how's Sam feel about it?
Sam's hardly speaking to me.
How bad?
Oh, what decided you?
I honestly don't know, Matt. Maybe I just don't like those two. And I don't like their big hurry, either. They insist the deal has to be settled by Wednesday, day after tomorrow, no later. So I told them I needed more time, that's all. But they can't wait, so I made a definite no.
Well, it's your right, Kitty.
It sure is. Well, drop around later. Huh?
Okay.
So long, Miss Kitty.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
Yeah. Hey, look, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Them two fellas. You think they're fixing to follow her?
It won't do them any good. When Kitty makes up her mind, she doesn't often change it.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Priest. Temple.
How'd you know our names?
I've heard.
Oh, through Kitty Russell, no doubt.
Do you want to see me?
They say you're a good friend of Kitty's.
Yeah, that's right.
She tell you about turning down our offer?
She mentioned it, yeah.
She's making a mistake, Marshal.
Well, I think it's up to her what she does, don't you?
Oh, sure. Maybe you could kind of change your mind.
What?
By Wednesday. There's $1,000 in it for you.
Better take it, Marshal.
I had, huh? Tell me something, Temple. Is that more or less than he's paying you?
Huh? Hey, now, look at
Easy, Temple. What do you say, Marshal?
I don't know what your game is, Brees, but if I find out and I don't happen to like it, you're going to be in trouble. Both of you.
Come on, Temple.
Yeah. We'll meet again, Marshal.
Any time.
My goodness, they're going to bear watching, ain't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Well, this is number 9.
Go ahead, Temple. Knock.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Kitty. In private.
Now, look here.
Just be quiet.
What do you think you're doing, busting into my room
Shut
like
up,
this?
else you'll get hurt.
Oh, so that's it. I should have known you were nothing but a hired gun when I first saw you, Temple. Let go of me!
Hit me, I'll show you.
No, Temple, now hold it. Leave her alone.
She slapped me.
I said leave her alone.
You later, Kitty.
Kitty, you listen to me. I'm going to make it real short.
Then you're through now. Get out of here.
We're going to buy the Long Branch, Kitty. And we're going to buy it before Wednesday.
No, you're not.
Okay, Kitty. You were right about Red Temple. He is a gunman.
So? You're going to have him shoot me?
No. Your partner, Sam Noonan.
You wouldn't dare.
But if you go to the marshal or anybody else about it, he'll shoot you, too.
It'd be a pleasure.
No. Look. You can't do anything to Sam.
We'll kill him, that's all. Think it over, Kitty. Think it over hard.
L&M is the modern cigarette that lets you get all the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the flavor that you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Get L&M today.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Sam.
Well, did you hear the news?
Oh, what news?
Kitty. She's changed her mind. We're going to sell the Long Branch after all.
You are?
Here, ask her. You tell him, Kitty.
Well, about selling? It's true, Matt. Why should I turn down all that easy money? I was just being stubborn, I guess.
Well, you had to think it over some, Kitty. I understand that now. But at least it's your decision. Nobody pushed you into doing it.
No.
Come by tomorrow afternoon, Marshal. Drinks will be on the house.
Tomorrow?
Well, after we get through signing the papers at the bank. We're going to have a little celebration. I'll see you then.
Okay, Sam. Kitty? How come you changed your mind?
You really want to know?
Well, if you want to tell me.
I did it for a friend, Matt. I did it for Sam.
Well, good morning, Matt.
It's past noon, Doc.
Well, then it's time to go eat some dinner.
All right. As soon as Chester gets back from the depot.
Depot? You go to meet somebody?
Oh, Chester meets everybody who comes in. But his excuse is that he's picking up the mail. Oh, sit down, Doc.
Thank you, Matt. That's good. Say, you know, Dodge ought to put Chester on the payroll as a kind of official greeter.
Yeah, he'd like that.
He wouldn't either. But it's kind of funny. He welcomes them, makes them feel at home, and then you come along and look them over and run half of them back out of town again.
Well, maybe that's why I'm not as popular around here as I might be.
Well, lawman isn't supposed to be popular, man. Not if he's doing his job right.
No, I guess so. You know, practically everybody has something on his conscience, Doc.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that is. Even of me.
Oh? You want to tell me about it, or wait till I find out and come after you, huh?
Well, no, I'll wait. It'll kind of give you something to think about on a rainy afternoon.
Okay, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, well, hello, Doc. You here? No, I'm not, Chester.
Oh, a friend of yours is in town, Mr. Dillon. I met him down at the depot.
Oh, who, Chester?
Glenn Horn. Do you remember him?
Sure I do. One of the richest gamblers in Abilene. What's he doing here?
He didn't say.
Oh, where is he?
He went to the Dodge house. He said he'd be by later.
Oh? Glenn Horn doesn't travel for pleasure. I think I'll go see him right now. Well, Glenn, the whole thing begins to make sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it sure does, but I don't like being taken for a fool, Matt. And I won't be in the middle on any kind of a crooked game.
You never have, I know of.
I don't even know this pair, Brees and Temple.
The game works better for them that you don't.
I'll admit I was talking some about my plans, but I never thought anybody'd try a trick like this.
Anything for $1, Glenn.
I suppose you've got some fool law here against shooting people.
Well, you take him back to Abilene and shoot him. I'd rather have Bill Hickok worry about it.
No, I'm serious, man.
And you leave the fighting to me, Glenn. If there is any.
Do you think this Red Temple's much of a gunman?
Well, you never know till it happens. But if we handle it the way we plan, maybe there won't be any shooting.
Men like them never give up easy, Matt.
Well, let's find out. You ready to go?
I'm ready for anything. Come on.
Hey, Marshal. Come over to the bar. Have a drink. Now, we just started celebrating, Marshal. What'll you have?
Ah, you can draw me a beer, Sam.
Coming right up.
The deal's all set, huh, Kitty?
Signed and sealed, Matt.
Uh-huh. Hello, Breeze. Temple.
Marshal. Sam and Kitty have 10,000 cash in the bank, Marshal, and I've got the bill of sale. Right here.
Ah, that's fine.
Breeze? Yeah. Glenn Horn.
Hmm?
He got here just right, didn't he?
Sure did.
Let me handle this now, Temple.
Yeah.
Who is he, Matt?
Wait a minute, Kitty.
Well, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Mr. Horn. What are you doing here?
Oh, just business. How you been, Marshal?
Oh, fine, thank you. Oh, this is Kitty Russell, Glenn Horn.
How do you do, Kitty?
Hello?
Here's your beer, Marshal.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam, this is Glenn Horn. Sam Noonan.
Hello, Sam.
Have a drink. We're celebrating.
No, thanks. I'm taking the train back to Abilene in a few minutes.
What'd he say?
Shut up, Temple.
I thought you were here on business, Mr. Horn.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I've changed my mind. Matter of fact, I was going to make an offer for the Long Branch here.
You were going to buy it?
Well, I was going to try to buy it, Miss Kitty. I guess I told everybody in Abilene about it. I even told them I was going to offer $15,000 for it.
Hey, excuse me, Mr. Horn. My name's Brees. My partner there's Red Temple. We just bought the Long Branch.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Brace. I wish you good luck with it.
Yeah, you haven't really changed your mind, have you?
Yes, I've decided I prefer Abilene to Dodge. I don't know why I was thinking of moving anyway.
But it's for sale. We'll sell it to you, maybe even for $14,000.
You'll do what?
You stay out of this.
No, it's no use, Mr. Brace. My mind's made up. Goodbye, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye.
Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Horn.
Good to see you again, Marshal.
Yeah, I'll look you up in Abilene sometime.
Bye.
We can't let him go, Breeze.
He means what he says, Temple. Kitty, Sam, I got something to tell you.
What?
Here's the bill of sale. You can have it back.
What do you mean?
We've changed our minds, too. We want our money.
What's going on here, anyway?
Deal's off. We want our money. We're going back to the bank and get it right now.
But you can't do that.
Yes, we can.
Wait a
Sam.
minute, Temple. I want to explain
Marshal,
something.
just you keep out of this.
Not
now.
likely.
What is it, Matt?
It's real simple, Kitty. Glenn Horn was thinking of offering $15,000 for the Long Branch, and these two heard about it. So they bought it for $10,000, and we're going to make a fast $5,000 profit on it.
But they were going to pay us another $5,000 a year for 2 years.
Yeah, if you could find them. Men like them can disappear pretty easy.
Rotten crooks. I should have known.
You forgetting something, Kitty?
All right, Temple. I haven't said anything.
Oh. So that's it, huh? They've been threatening you, Kitty?
No, Matt.
You're looking at me, Temple, and you keep looking at me.
Shoot him, Temple.
I'd do it, Marshal.
Nobody else is armed, Temple. I guess it'll have to be me.
You first, anyway.
You killed him.
You should have hired a better gunman, Brees.
Now, you can't touch me. I ain't done nothing illegal.
No, but you're leaving town after we go to the bank.
What?
You want your money back, don't you? Kitty, you and Sam come along, too. Glenn Horn is waiting there with $15,000 if you still want to sell.
No. No, that ain't fair.
Brees, you're lucky to get out of this alive. Now, you keep quiet. You two, you still want to sell?
But I ain't even going to the bank, Marshal. After this, I'm leaving all such matters with Kitty.
Good. Then we're still going to be running this place, Sam. Let's go, Matt.
moment, our star, William Conrad. How can we make America a better place to live? First, we must keep our own homes in good condition. That goes without saying. Secondly, we must clean up slums. Slums hurt everyone, not only those who live in them. If there's a slum near you, it lowers the value of your house. If there's a slum anywhere, it breeds delinquency and crime, which you pay for in higher taxes. What can you do? Well, some slums are beyond repair and should be torn down, but some can be rehabilitated. Right now, local groups may be at work in your town seeking adequate housing for all our people. Find them. Join them. Write to Action. Action is the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. It's a new national nonprofit organization designed to give you the information you need to protect the housing health of your community. Send for Action's free booklet. Write today to Action, Box 20, Radio City Station, New York 20, New York. This has been a CBS Radio public service announcement. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, most men, even the gunfighters, wore only one gun. Because they felt if you couldn't get the job done with 5 bullets, you shouldn't get in arguments to begin with. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good evening, Matt.
Hello, Doc. I've been waiting for you. I'm all set up.
Ah, well, might as well put away that cribbage board. We won't be playing tonight.
Oh, why not? You found an easier mark?
No, but you're going to hightail it up the street once you hear the news.
Yeah?
Matt, Belle's back.
Belle? Belle who?
Belle who? Belle Ainsley, that's who. You got a mighty short memory for a man who used to eat dinner out at her place 2 and 3 times a week.
Well, she was a good cook, that's all. Besides, that was 3 years ago.
Oh, Matt, you know doggone well you...
Why don't you forget it, Doc? Is Jess Kreider with her?
No. She's come back alone.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad? Why? Jess Kreider's no good.
That's just why. He was wanted 3 years ago when he left here with her, and he's wanted even more now. Here, take a look at this bulletin from Wichita. Hold up at the Stockman State Bank, wounding 2 bank guards. Santa Fe, 3 counts of highway robbery. Lordsburg, hold up at the Butterfield stage, driver killed.
All right, so Jess Kreider's a thieving killer. Everybody knows that.
Well, that's why I'd like to see him come back.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Guess who is back, Mr. Dillon?
I already know, Chester.
Yeah, but that ain't all.
Chester, if one more person comes in here and tells me about Belle Ainsley, so help me out.
You're what, Matt?
Belle. She was right outside, I was going to say.
Well, come on. Come on, Chester. I'll buy you a beer.
Well, Gosh. Well, I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
How are you, Matt?
I'm fine, Belle. And you?
Huh? A little older.
Are you a visitor, or are you planning on staying?
Well, I'm staying. If the town will let me.
What about Jess Kreider? Where is he, Belle?
I don't know. And I don't care. I left him in Durango. I'm through with him, Matt.
I see.
I want to stay here with my father. He's getting old, and my kid sister, Phyllis, well, she's grown into a young woman since I went away.
And pretty bitter, I understand, when it comes to you.
She'll get over it. Everybody will, if you'll help me, Matt.
Help you?
3 months after I left, I came back, if you remember. And I found the good people of Dodge had already tried and condemned me. What could I do but go back to Jess?
Well, you chose to run off with him in the first place.
Chose. Who knew whether I had? Who bothered to ask? You? Anybody?
What are you saying?
Matt, I rode out of Dodge, thrown across the back of Jess Kreider's saddle, with a gag in my mouth and my hands tied.
Oh. Why didn't you tell somebody that?
Who'd have believed it?
Yeah, but he didn't keep your hands tied for 3 years, Bill.
Matt, a woman has to have somebody. Somebody who wants her. And nobody here did. As bad as he was, Jess was my man.
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Bill?
Just tell people, that's all. If you believe me. Just tell them how it happened.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you all the flavor you want. The rich, exciting flavor you get only from L&M. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
Hello, Matt.
Evening, Kitty. Where'd you get all the crowd?
The trailherd's in. The bar Double D from the Panhandle.
No?
I understand an old friend of yours came back last week.
You know, a man tips his hat twice to a woman around here, and he's married.
Is that really all you did, Matt? Tip your hat twice?
Yeah, just about. Have you talked to Bill?
Well, in passing. I heard his story. You believe it, Matt?
That's possible. It's the kind of a thing Jess Kreider would do. I don't know for sure.
Well, if it did happen that way and she's left him for good, then I guess maybe she's got some sympathy coming to her.
Yeah.
She sure didn't get much at home.
What do you mean?
Well, she moved back in at the ranch.
Yeah, so I heard.
It was all right with her father, probably on account of her cooking. You remember her cooking, Matt?
I remember old man Ainsley well enough. He worked both those girls half to death.
Well, anyway, I guess her sister really raised Cain.
Well, I figured that'd happen.
She's hated Belle ever since the night she ran away with Kreider was taken away. But I didn't think she'd carry it so far.
Now, what do you mean?
Phyllis left the ranch yesterday and moved into town, Matt. She's got a room over at the Dodge House.
What?
Uh-huh.
A 15-year-old kid living here alone?
Yeah, I know.
I'll go see her and talk to her, Kitty. But I don't think it'll do any good.
Well, good evening, Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Dubby?
Some of my guests been kicking up their heels, have they?
Dubby, I understand that the youngest Ainsley girl, Phyllis, took a room here yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, she certainly did. Wanted to get away from that environment, I reckon. I can't say I blame her, Marshal. I know if my sister'd been cavorting around for 3 years with a cutthroat like Jess Kreider,
Dubby, would you mind telling the girl that I'd like to talk to her?
Well, I can't very well do that, Marshal.
Oh, why not?
Because she up and left this evening.
What?
Yep. I've already let the room to somebody else. She said she was leaving the country and wasn't coming back.
Leaving the country? Well, was she alone?
Well, now, she walked out alone, but I kind of had the impression there was some man waiting for her outside.
And you let her go?
Well, there wasn't nothing I could do about it.
Well, you could have told somebody, her family or me. She's only 15, Dubby.
Well, that's growed up the way I look at it. Anyway, I figured it's just another case like her sister Belle. It sure ain't none of my responsibility.
Chester and I saddled up and rode out to the Ainsley Ranch, or a homestead it was, actually. A broken back spread with a flinty range and short water. When we got there, we sat and talked with Belle and her father, all polite and formal-like, and nobody saying much of what they meant. Chester kept looking at me funny because I didn't mention young Phyllis, but I'd decided against that 2 minutes after we walked in. And I still hadn't said anything when we left. Belle came out into the yard with us.
It was nice of you to ride out, Matt and Chester.
Well,
Nobody else from town's even been near the place.
Yeah, they're slow people to change, Belle. It takes them a while, I guess. They got to get over feeling kind of awkward around you, I guess.
Well, it's not only the outsiders who feel awkward around me.
Oh?
Well, I guess you wondered where Phyllis was. She's moved out, Matt. She took a room in town.
Well, she'll get over it. A girl can be pretty flighty at that age.
I suppose so. Well, thanks for coming out.
Sure. You ready to ride, Chester?
Yes, sir.
We'll see you again, Belle.
I hope so. Good night, Matt. Good night, Chester.
Good night.
Mr. Dillon, you didn't say one word about Phyllis.
Wait a minute, Chester. We're going to ride away from here now, but we're coming back later tonight.
What?
Didn't you notice how they acted? Old man Ainsley was scared to death, and Belle was jumpy as a young colt.
Well, I did notice that, but...
Belle didn't come back home alone, Chester. Just Kreider's around somewhere.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy a modern cigarette. L&M gives you the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos. No other cigarette, plain or filter, gives you the flavor you get through the modern miracle of the L&M Miracle Tip. Through the pure white Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Get L&M today.
You figure Crider was right there in the house tonight when we was, Mr. Dillon?
No, he couldn't have been, Chester. There's no place for him to hide. Probably holed up in the barn. We'll look there first.
Yes, sir. There's a lantern burning inside.
Yeah. Now, you wait here and keep me covered. I'll edge up to the door and then go in fast.
Yes, well, now, you be careful.
Crider? Jess? Come on in, Chester.
He ain't here?
No, but he has been. You see that blanket on that straw there? It's made up for a bed.
Well, maybe he's up at the house now.
I don't think so. The only horse in here is that old Spavin mare Ainsley uses on the buckboard. Jess Crider'd have the best mount he could lay his hands on.
Maybe the two of them got spooked up and made a run for it.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so.
Get your hands up, Mac.
Well,
You too, Chester.
Oh,
Jess? Jess?
Forget it, Bill. He's too far away by now to hear you.
What are you talking about?
Well, take a look around. Didn't you have a couple of horses in here?
Well, sure we did. Now, don't move. Either one of you. They're gone. Jess! Jess!
You might as well save your breath, Bill.
He took both saddles and the packs. You know where he went?
Well, I can guess.
Where?
When's the last time you saw him this evening?
Just before dark. I brought him out some coffee. He said he was going to try to sleep. Matt, where'd he go? Tell me.
There's not much point in holding a gun on us. Not now.
Stay back, Matt.
Let's have it, Bill.
No.
Thanks.
well, now, a man can breathe a mite easier without that thing staring him in the face.
What's happened to Jess? Tell me.
What do you care? You've left him, haven't you? You said you had.
Oh, I only came and told you that so you wouldn't get suspicious. Jess caught a bullet in that hold-up at Elko. It was bothering him some, and we had to find a place to stay for a while.
So you brought him home to the family, huh? And in less than a week, your kid's sister ran away from home.
She didn't run away. I sent her into town.
And why?
What's the difference why?
Because Jess was bothering her, is that it?
What are you saying?
He's always been known for it, Bill. Was that the reason?
All right, that was the reason. She's my sister, Matt. And she's only 15.
And Jess is your man, huh? Isn't that what you told me when you came to my office?
Sure, that's what I told you, but never mind that now. I want to know what's happened to Jess.
The same thing that happened to Phyllis, I guess. She checked out of the Dodge house this evening, Bill. She said she was leaving the country for good.
What?
A man was waiting for her outside. And Jess Crider left here with 2 horses.
Get him, Matt. Go after him and get him.
You know where he might be.
Of course I know. I know everything about him. I've had 3 years to learn, haven't I?
All right, then where is he?
He'll only ride at night. He'll stop at sunup. There's an abandoned shack about a mile west of where Little Deer Creek runs into the Arkansas.
Yeah, I know the place.
Well, that's where he'll be. We've used it before. We stopped there on our way in.
All right, Bill. That business about your hands being tied, being thrown across the back of Kreider's saddle.
That part was true, Matt.
All right, Bill. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
Come out of that shack all day, Mr. Dillon.
He will, Chester. They just got here. Those horses are still sweating. He won't leave them standing there saddled for long.
It wouldn't be too hard a chore to slip up through that plum thicket there at the back.
No. If he fights, I don't want the girl in it. We'll just wait till he comes out.
Doggone if I can understand women at all, Mr. Dillon.
I've had the same trouble myself a time or two, Chester.
But why would that nice young girl want to go running off with a murdering outlaw like Jess Kreider?
Maybe it's more a matter of hitting back at her sister. She's let her hate for Belle build up till it's driven her half crazy, I guess.
Somebody's coming out. It's him.
Yeah. Easy now. We'll just let him get clear of the cabin. You stay down now.
All right, hold it, Kreider. You're under arrest.
He's going for his gun.
Have it your way.
Okay, Chester.
It looks like maybe he got out of hanging.
Yeah.
You killed him! Marshal, you killed him! Why? Do you know what you've done?
I know, Phyllis.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yes, I do. I've kept you from making an even bigger fool of yourself than you already have.
Oh, what are you saying? I love him. We were going to be married. Well, we were.
Phyllis, you better go home and talk to Belle about that.
Oh, Bill, I'll never say a word to her again as long as I live.
Now, you listen to me, Phyllis. You got to get rid of that hate of yours. If you don't, it's going to ruin your life for good. Now, you go home and you talk to Belle and you listen to what she's got to say before you judge her.
No, I won't go back.
Yes, you will.
I can't. Not now.
Nobody will ever know about this, Phyllis. I promise you. Jess Kreider was alone when I found him. Now, there's your horse. And he's still saddled.
I can't. I don't want to.
I know what you need, young lady. You see that plum bush over there? Well, I'm going to cut me a switch off of that, and if you're not out of here in 1 minute,
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, I wouldn't, huh? Well, you just watch me.
Marshal,
Yeah?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Maybe I'll go home after all.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Learn more now, earn more later. That's a motto CBS Radio wishes every college student would paste inside his or her wallet. A lot of those collegiate wallets are a good deal fatter than usual these days, thanks to summertime jobs. And as a result, quite a few young men and women are finding themselves tempted to forget about school this fall and keep on with that job. This isn't such a smart idea as it may seem. It's a plain and simple fact that dropouts from college are less likely to find and keep better-paying jobs. Quit school before you've finished, and you're not only cutting down on your chances for a really good job, you're also throwing away thousands of dollars of possible future income. Finish college, get all the education possible, and your lifetime income is many thousands of dollars higher. America needs well-educated young men and women, and the rewards are sure. So if you're wavering now that school's about to open, don't decide against your future. Go back. And remember, learn more now, earn more later. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when men on the frontier were able to prove up some good land, they were usually content. But next week, after building a prosperous ranch, two lifelong friends nearly lose everything, even their lives, because of some side meat and hominy grits. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Ralph Moody, and Sammy Hill. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon?
Are you eating already, Chester?
No, sir.
Oh, why not?
Well, I didn't like to ask Alfred for no more credit.
Ah. Yeah, I heard that you were at Chalk Beeson's faro table again last night.
All right. Read me a sermon. I deserve it.
I guess an empty belly will do you more good than a sermon. I tell you what, you can think about that while I'm eating, huh? Yeah, that's where I'm heading right now.
All right, sir. But I think a sermon would do me good, too. You know, all about the evils of gambling.
Mm-hmm.
It
Well,
kindly would lift me up, Mr. Dillon. The best one I ever heard was back in Prairie Falls.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting.
This
Chester,
here
I'm sure.
circuit rider was a real hellfire and brimstoner. Come right into the gambling hall, he did, and stood up on the table. He liked got shot before he finished the first sentence.
Look,
but
Chester,
he
could you tell me...
out-shouted him and went right on. Took up a collection afterwards, must have got $40, $50. But there was only one trouble.
Yeah, what was it, Chester?
Well, nothing much, really. Only the money was in chips. See, he could cash 'em or play 'em. He played 'em, and he won. That kindly soured everybody on the sermon.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go eat now, Chester. I'll be back.
There's more to the story than...
Hello.
Are you the marshal here?
Yeah, that's right. Do you want to see me?
If you're not too busy.
No, come in. This is Chester Proudfoot.
Hello.
How do you do?
My name is Ascom, Marshal. Clint Ascom. I'm a gambler.
Well, I kind of figured that. But you're not from around here. I'd say maybe you work the Mississippi riverboats, huh?
That's pretty close. The Ohio.
Ah. Well, you're a long way from water here.
Thanks to the Santa Fe Railroad. But that's only a temporary necessity. I have a matter to settle.
Oh, well, how can I help you?
I'm looking for a man. I've traced him to this vicinity.
Uh-huh. You know his name?
That's all I know. His name is Cass. Jameson Cass.
Old Jim Cass? Well, I never figured him to get mixed up with gambling.
You do know him, then.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can direct me to him, then.
Well, he has a place out in the country.
Those aren't very explicit directions, Marshal.
No, they're not.
But they're all I'll get?
Well, I'd like to know what your business with him is.
It's a personal matter.
Well, sure, but what?
You told me what I wanted to know, Marshal. He's here. I'll find him without your help.
Ask him. Why do you want to kill Jim Cass?
What makes you think I'd do?
A man eaten up by hate gets a look in his eyes. I've seen it too often. Now, why?
I've got reason.
Better be a good one. You say you've never even seen Jim Cass, huh?
Nope.
Well, he's a peaceful little man. He doesn't even wear a gun. And murder is illegal around here.
I'll remember that.
You better remember something else, too. Jim Cass is a friend of mine. You go anywhere near him, and it'll be a pleasure to run you clear out of the country.
It wouldn't do any good, Marshal. I'll get him, sooner or later. Good afternoon.
Well, what in the world? He don't mean that.
I'm afraid he does, Chester.
But why? There ain't a nicer, harmlesser little fella anywhere than old Jim Cass. Now, what do you suppose could bring a man to hate him so?
I don't know, but I better find out. Chester, you watch things here. I'm going to ride out to Jim's. Huh?
All right, sure, but ain't you going to eat?
Oh, I can do that later. You keep an eye on Ascom, and if he should head that way, you follow and warn me.
All right, sure, I will.
Well, Matt, how are you? Just came down to eat with you. What's you going out?
I'm just riding out to Jim Cass's, Doc.
You are? Now, that's a long, hot ride to make for nothing.
Now, what do you mean, for nothing?
You won't find anybody there. I saw Jim Cass over at the Long Branch now 15 minutes ago.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, live modern, Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Well, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Have you seen Jim? Oh.
Marshal? Following me?
Well, I might be. Ask him. Kitty, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, Matt.
Is Jim Cass still around, Kitty?
Oh, no.
You know where he went?
Home, I suppose. His wagon was hitched right outside. He got in and drove off about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Well, what's the matter, Matt?
And I just want to see him alive.
Alive? Jim Cass?
Kitty, do me a favor, will you?
Yeah.
When I leave, you see that Ohio River gambler's entertained for a while, will you?
Sure, as long as he's got money.
Okay, thanks, Kitty.
Marshal, have a drink.
No thanks, ask him.
Marshal, I've never had any trouble with the law. I don't want any now. This has got nothing to do with you.
A deliberate killing is the business of the law anywhere, ask him.
He'll have his fair chance.
Sure, house odds, huh? I told you Jim Cass is not a fighting man.
So you'll do his fighting for him?
If I have to.
I'm sorry, Marshal.
Sure. But you won't stop it, will you?
No.
You must have a powerful hate.
I have.
I could lock you up, you know.
Mm-hmm. And postpone it for a few days, that's all. And as for running me out of town, I'm leaving anyway, to go out to Cass's. If you want to warn him, you'd better go now.
So you can follow me?
I can find him without your help.
Ask him, I'm going to warn you. You harmed Jim Cass, and I'm going to jail you or kill you.
Fair warning, Marshal. If you can do it.
I can do it. Hello? Anybody home?
Hey, Tom! Hush up out there now. Hush up. Stop it. Who is it?
It's me, Jim. Matt Dillon.
Oh, Matt. Good to see you. What brings you out here?
Can I come in?
Well, sure. I'll set the coffee to boil. It won't take a minute. Hey, I'm scorching, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Yes, sir. Gonna be a late winter. Must be something important to bring you way out here on a day like this.
It is, Jim.
Something about me, Matt?
Yeah.
Well, say it.
You know a man named Ascom? Clint Ascom?
Ascom? Nope.
A gambler, slick, young, dark-haired.
Oh, no, not likely.
From Ohio, riverboats.
No. I was back east, Pennsylvania, a couple of years ago. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
I met some people, but I don't remember no gamblers. Not no Ascom.
Jim, is there any reason why a man you've never even seen before would want to kill you?
Kill me?
Yeah, that's right.
This fella, Ascom, he's here gunning for me?
He probably followed me out here. Says he's got good reason. Well, it seemed to me like you ought to know about it if there was a reason like that.
I don't know why any man I ever met would want to kill me.
Okay. That's good enough for me, Jim.
What are you going to do?
Wait for him to come, then take him.
Well, seems like I ought to help.
No, you just sit tight.
Well, at least I'd like to ask him why. Gee, reckon that could be him?
Yeah, maybe. I'll take a look. No, it's Chester.
Hey, Tom, shut up out there now. Stop it. Tom. Here. Oh, howdy, Chester.
Hi there, Jim. Nice dog. Say, Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, Chester.
ask him followed you out like you thought. But soon as he spotted the place he turned off, I come in to tell you like you said.
Yeah. That's my mistake. Now we've lost him. He's out there somewhere waiting for us to leave.
Well, what'll we do?
Jim, maybe you better ride into town with us, huh?
And let a gunman scare me off my place? Something no Kiowa or Comanche was ever able to do?
All right, Jim. Come on, Chester. We'll head back toward town.
Yes, sir, but ain't we...
And then circle and come back.
Oh, well, he'll likely use that drawback by the barn. That's the way the Kiowa come in.
All right, Jim, but you stay in the house now.
Well, don't worry none about me. I ain't got my old scatter gun.
Don't use it unless you have to, Jim. Come on, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
You see anybody, Mr. Dillon?
No, not yet. Now, wait a minute.
There he is.
Yeah. All right, you stay here. I'm going on up.
All right, sir.
All right, hold it, Askham.
What?
You're covered. Don't make a move.
Where'd you come from?
I'll just take that gun. Chester.
Yes, sir.
My mistake, Marshal. I guess I underestimated you.
I guess you did, Askham. Chester, get the horses and we'll get out of here. Jim, I told you to stay in the house.
Man comes to kill me, I gotta ask him why. Just holster your pistol, Matt. This scatter gun will keep him quiet.
Now, wait a minute,
Now, do
Jim.
like I said, Matt. You too, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
All right, Chester. Maybe I'd like to hear this, too.
Yeah, but I don't like the look in his face.
All right, now, mister. My name's Jim Cass. You tell me yours.
Askham. Clint Askham.
I'm supposed to know you?
No.
We ever met?
No.
But you got the notion to kill me?
And I'll do it.
Not while you're looking down this gun. Now you're going to tell me why. Talk, mister.
You killed my best friend. Without reason or sense. In cold blood.
Well, that's a lie. I never killed no man.
Jameson Cass of Kansas Territory. On the night of June 12th, 2 years ago, in a barroom on the Cincinnati waterfront. You pleaded self-defense, and they let you go. Only it wasn't self-defense. It's taken me 2 long years to track you down.
But that was an Indian.
That was a Delaware Indian. He was my servant and he was my friend. The best friend I ever had. He was as good a man as you are, or any other white man.
Jim, is this true?
Well, Matt, ain't nothing to kill an Indian, you know that.
You had no reason.
Well, he jostled me, bothered me. Had no right being there at all with white men.
Oh, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Stand back
Ask
now.
him.
You're still taking his part, Marshal. You hate Indians, too.
No, ask him. I hate killing of any kind.
But Indians don't count. Is that it?
If it'd been my friend, I'd probably feel like you do.
Eh? Not this murder.
Ask him, did you ever think maybe Jim's got a reason for the way he feels, too?
A reason? What reason?
Well, out here there are plenty who feel his way. The situation's different. Indians aren't all like your Delaware. You take a look up there behind the house. That little grass plot with the flowers and the 3 headstones. Now, those are Cass's reasons. His wife and his 2 kids. And Kyle was put him there. Now, I don't hold with what Cass did, but what you're doing's no better.
I don't care what his reason is. I come here to kill him. I'm going to do it.
Ask him.
All right, Mr. Indian lover, you will get your chance. Give him back his gun.
Now, Jim.
Stand back, Matt. This is between him and me. You stay out of it. Give him the gun, Chester.
No, Chester. Jim, can't you see that you're making...
he ain't going to be satisfied short of blood. Well, now I ain't either.
Now, wait a minute,
Stand
Jim.
back, Matt. I'd hate to have to blast you.
Use your head, Jim.
Man comes to kill me. It's him or me.
Mr. Dillon, that's a shotgun.
Stay back, I told you.
Put it down, Jim.
Matt, I won't be stopped. Mr. Dillon, look out.
Jim?
Matt, I should have known you was faster than me.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Oh, you had to. But I figured I had to, too.
Chester, give me your kerchief.
Here, Marshal. Take mine.
No.
Ask him. Maybe I had this coming. I never thought much about that Indian. Maybe I should have.
You be quiet, Jim, and lie still.
Marshal, I'm sorry I caused this.
It's a little late to be sorry, isn't it, ask him? Now, why don't you get out of here?
All right, I'm going.
Matt.
Is he dead?
No, he just fainted. Chester, ride into town and get Doc out here as fast as you can.
Will you let me get him, Marshal? Least I can do.
All right, ask him. Go ahead, but hurry.
Mr. Dillon, you think he'll really bring Doc back?
Yeah, Chester, he'll bring him back.
My, you took an awful chance with that cussed shotgun.
Well, it was a gamble, Chester.
Yeah, but one you could have lost.
Well, maybe you better read me a sermon on the evils of gambling.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. When your child raises his hand in the classroom, does the teacher have time to answer his questions? How many questions go unanswered in your schools because teachers in crowded classrooms just don't have the time to get around to each child? This is only one of the serious situations that's going to be faced again and again this year in schools all over the nation. Every child deserves the best possible educational facilities. Though a good deal has been done since the post-war years, increased enrollments for this term threaten to wipe out all gains. Our schools are packed by the largest enrollment in history.
There will be critical shortages in schoolrooms, staff personnel, and transportation unless you do something about it. Join and work with your local civic group and school board now. Through the PTA and other groups, you can take action to improve the schools in your own community and help find more qualified teachers who are so desperately needed. Don't waste time. Your child's education is at stake. Don't leave it up to the next fellow, because you're the person who can help improve our schools. This has been a public service message by CBS Radio. And now, William Conrad.
You know, the frontier's so its share of needless killings. But next week, Dodge City watches the most useless of all. Because of a bullet fired 2 months earlier, 3 men die. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Dunkel, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Well, how are you, Mr.
Hello, Jake. What brings you into town?
Marshal, are you interested in stopping a killing?
A killing?
One, maybe more.
What's the trouble, Jake?
Andy Bowers.
Emmett Bowers' kid?
He ain't a kid if he's old enough to be bulling around after my daughter.
Well, Judy's a pretty little thing. I can't say I blame Andy.
I told that boy, if he ever set foot on my place again, I'd shoot him.
And you would, huh?
I would.
Jake, you and Emmett Bowers are the two biggest cattlemen around here. Why do you have to be enemies? There's room for both of you.
There ain't enough room in the whole United States for me and Emmett Bowers.
All right, Jake. And I suppose you know what'll happen if you shoot Andy.
That's why I want you to put him in jail. Let him cool off for a while. He'll forget about Judy.
You think I'd put a man in jail just because you don't happen to like him, Jake?
I'm an important man in Kansas, Marshal, and I run things my way.
But you don't run the United States government, and you don't run me.
All right. I tried. Now it's going to happen, Marshal. It's going to happen fast.
Hey, you two loafers better get saddled up. Your whittling days are over.
Now, what's Doc yammering about, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
Sitting here taking your ease in the sun while the whole country's gone to war. Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
What you been feeding on, Doc?
It isn't me, Chester. I just came back from Bowers Ranch, Matt. The cook out there's got the ague again. And let me tell you, that place is an armed camp. Every man on it is carrying a rifle. They've got sentries posted and everything.
Now, does Emmett think Judy Worth is going to come over there and steal, Andy?
No, but it seems like some of Jake Worth's men fired on a couple of Bowers riders the other day. Said they were off their home ground or some such fool thing. And ever since, both sides have been fixing for battle. Oh, and it won't take much to start one either, Matt.
Yeah. Well, knowing Jake and Emmett, there's no point in my talking to them.
Yonder comes half the cause of the trouble right now.
What?
Yonder.
That's Andy Bowers. Hey, Andy! Andy!
Oh, he's a nice boy, Andy.
Well, that little Judy Worth's a nice girl, too.
Howdy, Doc.
Hello, Andy.
Andy, Doc tells me that there's a war about to break out over you and Judy Worth.
Well, I know, Marshal. But I can't talk my paw into anything any more than Judy can hers. If her mothers were alive, it might be different. But the way it is, it's pretty hopeless.
What do you mean, hopeless?
Well, I guess I'd better stop trying to see her, that's all.
Oh, that's a fine way to talk.
Well, I don't want to, Doc.
Then where's your spunk, boy? Where's your get up and go? Don't you love the girl?
Of course I love her.
But you're going to let a couple of cantankerous, selfish old men beat you out of her.
Doc.
Why, you don't deserve her. What she needs is a man, not a whimpering kid who turns back at the first sign of a little rain.
Doc.
Well, it's true, Matt, and you know it.
But they'll never let us get married, Doc.
What have they got to do with it? It isn't them who's getting married.
I know. Well, I've thought of running off. I never said nothing to Judy about it, though.
Don't talk about it, act.
Doc.
And if she won't go with you, then she doesn't love you as much as you think she does.
Well, maybe you're right. What do you think, Marshal?
It's not for me to decide, Andy.
Yeah, you're right. It's my business. Mine and Judy's.
Yes.
I better get going now. Goodbye.
Goodbye, boy.
Well, Doc, you did a real good job.
Yeah. You think he'll do it?
I don't know. But if he does, there'll be war sure. And I know a broken-down, romantic old country croaker we can blame it on.
Oh, fiddle-faddle. You want those kids to get married just as much as I do. And anyway, it's time you started earning your pay around here. Well, I got things to do. Let me hear what happens, Matt.
Yeah, don't worry, Doc. You'll hear.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying,
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
Sure is a quiet night, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
And nobody's lost his temper so far, Chester.
Reckon you'll be needing me anymore?
No, I won't need you. You can go to bed.
Somebody sneaking in the back.
Yeah. Get over on the other side of the room, Chester.
Yes, sir. Why, it's Andy Bowers.
Andy? Who's that in back of you?
Come on, Judy.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Well,
What are you two doing here?
I got word to Judy, and she sneaked off and met me. Doc was right, Marshal. She wanted to go.
Of course I did.
Well, what did you come here for?
We're being followed, Marshal. We gotta hide somewhere.
You can't stay here, Andy.
I'll think of a way we can sneak out of Dodge, Marshal. But we can't do it tonight.
You say you're being followed, huh?
Yeah. Judy's pa and a couple of his men. We lost them a few miles back, but they're sure to ride on into Dodge.
Where'd you leave your horses?
Oh, they're tied out and back. And I gotta do something with them.
Look, Andy, your pa and Judy's are going to start a war over this, and you're putting me right in the middle of it. Don't you realize that? Well?
I guess he's right, Andy. We can't get him mixed up in it.
But he's the only man around here we can trust.
I know, but it isn't fair to put all this on him.
Oh, maybe you're right, Judy. Come on. I'll think of something. But we better hurry before they catch us.
Wait a minute.
What, Marshal?
Chester,
Yes, sir.
you go with Andy, take those horses down to Moss Grimmick's stable and tell him to hide them.
Oh, well, Moss knows how to do that, Mr.
And put Andy up in the loft somewhere. Moss will understand.
All right, sir. Oh, what about Judy?
Now, you two get going. I'll take care of Judy.
Oh, he's going to help us, Andy. He's going to help us.
Yeah, I'm going to help you. But who's going to help me, I sure don't know. Ah, here we are, Judy. Doc. Hey, Doc.
Yes, Matt. Let her do it.
Come out here a minute, will you?
I was just mixing a little something out there. Well, hello, Judy.
Hello, Doc.
Look, Doc, I was wondering if Judy could stay here until she and Andy can get on out of town. I'm sure it'll surprise you, but they're running away.
They're running away. Oh, no. They are? Oh, well, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, and we're going to make it, too, in spite of our fathers.
You sure are. And you're welcome to stay right here as long as you want, Judy. Nobody will look for you here.
Oh, that's real kind of you, Doc.
Oh, no. It's just that I like the idea of people who want to get married just as much as you and Andy do.
Yeah. Well, I better get going. Now, you stay here, Judy, until you hear from me. You understand?
All right, Marshal.
Yes. I think I'll go with you, Matt. And now you can make yourself comfortable, Judy. And I'll be back in a couple of hours, and I'll bring you something to eat, huh? How's that?
I'll be waiting for you, Doc, and thank you.
Oh, you're a nice girl. Come on, Matt. Well, Matt?
Doc, I know how. But I don't know why I got mixed up in this. But I'm sure in it now.
Come on into Long Branch, Matt. You need a drink.
Yeah, maybe I do, Doc.
Say, look, Matt. It's Jake Worth.
Yeah.
Who's that with him?
His name's Ab Drain, Doc.
Ab Drain?
Yeah, Jake's hired himself a gunman. And a pretty good one, too.
Uh-oh. They've seen you.
Yeah, you stay out of the way, huh?
Don't worry.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time, Ab. Cheyenne, wasn't it?
Me and Jake have been looking for you, Marshal.
Oh, is that so?
Where's Judy?
Judy?
Now, don't lie to me, Marshal. You know where she is. You're going to tell me?
Is that what Ab's for, Jake? So you can push people around more than ever?
Never mind him.
I never have. Have I, Ab?
You'll get it someday, Marshal. Maybe I'm the one who'll give it to you.
Shut up, Ab. I don't want no fighting now.
Why do you think I might know where Judy is, Jake?
She was in your office, wasn't she?
What?
One of my men here in town saw her and that rotten Bowers kid ride around back of your office. Now, where is she?
All right, Jake, they were in my office, yeah.
Keep talking, Marshal.
Jake told you to shut up, Ab. Now I'm telling you.
Never mind that. Where is she?
Jake, why don't you and him at Bowers call this off before there's a lot of useless bloodshed? Neither one of you can win anything this way.
I ain't even listening to you, Marshal.
All right, then go on home. And take Ab Drain with you.
Who do you think you're talking to, Marshal?
You can't bluff me, Ab. You know that. Now you get moving.
I ain't bluffing, Marshal.
Stop it. I don't want no fighting. Not yet. But I'm telling you this, Marshal. I'm going back to the ranch. And Judy's there in 2 hours, or I'm coming in here with every man I've got. And you know what I'll do.
Don't be a fool, Jake.
Let's go, Ab.
Say, they look mad, Matt.
They're coming back in 2 hours, Doc, with an army.
Oh, no. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get Jim Buck out of bed. He's driving an empty stage west tomorrow morning anyway, and he can leave tonight. And the preacher can tie a horse on behind long enough to get Judy and Andy married.
While you stay behind to take on Jake's army. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, Doc.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Less than an hour later, Jim Buck quietly drove his stage out of Dodge. A couple of miles down the trail, he stopped long enough to witness the marriage of Judy Worth and Andy Bowers. And then he headed west as fast as his team could travel. 6 hours later, I was sitting in the front room at Jake Worth's ranch house, stalling for time. As I had been ever since I got there.
I'm getting tired of this, Marshal.
They'll be here any minute now, Jake. Just be patient.
I think he's lying to us, Jake.
Will you quit poking and hauling at me?
Ah, here they are.
You men stay outside and close that door. Bring her in here, Chester. Now, where's Judy?
Well,
Where is she?
I wouldn't know where she is, Mr. Worth.
What? What are you saying?
I'm saying the truth.
Marshal, is this a trick?
Yeah, Jake, it's a trick. Judy's a long way from here by now. And you'll never find her.
Tell me where she is. Tell me or by heaven I'll kill you.
I'm like Chester, Jake. I wouldn't know where she is.
You lied to me. You said Chester was bringing her.
Yeah, I lied to you, Jake.
Marshal, so help me.
Wait a minute, Jake.
This is my job.
Just get out of the way, Ab.
Nah. You couldn't take him.
Don't you try it, Ab.
Watch me.
Now, don't make me kill you, Jake.
No. It's too late anyway. Judy's gone. It's too late for anything.
Mr. Worth?
Get out of here. I'll call you when I want you. Just get out.
Where's he going?
Wait here a minute, Chester.
Yes, sir.
This must be Judy's room, huh, Jake?
I'll keep it for her. Like this. Maybe she'll come back someday.
She won't be back, Jake.
Don't say that.
It's true. You might as well face it. And you drove her away.
No.
You and Emmett Bowers both. If you'd once thought of Andy and Judy instead of yourselves, they'd be here now. I don't blame them for running off. They wouldn't be any good if they hadn't.
You helped.
Why should they give up their happiness for a couple of mean, selfish old men? Sure, I helped them. You and Emmett have been too busy hating each other to be of any use to anybody, especially your own kids.
Marshal,
I'm going to tell you one thing, Jake. They're married now.
Married?
That's right. Now I'm going over and tell Emmett Bowers about it.
No, wait, Marshal.
Yeah, what?
You think it might help if maybe I rode over to Emmett's with you?
It might help you and Emmett, Jake. And it might help the kids, too, when they hear about it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild. Yet they satisfy the most.
You know, a newcomer to the West was often referred to as a pilgrim and made fun of. But next week, a pilgrim nearly causes a wholesale massacre. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, John Daner, James Nusser, and Joyce McCluskey. Harley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today.
L&M. So good to your taste.
So quick on the draw.
Get L&M today.
L&M filters. So good to your taste. So quick on the draw. Relax with L&M, America's best filter cigarette. Be sure and listen to another transcribed story of the Old West on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Morning, Dr. Clay.
Oh, good morning, Nielsen.
You wanted to see me?
No, I never wanted anything less than to call you in here.
You got bad news.
Yeah, it's been bearing down on me for 2 days. But you've got to know, Nielsen.
I'm not going to make it?
No. Sooner or later, that bullet in you is going to kill you.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir, I'm sure.
Well, I feel good enough, Doc. You could be wrong, couldn't you?
Well, I wish I was. I don't know if I'm right in telling you about it, but I treated the same kind of case at Shiloh. And the bullet kept moving, just like yours. And there was no way to stop it.
How long did he last?
Not as long as you have. You've been going 2 months since the fight.
And how much longer I got, Doc?
Well, there's no way to know. Another month, maybe longer, maybe less. I just thought you'd want to know, Nielsen.
Better to know now than when it's too late to do anything about it.
What are you going to tell Alice?
What's there to say?
Well, with her planning the wedding, there ought to be some explanation. You, want me to tell her?
Just say I changed my mind and I'm heading west.
Where are you going?
Back to Dodge.
To look up the Mailer brothers?
If they've killed me, I don't see any reason to let them go on living.
Chester, can you force it up a little more?
Well, no, not much, Mr. Dillon.
Come on. Yeah, that's better. Hold it then.
Well, can it turn loose now?
Now, let's just try one more nail.
Oh, the only thing that's going to fix this door is a whole new door, Mr. Dillon.
There. That'll hold it for a while.
That cussed wood so rotten dry it won't hold a nail no more.
Well, haven't you two given up with that door yet?
Oh, hello, Kitty.
I give up a long time ago, Miss Kitty.
Matt, Jim Nielsen's back in town.
Jim Nielsen?
What? Nielsen's dead, Kitty.
No, he's not. He's at the Long Branch right now, spreading the word that he's come back to kill the Mailer brothers.
Are you sure?
I've seen him. I've heard him.
Well, have the Mailer boys heard about it?
It won't take long, the way it's getting talked about.
Tom Mailer rode up to Clay City, Mr. Dillon, day before yesterday. Charlie's the only one in town.
And I guess I better go see him.
What about Nielsen?
Well, if he's spreading the word, he'll be where I can find him anytime I want. Charlie.
Oh. Afternoon, Marshal.
Hello, Charlie. What's the trouble?
Oh, this blamed mare got a rock in her hoof. She won't even let me pick it up.
You want me to hold her for you?
No, I'll manage. How are you, Marshal?
Oh, I'm fine, Charlie. Fine. Charlie, did you know that Jim Nielsen was in town?
Nielsen? Nielsen's dead, Marshal. Tom did for him.
He's not dead. He's back in Dodge looking for you and Tom.
All right. He's welcome.
Look, Charlie, I know a lot of people are on your side, but there are a lot of others on Nielsen's, and I'd like to stop this trouble before it goes any further.
It was a fair fight, Marshal.
I know it was.
Any time Nielsen wants to stand up again against either of us, we'll be ready.
It'd be better if you'd stay out of sight until he leaves.
I can't do that, Marshal, and you know it. People would say I was a coward.
What people say isn't important, Charlie.
I don't hide from nobody.
Now, the only thing behind that fight was some temper and some strong words. Aren't you man enough to forget it?
What are you going to do about it, Marshal?
There's nothing I can do if you're set on facing Nielsen. Except try and get him out of town.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live
Hurry up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke and L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke and L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Hello, Nielsen.
Marshal?
Well, I didn't expect you'd ever get to Dodge again.
Guess you thought I was dead, Marshal, along with a lot of other people.
You didn't look very healthy when they took you out of here.
I'm still alive, for a little while anyway.
What good is it doing you to be back here?
Well, everybody figured the fight was over, but I don't happen to think that way.
It's a lot of trouble over nothing. You and the Mailer brothers are good men and peaceful ones. You were drinking and there were some names called. But that's sure no reason for you to come back and stir it all up again.
They thought they'd kill me, Marshal, and they were proud of it.
I don't think they were. Look, Jim, I'd like it if you'd go back to Abilene.
I'm not going to do it, Marshal. I got nothing to go back to, nowhere.
What does that mean?
I'm going to die from that gunfight we had. The bullet's still in me.
Oh. There's nothing to be done about it, huh?
No. Nothing but try and settle the score.
I don't see how you're going to be any better off trying to kill two good men, Jim.
Marshal, it's a funny thing knowing you're going to die. I had too much to live for when I faced up to him the first time. I was going to get married. I owned some land. Those were the things I was thinking about. I got scared and tightened up. Man shouldn't have anything to think about in a gunfight.
It was kind of hard not to.
But I don't have now, Marshal. I don't have a thing to lose.
Jim, you're a bad man to have in town.
I won't be here long. You can count on that. Drink with me, Marshal?
No. No. Not tonight, thanks.
Nielsen. I hear you're looking for me and my brother.
You forget it, Charlie, and get out of here.
Where should I get out to, Marshal? You want me to run away, Nielsen?
Hold it, Charlie!
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah, he's dead. You satisfied now, Nielsen?
It was a fair fight, just like the first one.
And just as needless.
Not to my way of thinking. Tell me, Marshal, when's Charlie's brother going to get back to town?
Tom! Hold up a minute, Tom!
Well, hello, Chester. What you doing way out here?
Mr. Dillon wanted me to stop you before you got up to the plaza.
Yeah, what for?
Well, Jim Nielsen's waiting for you.
Nielsen?
Wait. What about my brother?
Charlie's dead, Tom.
Did Nielsen do it?
Charlie come after him.
I thank you, Chester. Thank the marshal.
Tom, you gonna ride in anyway?
I got no place else to go.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Hello, Kitty.
Tom, I thought you were in Clay City.
I was. I did real well, too. I signed up for Charlie and me. Take a pack train clear to Lincoln County. Charlie's dead.
Can I get you a drink, Tom?
Maybe later. I thought Nielsen was here.
He left about a half hour ago.
Happen to know where he went?
No. Can't you get your pack train together and go, Tom?
Oh, you know I can't, Kitty.
What good's it gonna do you looking for Nielsen or waiting for him?
It's something I got to do.
If he kills you, what are you gonna be proving?
My brother's dead.
Killing Nielsen won't bring him back. Some men ought to be killed, sure, but not you and Nielsen. You're fine men, both of you.
My brother was a good man, too. Kitty, what would you have me do?
I don't know, Tom. Being the kind you are, and after what's already happened, I guess I got no right trying to tell you what to do.
Now, do you know if Nielsen figured on coming back here?
I don't know, Tom. I'm going to my room.
I was just about to order that drink.
Then you'll have to have it without me.
Thank you for sitting with me, Kitty.
Matt, how long have you been here?
There's not a thing I can do, is there, Kitty?
Not if you don't take the guns away.
They'd only find more.
Then you watch them kill each other, Matt. I can't do it.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah?
He's coming, Mr. Dillon.
How long, Chester?
It won't be but a few minutes. He was looking for Tom over at the Alfraganza.
All right. You get out of sight someplace.
All right, sir.
Afternoon, Marshal.
Hello, Tom. Look, Tom, I'm going to ask you to do a brave thing. Will you let me keep your gun for as long as you're in town?
No, I won't, Marshal.
You and I have been good friends, Tom.
I'd like to keep it that way.
But you won't do what I say, huh?
What would you do was you in my spot?
What you're going to do, I guess. Tom, it's a different kind of a fight this time. Nielsen's going to die from the bullet you put in him 2 months ago, and he knows it. He's got nothing to lose.
I kind of wondered why he come back.
That's why. Now, will you either take off your gun or get out of town?
I'd like to leave, Marshal. I'd like to be rigging our string of mules with Charlie. But there won't be any more of that.
All right, Tom. I told Nielsen, and I'll tell you from the beginning, this thing has been needless. My mistake was not throwing the three of you in jail right off.
Marshal Dillon, have a drink with me.
No, thanks, Tom. I'm going back to my office. Goodbye. Well, Nielsen, I guess there's no reason trying to talk any sense into you either.
It's gone past talking, Marshal. You weren't figuring on stopping me.
There's nothing I can do.
I'll see you later.
Doc,
There was nothing I could do for him, Matt. He's dead.
Oh, my goodness. Seemed like such a waste. He was a good man, both of them was.
There's no reason for you to feel bad, Matt. You tried your very best to stop it.
someday there's going to be a law about carrying guns, and there's going to be fights like these that'll bring it.
A man's got the right, Mr. Dillon.
They're going to lose it, Chester, if this sort of thing doesn't stop. Doc, I'll have the body taken away.
All right, Matt.
I'll go with you if you want me to.
Yeah, sure, Chester. I think I'm ready for that drink everybody offered me.
Me too. You reckon Miss Kitty knows?
By this time, I'd think so.
There he is, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Nielsen! Well, you made it, huh? You killed both the Mailer brothers.
Yeah?
And in fair fight, huh?
Yeah.
I want to ask you something. Make you feel any better?
No. Tell you the truth, it don't.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Americans today are earning more money than ever before. And smart Americans are planning ahead, too, to preserve prosperity. They're investing part of their paycheck every payday in United States savings bonds. And you can, too, an easy, automatic way, by joining the payroll savings plan and buying savings bonds regularly where you work. With payroll savings, money is set aside for you by your employer before every payday, in any amount you say. That way, you never plan on the money and never miss it. Payday after payday, these sums grow into savings bonds, and before long, you'll find you have a collection of them. And remember, every Series E bond you buy pays back $4 at maturity for every 3. That's right. You get back $4 for every 3 invested. Help today's higher earning power pay off for you tomorrow
Begin saving regularly with United States savings bonds. Join the payroll savings plan. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the frontier, a woman had to scratch pretty hard to make any kind of a home for a man. And next week, a woman who had worked at this for over 20 years finally lets the frontier beat her, and a man dies. But that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Gil Dowd, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jess Kirkpatrick. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hello, Kitty. Is the Long Branch on fire or something?
Oh, of course not. What do you mean?
I can't figure anything else that'd get you up this early in the morning.
Twice a year, Matt. Today's one of the days. You going to breakfast?
Yeah, you want to join me?
Thank you, sir. Where do we go? Delmonico's?
That's the only place open before 10 o'clock.
Are the mornings always like this, Matt?
What?
Oh, so crisp and clear.
Oh, yeah, most always. The best part of the day, as a matter of fact.
It's peaceful. I guess that's the feeling.
That's the only time of day Dodge is peaceful.
That little shaver's in a big hurry about something.
That's Hank Marvel's kid, Beanie, they call him.
Well, he stopped at the jail, Matt.
Yeah, wait a minute, Kitty.
Yeah.
Hey, Beanie. What's the matter, Beanie?
You gotta come out to the ranch, Marshal. Run away. It's my pop. He's been shot.
Been shot? Well, how bad is he?
He's dead.
Where is he, Beanie?
In the barn, Doc. I'll show you.
You coming there?
No, Doc. Chester, you go on with Doc, huh? I want to talk to Miss Marvel first.
All right, sir.
Miss Marvel?
Come in, Marshal.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure sorry to hear about this.
Just a few hours ago, Hank was sitting there eating his breakfast. Now he's dead.
Where did it happen, Miss Marvel?
Down by the creek. He was laying there on the ground, shot to death. And Beanie and me got him into the buckboard and brung him back.
Do you have any idea how he was shot?
No, Marshal, no idea at all. Hank didn't have no enemies. He got along with everybody.
When did it happen? Right after he left home?
Half hour, maybe. Him and Beanie left together. I was going to make soap today, and I just got the kettle set up out there in the yard when Beanie come riding back half out of his wits.
Was Beanie with him at the time?
No. Hank left him at the pumpkin patch and went on alone. We raised some pumpkins along the slope below the edge of the bluff. That's Hank's favorite kind of pie pumpkin. He always said... Well, he liked it better than any other kind.
Yes, did Beanie hear the shot?
Yes, and he rode along the bluff to see if maybe Hank had shot a deer. And then he seen his father laying down there by the creek.
Did he see anything else? Anybody around?
No, it's awful brushy down there in the bottoms.
You're kind of short on neighbors around here, aren't you?
Well, there ain't any at all, Marshal. There's just the Badlands on to the west, and the Circle D spread comes up against us on the other side.
Yeah. Circle D's got a line cabin around here, haven't they?
Oh, it's about a mile and a half north.
They got the same rider staying there, Jack Teague?
Yes.
You folks see much of him?
Well, he's stopped by a few times.
Ms. Marvel, there's been a little talk around Dodge about Teague and...
And about me, too, I know. And it's a lie, Marshal.
Well, I didn't mean anything, ma'am. It's just that they say that he's a chaser.
Hank heard the same stories and the same lies. That's why he ordered Jack Teague off the place.
No? Well, when was that?
Last night.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Well, Matt, I guess that's it. The bullet caught him in the back, right on the shoulder blade. He never knew what hit him.
Did you get the bullet, Doc?
Yeah, rifle of some kind, looks like.
Yeah, small caliber, though. Nothing like a Sharps 50.
No, more like one of those light Winchesters. That won't help you much. Plenty of both kinds around.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you and Chester riding back into Dodge now?
Now I want to take a look at the place where it happened. The kid's going along in Shaw's.
Where'd you get to, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, in the house with his mother, I guess. She's pretty upset.
But at least she's lucky to have the boy left. Be mighty hard for a woman to keep this place up by herself.
Yeah, it sure would.
It's an awful nice little ranch. I wished I had it.
You wish it? Are you thinking about the ranch, Chester, or the widow?
Oh, no, Doc.
That's all right. I can't see as I blame you. She's a mighty pretty woman.
Well, sure she is, but...
And so doggone young looking. It's hard to think of her as having a kid like that, 8 or 9 years old. She sure is a pretty little thing. Don't you think so, man?
Yeah, she's pretty all right, Doc. Maybe she's too pretty.
There's where he was, Marshal. Laying right there in the trail.
All right, Beanie. Let's take a look, Chester.
Sure.
I come riding along the bluff up there after I heard that old shot, and I got right there at the point where I seen him laying here.
Uh-huh. Your mother was right. There's plenty of brush in here.
There's cover enough for a tribe of Comanches.
You think maybe it was Comanches?
Oh, well, no, Beanie. I was just saying that. There sure ain't much to go on, Mr. Dillon.
No, nothing.
With all this brush for a man to hide in without being seen.
To hide in, yeah, but getting away after it'd be a different story.
Oh.
Anybody up there on the edge of that bluff ought to be able to see a man moving down here, whether he was afoot or horseback.
Yeah, lots of open spaces he'd have to cross.
Yeah. Beanie, you were up there on the edge of the bluff, huh?
Well, yes, sir, I was. But I didn't see nobody. Nobody at all, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Were you there last night when your pa ordered Jack Teague off the place?
Yes, sir.
There's quite a ruckus, I imagine, huh?
It sure was. Pa was mad and he got Mama crying. And Mr. Teague was awful mad, too, when he left.
I imagine a boy your age might be a little scared of a fellow like Teague, huh?
Yes, sir. Mom was scared of him, too, Marshal. She told Pa he was a bad man to cross.
Yeah. I want you to tell me something, Beanie. From up there on the bluff, who did you see riding away?
I seen Mr. Teague.
I think that line cabin's just around the next turn yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of it from back up the trail away.
Doggone it all, you'd think they'd clear out some of this cussed brush from along the trail. I bet there'd be some good hunting along these bottoms, though, when the deer starts drifting down from the north.
Well, maybe we'll give it a try in the next couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, I'll get my old Springfield out and clean it up some.
Pull up, Chester.
Huh?
There's the cabin.
Yeah.
Let's go on foot from here.
There's a horse tied there at the corner.
Yeah. All saddled up. Bedroll tied on behind. Looks like maybe Teague's figuring on moving. Hit the ground.
Reckon we come to the right place.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Still there, though.
That cabin ain't much protection. Just built out of shake sidings.
Yeah. Maybe we ought to show him that, Chester. Might convince him. Hey, Tig!
He don't act very convinced, does he?
Don't be a fool, Tig. Those walls won't even slow down a bullet. Now come out with your hands up. All right, then.
Oh, hold it. Marshal, hold it. I give up.
All right, come on out, then.
That last bullet must have breathed on him.
All right, hold it, Tig. That's far enough.
I knowed I was in for it when June rode over and told me Hank was shot.
June?
Yeah, Miss Marvel. That's why I was trying to get away. I knowed I wouldn't have a chance.
Tig, Hank's boy saw you.
He saw me? He saw me what?
Right away, right after his dad was shot.
Well, that's a lie. I weren't even near them bottoms this morning.
You got a rifle here?
Sure. I got a Sharps 50, and it's been fired, too. I tried for a deer this morning.
Hank Marvel wasn't killed with a Sharps. You got a small bore here, a light Winchester, maybe?
Of course not. That's a woman's gun, Marshal.
Marshal.
Miss Marvel?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Was something I had to check on, ma'am.
Oh, won't you come in?
No, thanks. Got a couple of questions, that's all.
Have you talked to Mr. Teague?
I arrested him.
What?
Chester took him into Dodge. Is Beanie here, Miss Marvel?
Oh, no, he went out along the bluff where he stacked them pumpkins. Raccoons are always getting into them. They come out sometimes just before dark. Why do you want to see Beanie, Marshal?
I just want to talk to him, that's all.
Well, if it's something I can tell you...
There's one thing you can probably tell me. What kind of a rifle did your husband own?
Well, the only one he ever used was the Sharps 50.
Uh-huh. Is that the only one he owned?
No, there's a light Winchester out in the barn, but... Marshal, if you've arrested Mr. Teague, why are you asking all these questions?
Do you know how to use a rifle, Miss Marvel?
Of course I do. Hank taught me. You figured anybody living out here on the prairie ought to know how to shoot.
Uh-huh. All right, I won't take any more of your time now, Miss Marvel. Goodbye.
Got him. By golly, I got him.
That was a good shot, Beanie.
Marshal, I didn't hear you come up.
Well, I kept quiet. I saw you trying to get a sight on that coon. Sit down, Benny. I want to talk to you.
Sure, Marshal. That darn old coon sure won't get no more of them pumpkins.
No, I guess he won't. That, your mother's Winchester?
Well, yeah, Pop got it for her. But she said it's part mine, too.
That's a fine-looking gun.
It sure is, Marshal. It's just a mighty fine gun, that's all. Did you find Mr. Teague?
Yeah, I found him. Benny, he said he wasn't down there in the bottoms this morning.
But I seen him, Marshal. Plain as anything.
I was just talking to your mother. She's a mighty fine woman, Benny.
She ain't no woman. She's a girl.
Oh?
She's a lot younger than Pop was. She's pretty near 11 years younger.
She and your pop get along pretty well, did they?
Well, he made her cry sometimes. Like last night, after Mr. Teague left. And again this morning, too.
What happened this morning?
Same thing. He was jawing at her about Mr. Teague. She was going to make soap, and mostly I help her when she does. Them kettles is real heavy. But this morning he wouldn't let me.
Is that so?
Maybe come here to the pumpkin patch. Said a little work would be good for her. Help get her feet back on the ground. I don't like it, Marshal. When he makes Mama cry, I get all funny inside.
I see. Benny, I guess you'd do just about anything for your mother, wouldn't you?
Sure I would.
Benny Teague wasn't down there this morning.
Well, sure he was.
You didn't see him. You know that, and I know it. Now, why did you say you did?
I hate him, Marshal. And you kept saying I must have seen somebody, so finally I said it was him.
Why do you hate him?
Because if it hadn't been for him, it wouldn't have happened. Pop wouldn't have made her cry if Mr. Teague hadn't have come around. With Pop gone, he'd have kept coming back, and he'd have kept bothering her. So I said it was him I seen. Ma and me don't need nobody like him coming around.
You really didn't see anybody this morning, did you?
No, sir.
You shot your father yourself, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I didn't go to do it, sir. It was just all of a sudden. Them pumpkins could have waited, Marshal. Them soap kettles are so heavy.
Yeah, I guess they are, Benny. How old are you?
8. Pretty near 9, sir.
Pretty near 9, huh?
What do you figure will happen, Marshal?
Benny, I wish I knew.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. America's Protestants, Catholics, and Jews are strengthening the bonds of brotherhood and friendship by helping the needy overseas. Through their houses of worship, these three faiths are sending voluntary relief to virtually every free country in the world. Hundreds of millions of pounds of goods, clothing, and medicine will go to victims of war, disaster, and famine in many parts of the world. More than 80% of American voluntary relief work for the hungry and needy overseas is conducted through the religious agencies of these three major faith groups. When you share with needy persons overseas through your house of worship, you are promoting the spirit of democracy that unites all peoples for peace and goodwill. You are keeping faith with the finest tradition and heritage of America. CBS Radio urges you to keep faith with those in need overseas by giving as much as you can through your faith. And now, William Conrad.
You know, on the high plains, a man lived hard and worked hard, and the years slipped by in a hurry. Well, next week, a man returning to Dodge finds that everything has changed because he stayed away too long. And his plan for changing things back calls for the murder of his brother.
And that was the West.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Butch Bernard, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good thing we packed in all that stove wood, Mr. Dillon. Gonna need plenty of it for morning.
Yeah, it'll be a real cold night, looks like.
That snow keeps on there, so it's gonna be 2 foot deep on the level and 4 in the draws.
And if you don't take your boots off that stove, you're gonna have 2 feet on the bare ground, Chester.
What are you talking about?
Well, your soles are starting to smoke. Now take them off.
By golly, I thought I smelled something burning in here.
The stove's red hot.
Yeah, well, at least my feet's warm for the first time in 2 days. Yeah, maybe I'll rub my boots with tallow. The leather ought to soak it up real good, being so hot that way.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in.
Kitty.
Oh, cold out tonight.
Yeah, well, come over here and stand by the stove and burn with a Chester.
Oh, now.
I can't stay, Matt. I gotta get back to the Long Branch.
Yeah, big crowd tonight?
Yeah, but quiet one. Men get sentimental around Christmas time.
Oh, I'm that way myself, Miss Kitty.
So am I, Chester. I was thinking earlier this evening what it was like when I was a little girl. We used to always say... Well, that was a long time ago.
Well, why don't you stay a while, Kitty, and let Sam run the place tonight, huh?
Well, the boys sort of need me, Matt. Talk with them and laugh with them, even though they're thinking of somebody else at the time.
Well, yeah, I know, but...
Well, I don't mind, really. kind of nice to be needed by somebody. What I was thinking, though, Matt, later around midnight, maybe the three of us could get together. Make some hot rum, maybe?
It's a good idea, Kitty.
Yeah, doggone, maybe I can get old Mr. Jonas to rustle up some chestnuts.
And I'll be counting on it.
All right.
I'll come here if that's all right. I'd kind of like to get away from the Long Branch.
Okay.
Oh, well, how are you, Mr. Beaker?
Good evening.
Well, I'd better get on back. I'll see you later.
All right, Kitty. Come on in, Jethro. You look like you could stand some warming up.
Marshal Dillon, got some trouble out in my place.
Oh, what kind of trouble?
I've been invaded, attacked it on my own property, shot at. Look here, it's that there hat.
Ah, that bullet come much closer, you'd have been shot, not shot at. Who was it, Jethro?
A couple coming through in a wagon. They took over my barn and won't let me put a foot inside.
Now, what do you mean a couple? A man and wife?
How do I know whether they're man or wife or not?
Well, maybe they just wanted shelter from the storm.
Marshal, I don't care what they want. They took possession of my barn without so much as to buy your leave. And I want them throw it out tonight.
Oh, now, can't we leave it till morning, Jethro?
No, sir. Will Ross ain't spending the night on my property.
Will Ross?
Yeah.
Is your daughter with him? Harmony?
Marshal, I ain't got no daughter.
Well, you did have until 2 years ago when she married Ross and you threw them both off the place.
For the last time, I ain't got no daughter.
You had one for 19 years, Beaker.
You know me for a man of my word, Marshal. Now I'm telling you this. If you don't ride back out there with me right now and get them two off my property, I'm going to burn that barn down with them inside it.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
you better saddle a couple of horses.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
I don't see any wagons, Jethro.
Yeah, they're halted inside the barn. Blast them. They're burning the coal oil stove in the tack room, and they got a fire going in the blacksmith forge.
Well, it's a cold night.
Yes, and charcoal and oil cost money. Come on out there, Ross. Got the law with me now.
Jethro, if I'm going to handle this, I'll handle it my own way. Now, you stay right here. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you go easy on them. I want them two treated like any other criminals.
You make mighty good targets again this snow, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I guess we do it that. The wind dies down, may not turn into a blizzard after all.
But I just don't like the idea of walking right into a gun.
Who is it? Who's out there?
It's Matt Dillon. Hold your fire, Will.
Stay back. I'm warning you, Marshal.
Just want to talk to you, Will. Now, come on, open the door. It's cold out here.
Is old Jethro with you?
No, just me and Chester.
You can come in alone, Matt. You leave your gun out there with Chester.
All right, open it up. Here, Chester, hang on to this.
Mr. Dillon, I just don't like this.
Now, we got no choice.
All right, hurry up, Matt.
Well, welcome home, Will.
You took a big chance walking up here like that.
I doubt that. You wouldn't have shot anybody in cold blood before. I don't think a man changes that much in 2 years.
Not unless he's pushed hard enough.
Maybe. Now, take that gun, Will.
You said you just wanted to talk.
I do, but not over a gun sight. Now, hand it over.
No, now stay back, Matt. No!
Like I said, Will, a man doesn't change that much.
No, I guess not. I wouldn't even have shot old Jethro.
I figured that.
We didn't aim to stop here, Marshal. We was trying to make Dodge, and the storm come down on us.
A man takes shelter where he can.
I wouldn't even ask him for a drink of water. Not after the way he treated us when we got married. But we didn't have no choice.
Where's Harmony, Will?
She's in the tack room. It's warmer there. I made up a bed for her with some straw and some blankets.
A bed?
You better go talk to her, Marshal. She'll be right glad to see you after all this time.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Come on in. I'll be right back.
All right, sir. How you been making out, Will? Not too bad.
Harmony?
Who is it?
Matt Dillon.
Oh, Matt.
What's going on here, young lady?
Oh, everything, Matt. We're in trouble. In real trouble.
What's wrong? You sick?
I reckon you might call it that. It'll be any time now, I think.
Oh. Well, now, look, don't you worry, Harmony. I'm going to get some help out here right away. Everything's going to be all right now. I'll be right back.
You get out of my barn, off my property, Ross, and take that woman of yours with you.
Jethro, I told you to stay outside.
I'll remind you, these is my own premises, Marshal.
We'll worry about that later. Chester, go get Doc out here fast.
Well, what'll I tell him? Is Miss Harmony took down sick?
Not exactly, no.
What?
Just get riding, Chester.
My. Yes, sir.
Happy holidays from L&M. And here's how to say it to your friends. Give modern. Give L&M holiday cartons. L&M holiday cartons are gay, handsome. A gift that says both you and your friends know how to
live modern. Live modern. Live modern.
free up, freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Remember, when you smoke L&M, you always get full, exciting flavor through the L&M Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So smoke L&M, and remember, your friends appreciate your gift of L&M holiday cartons.
Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
Matt, I'm scared.
Now, you just take it easy, Harmony. Now, Will and Chester are going to be back any minute now. They'll have Doc with them.
Why don't they hurry?
Don't worry, it won't be much
Oh,
longer.
they've got to hurry. Oh, they've just got to. Oh.
It's going to be all right, Harmony.
Couldn't Chester have gone alone? Oh, why did you have to send Will with him?
Well, if he'd stayed here, Harmony, your father and him would have been at each other's throats.
Where's Pa?
He's out there keeping the forge burning, heating up some water. He's looking sicker by the minute.
Why did it have to happen? Here, Matt. Oh.
Harmony, take it easy.
If I only had something to hold on to. Maybe if you'd give me your hand.
Here, take my hand.
Oh.
Here. There you go. There you go. There you go.
You know, baby's first look at the world ought to be all love and joy, not like this. Now with Pa hating us like he does.
Oh, no, Harmony.
He does. He hates us. Will and me both.
Well, maybe not as much as he puts on.
Oh, Matt. Oh, you're right, I think.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's not going to be much longer. It's... Oh.
Just take it easy.
If Doc doesn't get here, you'll stay with me. You'll help me, won't you, Matt?
Well, sure I will, Harmony. I'll do what I can. But he'll get here, though. Doc always makes it.
I hope so, Matt, but I'm afraid he...
Oh, say, look, it's coming. Now, what's all this fuss about?
Oh, Doc, thank goodness.
It's a fine time of night to drag a man out in the snow. Yeah, put my bag right there. I can't see why you didn't plan this thing at a decent hour, young lady.
Doc, I'm scared.
Oh, scared? Fiddlesticks, not a thing to worry about. Women were having young'uns long before you and me was even born.
Hurry, please.
Oh, well, now then, you just settle back there and you quit worrying. I'll tell you when it's time to hurry.
Doc, do you mind if
Well, now, Matt, why, you're as white as a sheet.
Oh, well, Doc,
Oh, you thought you was going to have to take over by yourself, huh? Now, you go on out there and you tell that old buzzard out there to heat up some more water. He hasn't got half enough.
All right, Doc.
And then stay out from underfoot. Me and Harmony's got some work to do. Go on, now, get. Oh, howdy, young fella. Welcome to the world.
Gracious, it is cold, Mr. Dillon. Stopped snowing, though. Clear as a bell. There you are, Mr. Beecher. Better put some more wood on that forge, I guess. It's burning down pretty low.
And so's my wood pile. It's a fool waste trying to heat a barn in midwinter.
I'll cut enough to make it up before we leave.
Yeah.
One thing sure, Jethro, we ain't going out beholden to you.
You always was a fine one to talk.
And mostly, I can back it up.
You didn't with Harmony. We don't need your old man's farm, you said. We'll have us one twice as big, you said.
We run into bad luck.
Yeah, sure you did. And you come crawling back with your tail between your legs.
Not to you, we didn't. We got caught here tonight by accident.
Bad luck accident. That's all you was born for. Just what I told Harmony when she defied me and up and married you.
That's so. Now, you listen to me, Jethro.
All right, that's enough. Settle down, both of you. Well, I didn't give you back your gun just to have you start another argument.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm just kind of on edge, I reckon.
Well, it ain't no wonder when a man's got a new little boy less than an hour old.
Yeah, the rich get richer and the poor have young'uns.
Jethro, shut up.
Marshal, I'll remind you that all of you are trespassers on my property.
I thought we settled that. I'm here because you called the law in, remember?
Well, you sure ain't done nothing.
Force of circumstances, Jethro. Now, they'll leave as soon as your daughter's able to.
You can count on that.
I ain't got no daughter, Marshal.
Well, anyway, while they're here, you're going to keep the peace.
And ain't no law against talking.
There is if the talk leads to violence. And just remember that Harmony and Will don't like putting up with you any better than you like putting up with them.
Real high and mighty, ain't they? And without a ruff over their heads.
A lot of folks might figure that makes you look worse than them.
Now, what kind of talk is that, Marshal?
Well, with a ranch this size, a big house on it, and a man your age trying to work it all by himself while his own kin roam the countryside. Some folks might figure a man like that's got a lot of meanness in him.
I told her what to expect if she married this feller.
Man might tell somebody most anything when he's mad, Jethro. But it's plain stubbornness that makes him stick to it afterward.
And they come sneaking into my barn like bandits, Marshal. Didn't even knock on my door. Now you're saying I ought to go crawling to them.
I didn't tell you what you ought to do.
Well, it comes to that, though, and I ain't doing it.
Don't worry, Jethro. We don't want no part of your ranch.
And it ain't being offered to you. I worked mighty hard to make this place look like what it is.
A little peace and quiet out here wouldn't do the patient any harm, you know.
How is she, Doc?
Is she going to be all right?
She's fine. And so's the young'un. She'll live to have a dozen more, and he'll grow up and probably come to a bad end. Like being a marshal or a country doctor. Oh, now, young lady, I'll be back in the morning. You get yourself some sleep.
All right, Doc. But would you tell my pa that...
If you got any telling to do, you do it yourself.
Pa? Pa?
Well, answer her, you old coot. She's talking to you.
Yes? What is it?
Pa? Would you come in here and say howdy to your grandson?
Grandson. Did she say my grandson?
Of course he's your grandson.
Well, I hadn't thought of that. My grandson.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know, Jethro. You just got through claiming you didn't even have a daughter.
Confound it, Marshal. You're trying to put words in my mouth. Of course I got a daughter. And a grandson.
And as fine a boy as you could ask for.
Will.
What?
Will, I'd be much obliged to you if we could shake hands and kind of forget about things.
Well, I can't see no reason not to, Jethro.
Yeah, good. Good. Now, come on, Will. Let's look him over. By golly, a grandson.
Oh, look at him, the crazy old fool. Youngin's born every day. It's nothing to get all worked up about.
Who you fooling, Doc?
Huh? Nobody. Well, what are we going to do? Head back to town?
Might as well, Doc. You know, they'll probably have some ups and downs yet, but I guess the four of them will be able to work it out. No.
They'll spoil that kid rotten.
Well, turned out to be a fine night after the snow quit, didn't it?
Yeah. Look at those doggone stars.
Say, Doc, why don't you come by the office when we get in town? Kitty will be there, and we thought we'd have a little something to drink and sit around a while and talk.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Yeah, hold on. It's pretty near 4 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
That's right, Chester.
Well, Miss Kitty won't still be waiting up.
You want to bet?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Just one person can make the mistake that causes an accident. Pedestrian, passenger, or driver. Any one of us can go into the kind of solo mistake that spells trouble on the road. It can happen even though we know better. Most drivers know how their cars operate and what the traffic rules are. We know that speed kills and that alcohol and gas make a bad mixture. Yet an impulse sometimes takes over. We show off, act defiant, or let off steam. We take the gamble that figures in the majority of accidents today. Don't be sorry later. Be sure now. Drive with courtesy and care. Use posted signs and signals. They were placed there for you to know the road ahead. Keep in mind that just one person can cause an accident when a dangerous impulse takes over behind the wheel. It's what psychiatrists call emotional immaturity. Whatever your age, on the road, grow up and live. Remember, careless driving is kid stuff. And now, William Conrad.
You know, the frontier cowhand was pretty proud, and he'd fight anyone who had bad to say of his horse, his hat, or his saddle. And next week, it's because of an old spotted hound dog that 2 men nearly died. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Vic Perrin, and Virginia Gregg. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story of the Western frontier, when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
No sense trying to save the cabin, Chester. The barn, the sheds will choke them down good.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hauling well water takes too long. You better get it from the stream.
I'm after the bucket. It's a sight bigger than these 10 pails we got.
Here, let me give you a hand.
I'm thick with rust. I don't know how this fellow drawed water. It don't seem like nobody hasn't worked this thing for a long time.
Well, it's coming some, but the bucket's still a long way down there. Wait a minute, hold it. Maybe I can haul it up by hand.
Can you get it?
Yeah, I can get it.
There, hold fast to it now.
I will, but whether this rope can hold the bucket or not is something else again.
That rope was plumb rotten.
Yeah, well, maybe out in the barn, the sheds, you can find something to haul water in.
Sure, I just don't figure how he got his water. He sure didn't use this well.
He?
Well, the fellow that lived here, the one that'll be dragged out of the cabin.
Well, where'd he take him?
Yonder, on them trees.
You check the barn, Chester. I'll see to Aldi. You look kind of singed, Albie. You all right?
He's just a cinder. That's all I can think. He's just a cinder.
Out under the blanket here?
He ain't a man at all. He's a cinder.
Yeah. That's all, Albie. Could you tell, was he alone in the cabin?
I couldn't believe it. He was sitting at the table. His head was slumped forward, and there was fire all around. And then I seen he was on fire. He was just sitting there, on fire.
Take it easy now.
And I got to him, and he toppled off right onto the floor, and he laid there, burning.
You didn't know it, Albie.
I seen trees burn. I seen fields. I seen logs. I never seen a man burn before.
Let's forget about it.
You know, it's funny. A man on fire. First thing you do is put a blanket on him. He's burning hot, so you smother.
You put the fire out, Albie. That's the way to look at it.
You put a blanket on his
All right
finger.
now, Albie.
You put
Albie,
a blanket
stop it.
around his
Stop it.
finger. Were you talking to me, Marshal?
Yeah, the blanket. It was in the cabin?
A blanket. Oh, it was on the floor right by the table.
Well, it's wet.
It felt wet when I grabbed it.
Uh-huh.
That's a funny smell, isn't it, Marshal?
Yeah. Whiskey and kerosene together make a funny smell, Albie.
That what that is?
That's what it smells like.
Mr. Dillon, can you come back here?
Yeah, right away, Chester. You rest yourself, Albie. You've done more than your share.
Oh, I'm all right, Marshal.
Where'd you find him, Chester?
In the corral, behind the barn. Poor things, ain't they puny looking? All thin-fleshed, bones showing.
Yeah.
Somebody neglected them for a long time. Mr. Dillon, they're about starved.
Any feed in the barn?
Ain't nothing in that barn but rusty cans and a broke plow. Everything in there's crumbling, except the rats.
Well, there's grass down by the creek. We'll lead them down there.
It don't seem like this was Indians, does it, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, it looks queer, Chester. Everything around here looks queer.
At least the barn is still standing, and a couple of sheds.
We done what we could, Mr. Dillon.
You hadn't been riding by and come to fetch us, we couldn't have done this much, Albie.
I couldn't do enough alone. Funny, in a way. It ain't too far from Dodge, but you know, I didn't pass one settler on the way in.
You didn't see anybody around here?
No, not a soul.
It's just odd, that's what it is. Odd as can be.
Well, you got to figure he was alone, except for them two starving horses.
I don't know his name, so can't mark his grave. Can't help wondering about him, though. What's a man like that lives alone, lets his place go to rust and rubble, his horses starve?
And that well? I don't know when that's been used.
I don't think he drank water, Chester.
You mean that smell of whiskey on the blanket, Mark?
Yeah. Might be he drank himself into a stupor, knocked the whiskey over, along with it a kerosene lamp. That'd start a fire that'd burn a man to death.
Yeah, that must have been the case.
Well, if he was all alone, maybe it doesn't matter what we know.
Well, for the love of...
What?
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming up in the creek bed yonder.
Maybe he wasn't alone after all.
Well, that's just a child. She can't be more than 9 or 10.
I'm afraid I'm no judge.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge City. Who are you?
Charity.
How's that?
Charity Gill, that's my name. It was a big fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You live here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where you been, Charity?
Up the creek. I play up there, stay up there all I can. I like it up there.
You knew about the fire, Charity?
I tried to make him move. I told him to, and I pulled at him, but he was too big. I couldn't move him. I tried. See, I burned my dress.
He was your father?
You know, he married Mama and me when I was little. She said I was to call him Daddy, and I did, but I didn't like him.
Where is your mama, Charity?
Oh, she's dead. She died when I was 7. I'm almost 10 now. He's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
I didn't like him.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think...
I don't know. But it'd be hard to think, wouldn't it, Chester?
I'd say you're a pretty healthy young lady.
I've never been to a doctor before.
You never have. Well, you take a tip from me. You stay away from them all you can, Charity.
You're funny.
Well, some folks think so. Now then, I guess you can slip into your dress yourself.
I always do.
Oh, well, Marshal Dillon, I'll be waiting for you in the other room when you're ready.
I won't be long.
All right.
What about her, Doc?
Oh, she's fine. She sure could use some more meat on her bones, but there's nothing really wrong with her.
The way her dress was burned, I thought maybe the fire got to her, too.
Well, it's not a sign of a burn. You know something? She seems a lot older than 10, doesn't she?
I don't know anything about kids, Doc.
Well, I don't mean she is older than that. She just seems it. Older than her years.
I guess she's seen a lot.
You talked to her much about the fire?
She said she tried to move her stepfather. Couldn't, I suppose.
She didn't like him.
She keeps saying that.
I'm hungry, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, we'll fix that pretty quick now.
Yeah, just Matt, get Chester to eat with her. Hey, he sets a mighty good example.
Yeah, he does at that, doesn't he? Charity, will you tell us about the fire?
What about it?
Oh, how it started, for instance?
Well, it's almost happened lots of times. Mama used to tell him it happened sometimes if he wasn't careful. He'd drink out of that jug, and then he'd fall asleep, and if the lamp was near, he'd knock it over.
That's what happened this morning?
I guess so. I went down to the creek to get my breakfast. He didn't talk to me ever, so I didn't talk to him. He was just sitting there with the jug.
Your breakfast, Charity?
Yeah, the berries are nice down by the creek.
Oh, you ought to eat more than berries for breakfast.
I thought you wanted to know about the fire.
Well, that's right, we do.
When I came back from breakfast, the lamp was on the floor and everything was burning. I tried to make him move, but he was too big. And when my dress started to burn, I ran away.
It was just you and your stepfather. That's all that lived there, huh?
Mm-hmm. And Coley and Sue.
Coley and Sue?
Yeah, the horses, Doc. We brought them in the moss.
Oh.
Marshal?
Yeah, Charity.
Will I live with you now?
Well, no. We'll find a place for you, but...
But I like you.
Well, yeah, but you
Don't
see...
you like me?
Well, sure. Sure, I like you all right, honey. You want to say something, Doc?
Huh? Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, come on, Doc. Help me make her understand now, would you?
You wouldn't let me be alone, would you?
Well, no, Charity. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I guess I do.
Are you in a hurry?
Well, it's going to be dark before long. I want to get you settled with Ma Smalley for the night.
Who's Ma Smalley?
Oh, she's a woman who runs a boarding house.
What's the boarding house?
Well, you know, you board there. You get a room to sleep in and your meals.
Can I eat with you?
Well, sure. Sometimes, maybe. Sure.
I can cook a little bit. I mean, when there's food in the house, I can cook.
Well, yeah, I bet you can.
Do you have a little girl like me?
No.
Little boy?
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm not married, Charity.
Well?
Well, what?
Why don't you have a little girl, little boy anyway?
Now, you listen to me, little lady.
Oh, you were going to call me Charity?
Yeah, well, you ask an awful lot of questions, Charity.
Well, that's how you learn asking questions.
Well, sure. That's how you learn.
Then why don't you have a little girl like me?
I told you, Charity, I'm not married.
Well?
Come on, Charity. You're going to like Ma Smalley.
She have a little girl?
No.
She married?
Well, I think she used to be, yeah, but,
Well?
Charity?
I just don't understand.
I know you don't, honey, but I just don't figure I'm the one to make you understand. Now, come on.
Well, evening, Marshal.
Evening, Rob.
What's that you got there?
This is Charity, Rob.
Why, she's a young'un, a girl.
Yeah?
Do you have a little girl?
Now, don't start that again, please.
Well, you talk right up to her, don't you, Marshal?
Is Ma around, Rob?
Can't start that soon enough with a young'un. Girls especially. Can't give 'em their heads, you know. Gotta lay down the law right early in life.
I was asking after Ma. Where is she, inside?
No, she is not.
Well, then where is she, Rob?
Meddling. That's where she is, thinking and talking free with a whole sewing circle of half-wit women who should have been buggy-whipped a long time ago.
Is he mean, Marshal?
Yeah, he's mean as a butterfly.
Ain't no mean about it, just setting down the facts, stating the case, you might say. Now, if someone had put Ma and them others in their place when they was this young'un's age, we'd have had a warm supper this evening and a few of the comforts us men folks are entitled to.
Rob, you're going to run down pretty soon and tell me where Ma is?
Clean all the way to Wichita.
Wichita?
Mm-hmm. Left on the morning Santa Fe, big as you please. Her and the Dorsey girls, Boss Grimmick's wife, Fanny Dorsey,
Rob,
Clara Jones.
Hold up a minute, will you? You're calling off every woman in Dodge. They can't all be in Wichita.
Well, you're the marshal. Make yourself a house-to-house search. There ain't a woman left in town, and they ain't going to be for 5 days running.
Well, what's going on?
Suffering.
Rob, you talk straight to me now,
That's
or so...
what they call it, suffering. They all met for it. Women from all over the state, according to Ma, pouring into Wichita, and every single one of them's got suffering on their minds.
Suffering? You mean suffrage?
Oh, it's one and the same thing. It's that sneaky way women folks has of talking. Why don't they just come out plain and say that they want the vote? No, they got to call it suffrage.
Suffrage.
Well, you let them vote a while and see if the country ain't suffering.
I'm awful sleepy, Marshal.
Yeah, me too, Charity.
Man.
You're the only woman in town, Kitty. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of her now, isn't it?
In a saloon? There's nothing natural about that.
She can sleep in your room, can't she?
My room, the Long Branch, any of this. It's no place for a little girl. You should know it isn't.
You think one of my jail cells is better, maybe, huh?
Well, it's no worse. Honestly, Matt, I know this is a problem, but I don't think I'm the solution. There must be someplace in town, or even out of town, some family.
We rode out to Albie Stevens.
He's got 8 kids.
Yeah, they're stacked up out there, and they're all boys.
What about Mrs. Stevens?
She's gone to Wichita with Ma Smalley and the rest of them.
8 kids, and she wants to vote, too?
Well, Albie says she went for the outing. I guess you can't blame her for wanting to get away.
Hello.
Oh, hello, honey. Did you get the drink you wanted?
No, the man said he didn't have any milk, so I had some water.
She ought to have milk, Matt.
Well, yeah, but...
They keep a cow at Delmonico's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess they do.
Well, go and get us some. Charity will be all right here for a little while.
Here, honey. You sit down here. And you wait with Miss Kitty, huh?
You're not going to leave?
No, I'll be back as soon as I get you some milk.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him, too.
You're pretty.
Do you think so, honey?
Mm-hmm, and you smell pretty, too. Only...
Only what?
You got your face painted. Mama used to tell me only Indians painted their faces.
Maybe your mother was pretty enough without using powders and things.
Oh, she was pretty. Freckles. She had freckles all over.
Well, that proves it. I don't have any freckles.
This is a funny place, ain't it?
Kind of funny, yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand grown-ups, Miss Kitty. Outside, there's alfalfa and sweet clover to smell, and quick water to drink, and currants and wild gooseberries and sheep shower to eat. But grown-ups are always crowding together indoors and smelling smoke and drinking whiskey and talking loud. What is that?
I don't know, Charity. I just know they do. And if they didn't, I'd be out of business.
Now, Mr. Dillon, I just don't see the need of this at all. I never been in jail before in my life.
Stop acting like an old woman, Chester. You're not in jail now, really.
Poor Higgert McPeters was in the same doggone cell just last week before they took him off to Hayes City to hang.
Now, you listen to me, Chester. It's been a long day. I had about all the jawing I can handle. Charity's going to sleep in your bed. I'm going to sit up in mine, and you're going to sleep on that cot there, and that's the end of it. Now, shut up.
Yes, sir, I understand, but I don't see why I got to be locked up to
You're
accomplish
not
it.
locked up, Chester.
You closed the door shut on me, Mr.
All right,
Dillon.
all right, there. Better? Is that better? Huh?
Yes, sir, it is. A sight better.
Good night, Chester.
Night, Mr. Dillon. Yes, I guess Charity's asleep by now, all right,
Now, she probably was before we started this ruckus, yeah.
Oh, that poor little thing. Whatever is going to come to her, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't know, Chester. I don't know anyone who wants kids that hasn't got them. I sure never run up against anything like this before.
She's plumb gone on you. Tags along like a little stray. Too bad you can't keep her.
Oh, you're out of your head.
Well, now I can see it ain't the most practical thing in the world. Chances are you'd feel a lot better having a little boy, but all the same...
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'd feel a lot better having nothing at all. No boy, no girl.
Well, yes, I suppose so. You're more used to that.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Ain't you gonna get in your bed, Marshal?
Huh? Hey, you're supposed to be asleep, young lady.
I know, but I keep thinking. I never can sleep when I'm thinking.
I guess the secret's to quit thinking then, huh?
I'm worried about you, Marshal Dillon.
Worried?
You don't know what to do about me, do you?
No, honey, I sure don't.
I guess you're tired of me, too.
I'm not tired of you, Charity. I just don't rightly know what to do with you.
You don't want me to live with you, do you?
Well, honey, you can't very well. You've seen how I live here. It's not the right place for a little girl. You ought to have a home. A real home, Charity, with folks close to you who see that you're cared for, who will love you.
Mm-hmm. Like my Aunt Annie.
Aunt Annie?
Oh, maybe I haven't told you about Aunt Annie.
Oh, maybe you haven't.
At first, I thought it'd be nice to live with you. But mostly you and I just walk around. I get tired.
Charity, where does Aunt Annie live?
Just on yonder from where I used to live before the fire. Maybe 5 miles, not far. I like you, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I like you too, Charity. And tomorrow morning, we're going to ride out to Aunt Annie's, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I'll sleep better now.
Yeah. Me too, honey. Me too.
bunch of Fritos. Corn chips, it's not polite to smack your lips, but you can't help it with Fritos. Corn chips, munch, munch, munchy bunch of Fritos. Corn chips.
Some things you eat because they taste good, and some things you eat because they're good for you. But Fritos corn chips are one snack you can eat for both reasons. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ann Whitfield, Joseph Kearns, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Have you noticed, Minna, the new houses all seem to be on one floor?
I'd like that. With nagging backache and the muscular aches and pains I've had lately, it's no fun climbing stairs.
I know. With nagging backache, all I'd want is relief.
How?
Try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
My gracious, Doc, I never heard so much complaining in all my life.
Well, it's just that I don't like walking all the way to the end of Dodge to look at some horse that you want to buy.
Well, he's a pretty good horse.
Oh, they're probably poor as a crow.
Doc, if you remember, I didn't even ask you to come with me.
Well, I wouldn't let you go alone. Moss could sell you a blind horse, lame and 3 legs, and you wouldn't know the difference.
You don't know the difference between a slick fork and a single tree, and you're trying to tell me... Well, I'll be...
Huh? What?
Look at that fella yonder, over by the stable.
Oh, what about it?
Doc, that's a coffin he's got in his wagon, ain't it?
My golly, it sure looks like it.
Hello there.
Hello?
What's that you got there?
Hey, my wagon? Well, that's a burying box. And a mighty fine one, too. I made it myself.
Is it, got anything in it?
Well, now, that's a mighty personal question, mister. I don't even know your name.
Oh, well, I'm Chester Proudfoot, and this here is Doc Adams.
Yeah? Well, my name's Mather. Gus Mather. Glad to know you.
How do?
Hey, you a real doctor?
Well, that's been argued both ways.
I like you.
Well,
I sure wish you'd been here when Orson Boggs took sick.
Well, who's Orson Boggs?
That's Orson Boggs laying right there in that box.
Oh, what'd he die of?
Killed an acre. He fought her for a whole week, and then he just give up. He was the best friend I had in this whole world.
You live around here, do you?
No, we was traveling there heading west.
You aim to take him with you? Orson Boggs?
No, sir. His last request was to be buried in a proper burying ground, and I'm going to do it right here in Dodge.
Proper burying? Yeah. You mean you call Boot Hill a proper burying ground?
It'll do. I'm going to plant him this afternoon, and then tonight I got to fill his other last request.
What was that?
Well, Orson left me share of our grub steak. It ain't much, but it'll serve for a wake.
A wake?
Yeah, well, it's fitting and proper a man should have a wake if he wants one, and Orson said to hold a bed one.
Well, they hold a wake, before the burying, not after.
Well, this is the way Orson wanted it, so that's the way it's going to be. I'm going to hire a room and invite everybody who wants to come. And you're invited, both of you.
Oh, well, yes, thank you, but... what about this burying? Don't you need a preacher and all?
Oh, no, Orson Boggs had no dealing with preachers. No, he asked me to dig a hole and put him in it and fill it up, and that's all. Well, maybe I'll speak a word or two. Well, I gotta find the stable man. I'll see you later. And be sure to come to the wake. Bring anybody you like. Lots of liquor.
Lots of... Doc, I wouldn't be surprised but what I went to that burial and wake. Well, you know something, Chester? I wouldn't be surprised if you did either. Wow, Mr. Dillon.
Yes, sir.
Well, I sure am glad you got back, but I didn't expect you till tomorrow.
I'm away 3 days, and you've got to go and get married, huh?
Yeah, now, looky here, Mr. Dillon. Just because a man wants to look nice for a party ain't no cause to think he's clean lost his mind.
Oh, party. Well, that's different. Who's celebrating?
Gus Mather. He's holding a wake tonight. Lots of free food and liquor, all you can drink, he says.
Who died?
A friend of his, Mr. Orson Boggs.
Orson Boggs? I don't believe I know him either.
Well, you're invited to the wake anyway. Everybody is. And you'd better come, too.
Well, why?
There's something funny about this whole business, Mr. John.
Oh, how's that?
Well, sir, Gus Mather drove into Dodge with Orson Boggs already in his coffin. Buried him on Boot Hill this afternoon with no preacher, no nothing.
You think something's wrong?
To tell the truth, I don't know what to think.
Well, we'll go see. That is, if you don't mind being with a man who isn't quite as flashy a dresser as you are.
Oh, no, I don't mind a bit. I mean...
Right. All right, let's go then.
I hope we ain't going to be late.
From the sound of things, they're just warming up.
No, I mean for the victuals. I hope it ain't all gone.
And if I know you, you'll make out somehow.
And I want to thank all of you for coming tonight. Orson Boggs would have been mighty pleased. Orson Boggs was the best friend I ever had. He was the best man ever to come out of the Red Bank country. Here's to him. Here's to
My goodness, what a way to mourn for a man.
Yeah.
Of course, if he's dead, I guess it don't matter now. Anyway, that Gus Mather sure doesn't know how to throw a party, don't he?
Well, it must be worth it to him.
How do you mean?
This whole business could be a way to let the world know that Orson Boggs is dead, Chester.
Mean you think he ain't?
It could be.
Well, why would a man want people to think Boggs was dead if he ain't?
To escape the law would be a good reason.
But we ain't never heard of no Orson Boggs being wanted.
Maybe he hasn't been found out yet. Now, let's go say hello to Gus, huh? We're not being polite.
Well, I guarantee we won't find out nothing from him.
Well, we can try.
Hey, hello there. Hello there, Chester.
Well, hello, Gus. This here is Marshall Dillon.
Hello, Gus.
Marshall. You're welcome here.
Thank you.
Let me get you a drink.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's too bad about Orson Boggs, Gus. Where was your prom, anyway?
Oh, it's a long way from here, Marshal.
But he was from Kansas, right?
Yes, you could say that. Here's your drink, Marshal. Chester. Yes, he was from Kansas, all right. We was headed west, and I'll have to go it alone now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You from Kansas, too, Gus?
Me? I'm from everywhere. I got no real home, Marshal. I just drift around like Orson Boggs did. Yeah.
Just as we came in, you were saying something about the Red Bank country. That's down near the Pawnee Reservation, isn't it?
Uh-huh, yeah. Well, we drifted through there a couple of times, and well, Marshal, I better see to the men's drinks. I gotta keep the boys oiled up, you know. Yeah, come on, boys.
Yeah.
He's a sly old devil, ain't he?
He's hiding something, all right, Chester. And it's going to take time to find out what it is.
Well, we sure ain't going to find out tonight. And as long as we're here, there ain't no reason to be standoffish, are they?
No, I guess not, Chester. Come on, let's belly up to the bar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Huh?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what do you want, Chester?
Nothing. I just wondered where you was going.
Well, I was going into the Long Branch for a beer. You want to join me, or have you sinned enough for one day?
You put it that way, and I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. Come on.
Well, Matt, Chester.
Kitty?
Come to join the party?
Oh, what party?
Gus Mather over there. He's buying drinks for everybody.
We already been to one of his parties.
2 beers, Sam, huh?
I heard about the wakey, too, the other night.
What I heard, there were men drinking there until dawn.
Yeah, and most of them were in here the next day trying to cure their hangovers.
Oh, thanks, Sam. Here you go, Chester.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Matt, you're getting as free with your money as Gus Mather. He's been buying drinks in here right and left 3 days running. You think he has millions.
Kitty, how much money has Gus been spending?
Oh, that little group he's got over there with him now is nothing. Come evening, he'll have 15 or 20 men he's treating. It's always like that.
What are you thinking, Mr. Dillon?
I'm thinking that's too much money for a man to come by easily.
Legal, you mean?
Yeah, legal.
But doggone it, Mr. Dillon, why don't you just go set him down hard somewheres and make him talk?
Chester, I can't just beat it out of him. Besides, he's pretty sly. He's only let one thing slip so far.
What's that?
About Orson Boggs coming from the Red Bank country. Remember how he tried to cover that up when I asked him about it?
Oh, by golly, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a long way from here. But we're going anyway.
We are.
Finish your beer and get the horses. I'll meet you at the office.
Yes, sir.
So long, Kitty.
Good luck, Matt.
Well, there sure ain't much of a place. I reckon that fellow was right.
Lee said he thought the Boggs lived on Ash Creek. This is the only cabin we've seen in 10 miles.
Well, there's somebody out in front, pulling the dust. Must be her, huh?
Yeah. How do, ma'am?
Howdy.
You, Miss Boggs?
How do you know my name?
We ran into a buffalo hunter way back. He said he thought you lived down along here somewhere.
He was pretty nosy, wasn't he?
I'm a marshal out of Dodge, Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
I do, ma'am.
Just what do you want here, Marshal?
We're looking for Orson Boggs, ma'am. He is your husband, isn't he?
Of course he's my husband.
Is he around? I'd like to talk to him.
And he ain't here. Ain't been here for some days, so you might as well tell me what this is all about.
Did you know a man named Gus Mather, friend of your husband?
My husband don't have no friends, Marshal. We come out here to lead a moral life, to keep away from people and temptation and sin and worldliness.
You sure picked a good spot for it.
Miss Boggs, do you know where your husband is?
He went off on a hunting trip. Said he was getting restless.
And he went alone?
Of course he went alone. What's this all about, Marshal?
Miss Boggs, that man I mentioned, Gus Mather, he's in Dodge, telling everybody that Orson's dead.
He ain't dead. I'd know it. Somehow I'd know it if he was.
Gus Mather claims he's Orson's best friend.
He's lying. He's got to be.
You sure you don't know him? About 55, spry, gray-haired.
I told you. Orson don't have no friends.
Well, then how did Gus Mather know Orson's name?
How should I know? I ain't responsible for this Gus Mather. Now, if you leave me be, I got work to do. Good day to you, Marshal.
Well, if that ain't the cold-bloodedest woman I ever did meet.
She's hiding something, Chester.
Too bad it ain't her face. We going back to Dodge now?
Yeah. And I have a hunch it won't be too long before she's there, too.
Income tax time seem a long way off? Not for the smart taxpayer, it isn't. It's time now to round up all the facts and give them a leisurely going over. Haste makes waste of possible tax savings. Haste also makes for mathematical mistakes, which result in returned returns. File early, now, while there's time to make sure you have passed up no legal chance to save yourself tax dollars. Assistance, free assistance in any aspect of your income tax return, is available for the asking by phone or in person at any Internal Revenue Service office, listed in your phone book under the United States government listings. Don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to learn which form it's to your best advantage to use. Having decided that, do a slow, careful job with all the help you need to get your return mathematically correct, factually accurate. And take advantage of every legal means to cut your tax bill, something you can best do when you leave plenty of time for the job.
Marshal?
Ah, Miss Boggs. Come in.
Orson ain't come home yet, Marshal.
Oh?
This Gus Mather you was talking about. I'd like to have a look at him.
Well, he's over at Long Branch, Mr. John. At least he was an hour ago.
The Long Branch is that saloon just across the street there.
The saloon. The earth will open up one day and swallow this sinful town, Marshal.
I'm afraid they just built another one like it. Chester, why don't you go get Gus Mather out of there for Miss Boggs, huh?
I said I'd like to have a look at him. I won't talk to any man who has liquor on his breath.
Well, would you mind getting close enough to look through the window at him, Miss Boggs?
And no closer.
All right, let's go then.
He might maybe have went, but now.
We'll see.
From what I hear about Gus Mather, he'll be there, all right. Yeah, he's there.
He's drunk.
Little, maybe. I thought you said you didn't know Gus Mather.
I've seen him, but I never knew what he called himself.
Then he is a friend of your husband's. Huh?
Marshal, that man in there is no friend of my husband or of mine. Never was. We wouldn't endure such sinful ways, lying, living in corruption. He's going down to the eternal fires of damnation.
You feel mighty strong about Gus Mather, don't you?
My husband was a fine, upstanding man.
What's that got to do with Mather in there?
Precious little, I can tell you. Well, Marshal, I've seen what I come to Dodge to see. Orson would be better off dead than in there.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what are you going to do now?
I'm going home. First thing in the morning.
There's a good hotel up the street here.
Thank you kindly, Marshal.
Well, if that don't beat all. Traveling all this way just to take a look at Gus Mather.
She had more reason than that, Chester.
What's that?
I don't know exactly. But go find Doc and then meet me at the office. We're going to make a little trip up to Boot Hill.
Well, where in the world have you two been? Covered with dirt? What have you been doing?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Miss Kitty.
Have you seen Gus Mather, Kitty?
Gus? Yeah. About the middle of the afternoon, he went out back. He was mighty drunk. Long about dark, some fella found him and carried him up to the docks. He thought he was dead at first.
Probably had the fan tods.
I was looking for you earlier, Matt. Where were you?
Digging up a grave on Boot Hill.
Doggone him, he's been in there 24 hours a day, every day since that wake. Now, when we want him, he's passed out.
There isn't much we can do about it now. Let's get some sleep. We'll see Gus in the morning.
Good morning, Matt.
Doc, how's your patient this morning?
Well, his patient ain't the man he used to be, Marshal, but, I'm sure drinking forever.
Well, you'd better be, or you'll have no insides left.
Oh, yeah.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am?
You don't look so sick to me.
Well, he was sick, ma'am. Mighty sick.
This is Mrs. Boggs, Doc. Mrs. Orson Boggs.
I heard about him being drunk in an alley. Now, some men drug him up here.
Well, now, Mrs. Boggs...
By rights, that ought to be your deathbed you're lying on.
Hey, it would be a blessed thing if you was to have a forgiving nature.
Forgiveness belongs to the Lord.
Well...
Not to us here below. Get your pants on.
Excuse me, Miss Boggs, but this is a mighty sick man.
Get your pants on.
Yeah?
He was sick. And it done him good, but he's coming home now.
I'm getting him on.
Marshal, he just tried to do away with Orson Boggs, but it didn't work. No man can escape himself.
Then Gus here is Orson Boggs?
Wait, you don't seem too surprised.
Last night, Chester and I spent some time on Boot Hill. We found the coffin here buried. There was just a log in it. No body. No Orson Boggs.
Oh, I thought I heard everybody plumb fool.
He run off. Stole our savings. Spent every penny. The miserable sinner.
Yeah, that's all true, Marshal. I thought up the whole plan myself. I just got tired of being good all the time.
Well, you're going back to being good.
Yeah.
And you're going to stay good the rest of your life. Now, come on. Let's get started home.
All right, come on.
Well, Doc, at least we know Orson Boggs isn't dead.
But if you ask me, Matt, he was a whole lot better off when he was.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. You see, Kellogg's All Brand is the reliable brand that millions depend on for the effectiveness they want. It's the real Battle Creek formula that brings you more brand bulk in every serving. More of the vital brand bulk that helps you keep regular. Kellogg's All Brand is also low in calories and mighty pleasant tasting. You can trust Kellogg's for that. The crisp toasted shreds have the kind of good bran muffin flavor that most folks are partial to. So next time you're shopping, get Kellogg's All Brand, and you'll get reliability.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted for radio by Norman McDonald. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Virginia Gregg. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Have a happy habit. Monday through Friday, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network.
Save now at Zenith Cleaners. 4 men's shirts laundered the magic personalized Zenith way, only 87 cents cash and carry at all Zenith Cleaners. You're tuned to KRLD, AM and FM Dallas, 1080 complete big time radio, the 50,000-watt voice of Texas.
Now, Post Toasties, the heat good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Say there, next time you hear a crackling noise in your kitchen, better get up and investigate. Maybe somebody just couldn't wait for his breakfast of crackling crisp Post Toasties. And that's a treat you shouldn't miss. Post Toasties, you know, are the heat good cornflakes. Why, after one taste, I'll bet anything you'll agree with me. Post Toasties is just the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. There's nothing quite like sweet kernel corn flavor when it's toasted right in. Toasted into crisp, fresh cornflakes. Man, oh man, that's Post Toasties. Heat good cornflakes. Better try 'em. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
You sure are slow with that beer, Doc. I'm ready for another one.
You had enough last night, Chester. Matt told me you were still asleep at 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, I was. And it was mighty kind of him not to wake me up. Say, are you sure he said he'd be back this afternoon?
That's what he told me. So I... Oh. Now, what in the world is that fella?
Who?
It just come in the door there with Tyler and Short.
Oh, him. That's Weed Pendle. He rode in on a mule a couple days ago.
Well, which has the bigger ears, him or the mule?
Oh, he is funny looking, all right. And he acts peculiar, too.
That's a mighty scrawny mule, Pendle. I seen you on him this morning.
Pendle here's kind of scrawny yourself, Short. Maybe some beer to fatten him up a little.
I'd like some beer, all right, but I got no money.
Why don't you sell that guitar of yours?
Sell my guitar? No, I'd never do that. You must have a nickel at least. Last money I had got stole. Now, who'd dare steal money off a tiger like you, Pendle? I was asleep. I started to wake up, but they kicked me in the head.
You call that a head? Looks to me more like your neck just growed out and haired over.
I ain't very handsome. You sure ain't.
Hey, what'd your old lady think of you when she saw you, Pendle?
I don't know. She died.
Yeah, laughing, I'll bet.
Oh, now that's enough, Tyler. That's too mean. Pendle's a harmless little fella.
Ain't nobody talking to you, Chester.
Well...
Bartender, 3 beers.
You buying, Tyler?
I'm proud to. A fine old soldier like Weed Pendle.
How'd you know I was a soldier?
I didn't.
Where was you a soldier, Pendle? 3rd Illinois Cavalry.
Illinois. You was with the Yankees.
Well, I never done much. We had hard luck and never got to see no real Confederates at all. Just a bunch of ragged-tailed bushwhackers in South Missouri. They was led by an old chicken thief named Klein.
Yeah, so there was. Tell me something, Pendle. Did you ever kill any Klein's men?
A few, before I got shot myself. They caught some of them after and hung them, but I never did see a hanging.
You never saw a hanging?
Nowhere. I never did.
That's so. Well, Pendle, you're in luck. Since we was kind of in the war together, so to speak, I'm going to show you a hanging. You're about ready, ain't you, Short?
My rope's on my saddle. I'll get it and meet you out back.
They going to be a hanging? A real hanging?
There sure is. You're lucky, Pendle. You run into us just in time.
What are you talking about, Tyler? Who are you going to hang?
It's a kind of surprise, Chester. You can watch, too.
Here. You know it's against the law to hang people around here?
I saw Marshal Dillon ride out town this morning. When he gets back, it'll be all over. And don't you try to buck me in Short, Chester. You'll die if you do. Come on, Pendle. You don't want to miss it.
Sure.
What do you suppose they're up to, Doc?
And I don't know, Chester, but I'd like to find out.
Yeah, I guess we'd better. I sure do wish Mr. Dillon was here.
I never did think much of Tyler and Short. They play no good.
I'm worried, Doc.
Yeah, there they are.
Why, it's Pendle. They got a rope around his neck.
Of course, you won't see all the hanging, Pendle, just the start of it.
What are you hanging me for? I ain't done nothing.
You was in the 3rd Illinois Cavalry.
Well, sure.
We was fighting under that old chicken thief Klein in South Missouri. It's a real pleasure to hang a Yankee like you.
But I only done what they told me to. I didn't kill nobody on purpose.
All right, now, wait a minute, you two. You've gone far enough.
Shoot him, Tyler.
You go shooting anybody, and you'll be the ones to end up on a rope.
Doc ain't armed. He never is. Go on, Tyler.
All right. You can try it. But you're sure going to have to kill me before you hang anybody.
I'll kill you.
You'll have to kill me, too, Tyler.
Mr. Dillon.
Where'd he come from?
Take your rope off that man's neck, Short, and do it quick.
Sure, Marshal. Sure.
I told you shouldn't hang me.
Oh, we was just funning the Marshal. We wasn't going to hang him.
What's this all about, Short?
Well, he's a Yankee, Marshal. Killed a lot of us in Missouri during the war. We was going to scare him and then run him off.
Well, you forget about that. And forget about the war, too. It's over. The next time I catch you up to anything like this, you're going to go to jail.
Go to jail? Over a dumb Yankee who don't own nothing but a skinny mule and a guitar?
Get out of here, Short. And you, too, Tyler.
Okay, Marshal. But this Yankee better get out of here, too. Out of Dodge.
Shut up, Tyler. And get moving.
Sure. See you later, Pendle.
Pendle, Marshal Dillon's here. He wants to see you.
I sure do thank you for letting me sleep in your jail last night, Marshal.
Where you been sleeping before, Pendle?
With my mule. I always do.
Huh? I hear you broke. What do you do for a living?
I never did nothing much, Marshal. Just ride around on my mule.
Well, what about your guitar? Don't you ever play and take up a collection or something?
Oh, no, Marshal. I wouldn't do that.
Well, why not? Can't you play well enough?
I don't know, Marshal. I never played it for nobody to hear, except me.
Ah. All right. Chester, take him over to the Texas Trail, huh? Maybe Sam can give him a job of some kind.
Well, it wouldn't be steady, would it?
Well, I don't know, but why shouldn't it be?
Because I'll be leaving in a day or two.
Oh? Where you headed?
Nowhere.
Nowhere?
Just ride around on my mule. I always do.
Pendle, where are you from, anyway?
I was born San Benito.
Oh, on the Rio Grande?
Yes. I left soon after. Took my guitar with me, though. Never did go back.
Well, if you're from Texas, how come you fought in the Union Army?
I don't know. One army's just like another, I guess.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right at that. Chester, take him over to Sam's.
All right, sir.
I left my guitar out back. I'll go get it.
sure is a peculiar little fellow, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, pretty helpless, too.
You think Short and Tyler will bother him any more?
Well, knowing them, I believe they'd have hung him yesterday if they could have. You tell Sam to let me know if they even start talking to him again, huh?
Yes, sir, I will. They're about the meanest pair of men I ever knew.
Yeah, they are. And they'll think of something.
Well, Pennell said he's leaving in a day or two.
I hope that's soon enough, Chester.
Say, how are morning appetites at your house? If they're pretty drowsy, here's a real good way to wake 'em up. Set a bowl full of Post Toasties, the heap-good cornflakes, at everybody's place. Just watch your folks take notice when they see how crisp Post Toasties are. And wait till they taste that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted in. Bet your whole tribe will agree with you. Post Toasties are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. And here's a thought, if you'd like to make a good thing even better. Try topping Post Toasties with your favorite fruit. You'll find that's a mighty good way to start the day. Fact is, it's a downright delicious way. So next time you shop, be sure to ask for Post Toasties. They're the heap-good cornflakes. You'll see.
Post Toasties, heap-good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap-good cornflakes. Post Toasties, heap-good cornflakes.
Now back to Gunsmoke.
Sam gave Weed Pendle a job sweeping up the saloon and let him live in a tiny shack out back. He tried to get him to play his guitar, but Pendle wouldn't do it. And we all began to think that he probably didn't even know how. It's hard to believe that anyone as simple as he was could learn to do anything. I looked up Short and Tyler and warned them again to leave him alone. And they did. Until one morning a couple of days later. Chester and I had just come out of Delmonico's and we're walking up Front Street.
Look at there, Mr. Dillon, across the plaza.
Yeah, I saw them. Let's go over there, Chester.
It's Pendle and his mule, all right.
Yeah. And Tyler and Short, too. I told them to keep away from him.
What are they laughing at?
They're laughing, but he isn't.
What do you suppose they've done to him now?
Look at his mule, Chester. That's what they've done.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, he's lost an ear.
I thought Yankees liked their mules that way, Short. At least I always heard they did.
I guess there's just no pleasing some men, Tyler.
You shouldn't have done that to my mule.
Well, it's the marshal again.
Did you men do this?
Now, Marshal, we ain't done nothing to Pendle.
Did they do it, Pendle?
I tried to stop him, but Tyler held me. Then they gave me my mule's ear, Marshal. It's right here. See?
Yeah. Turn around, both of you. Turn around, I said. Now take their guns, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Can't do nothing to us, Marshal. We didn't hurt Pendle, no.
I don't like what you did to his mule.
I got him, Mr. Dillon.
Now, Rhett, you can turn around again. I ought to cut an ear off of each of you. But I can't do that. So I'm going to do the next best thing.
Now, look here, Marshal.
Now, leave him there, Chester. Pendle, I'm sorry about your mule.
He ain't much of a mule anymore.
Well, you better go take care of him. And maybe these two will leave you alone now.
Poor mule.
You know what Wade Pendle told me yesterday, Matt?
Well, it could have been almost anything, knowing him, Kitty.
No, this kind of makes sense. I asked him if he was ever lonely, and he said, no, he never stayed anywhere long enough to get to know anybody that well.
He's a little strange, all right.
Now what are they up to?
Who?
Tyler and Short. They just came in with Pendle.
No?
Look, Matt, he's got his guitar with him.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, everybody. Hey, listen, everybody. Little Yankee is going to play his guitar for us.
At least he's gonna try. Ain't you, Yank?
Don't shoot my mule.
We ain't going to shoot your mule. Not if you play good enough.
Go on, get started. If you know how.
They threatened to kill his mule, Matt. You got to stop them.
No, wait a minute, Kitty.
Go on, Pendle. Go on, play.
All right.
Wait.
Yeah, he kind of surprised everybody, didn't he?
Tyler and Short don't look so happy about it.
No. The crowd's with Pendle now.
Good. They'll leave him.
Yeah, they better.
Hello, Yankee.
Hello.
You've been playing that guitar a long time in there, ain't you, Pendle?
They wanted me to. They liked it.
Well, me and Short been waiting to tell you how we liked it, too.
Yeah. Let me see that guitar, Pendle.
No. You hurt my mule.
Give it to me.
I got a gun in your belly, Pendle. Don't move.
I want my guitar.
You can have it. I just want to sort of tune it for you first.
Please.
There.
Please don't do that.
Another thing that's wrong with this guitar, it's a little bit too big for a man like you. But I can make it smaller. There you are, Yankee soldier.
Maybe this'll learn them. Let's go, Short.
Are they both dead, Doc?
Oh, my, yes. Real dead. For several hours, at least.
Why, they must have been asleep when it happened, Doc.
It looks like Short there struggled a little. I guess Tyler got his first, and it woke Short up for a minute.
He wasn't awake very long, man.
Just long enough to see who was cutting his throat, probably.
Well, he can't talk now. No. Yeah, I guess I'm all through here. What do you want to do with him?
We'll let the hotel worry about him. I guess it's Weed Pendle I want now.
My, and him such a mild little fellow.
Any man can take just so much, Chester.
I sure hate to see poor Pendle hang for killing these two buzzards, man.
Chester, wait for me at the jail, huh? I'll bring him over as soon as I can find him. Sam?
Yeah, what'll it be, Marshal?
Where's Weed Pendle, Sam?
Oh, I just sent him out back for a bucket of sawdust. What do you want him for?
Short and Tyler got their throats cut early this morning.
Good.
I guess their smashing his guitar was too much for Pendle.
That's so, huh? Oh, there he is now. Pendle, come over here.
Morning, Marshal.
Good morning.
Pendle, where was you last night?
I don't know. Here, I guess.
You don't know?
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. Pendle, where was you after they wrecked your guitar?
Well, I sat in the alley a while, then I come back here.
Yeah, that's right. And he was so broke up about his guitar, I didn't want to leave him alone, so I took him up and let him sleep on the floor of my room. That right, Pendle? Well, go on, tell him now.
Sure, Sam. That's right.
Are you trying to alibi for him, Sam?
I know Marshal Dillon, but I care about him.
Some people care about me.
Who, Pendle?
He's just talking, Marshal.
Who cares about you, Pendle? Tell me.
Those men.
What men?
He means some of the boys that was here when he come back with his busted guitar, Marshal. They just told him how sorry he was, that's all.
I see. They liked his music, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They liked to hear me play.
Who was in here then, Sam?
Well, now, Marshal Dillon, you know how it is. I'm busy pouring drinks, and I don't pay no mind to who's here and who ain't. I couldn't rightly say it all.
Okay, Sam, I guess I can't beat the truth out of you.
Oh, now, Marshal Dillon, who cares about Tyler and Short? Dodge is better off without him.
There's a law against murder, Sam, and it's the same for everybody. Well, I'll be back later.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I've done all I can, Chester. The whole town's just plain quit talking. Nobody knows anything.
Well, I guess they're all trying to protect Pendle.
Yeah, they are. That he didn't do it.
Well, who did then?
Well, if I could prove who did it, Chester, I'd have him in jail. Say, come over here.
Well, I declare, Mr. Dillon, it looks to me like he's leaving town.
Yeah, I told him he could go.
He looks funnier than ever on that one-eared mule.
Yeah. Well, Dodge treated Pendle pretty rough.
It sure did. Poor little fellow looks kind of empty like that his guitar, don't he?
Well, maybe you'll find another one somewhere. Anyway, they sure like to hear him play in this town. A couple of the boys in particular, I guess. Yeah, they liked it just fine.
Say, Mother, want to see your small fry eat a better breakfast than ever? Well, may I suggest that you dish 'em up some sugar crinkles to start with? Sugar crinkles, you know, make breakfast more fun than a circus. Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. It's high time to forget the sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you and those others that don't seem sweet enough to the kids. Just pour out crisp golden sugar crinkles and see how just right sweet a sugar-coated cereal can be. Just right sweet. Be sure to get several packages of sugar crinkles, because they're great for snacks. Kids love 'em that way. Kids love 'em anyway. Try sugar crinkles, and you'll love 'em too. Remember, new sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Special guitar effects by Al Hendrickson. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke was brought to you tonight by Post Toasties and Sugar Crinkles.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Her name was Rose, and she was pretty. And that's all anybody in Dodge knew about the girl. She'd come in on the stage from the South a month before and opened a blackjack table in the Long Branch, working on a 50-50 split with the house. The game got a big play, of course. A woman gambler was a new thing in Dodge. And some of the smartest and crookedest cardmen in town started coming around to try their luck. But with Rose dealing, the house never lost. And after a 3-week run of that kind of luck, I figured it was time to look into things.
Oh, doggone it, Matt. We've been sitting here for an hour and a half. How long's it going to take to catch her cheating?
Doc, we're not going to catch her.
We're not?
Yeah, the way she handles that deck, we could sit here till doomsday and never see a thing.
Well, maybe she's dealing honest.
Yeah, maybe. Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, Chester. Maybe he noticed something. You know, playing right there at the table with her.
That's the last place in the world to spot a crooked game, Doc.
I swear, I just don't know what you could have been thinking of, Mr. Dillon. Why, she's as nice a young lady as you'd ever care to meet.
Now, how much did she let you win, Chester?
$14.20. Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with it. I watched her every second.
All right, Chester. Who was the heavy loser, then?
Well, that Elko Dean must have lost about $200 before he pulled out, but just by betting foolish, Mr. Dillon, why, he didn't have no more reason to do what he done.
Who else?
Well, the ones there now, I reckon young Slim Raddick's out about 150 as the game stands.
He's been losing every night for 2 weeks, the way I hear it.
Well, he gets to making calf eyes at Rose and don't pay no attention to his cards.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's how she does it, Matt. She gets them so all fired up over it that they don't care if school keeps an eye.
Somebody like young Raddick may be, but not the professional gamblers, Doc. You sit down for a while, Chester. I'm going over and talk to her.
What you sipping on?
17 showing. Another card is 10.
Hit me again.
Again it is. 6 of hearts, 23 and busted. Much obliged to you, Mr. Raddick.
You doggone sure ought to be. Seems all I do. Oh, evening, Marshal.
Hello, Slim. Your luck turning on you?
It ain't turning, no way. It's been against me right along.
Then maybe you won't mind if I interrupt the game for a while. That is, with your permission, ma'am. I'd like to talk to you.
Why not? All right, gentlemen, the game is closed. If you want to step over to the bar, the drinks are on me. Well, how about it, Marshal? Do I get a clean bill of health?
Along what lines, Rose?
Running a square game. You've been watching me like a hawk for the last hour and a half. Every deal, every move I made. You see anything off color?
Well, I saw Elko Dean slip a cold deck in on you.
So did I. But I'll give you 10 to 1. You didn't see me slip it right back out.
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Neither did Elko. And that mistake cost him $230. More eventually, because he'll be back here tomorrow night trying to get even.
So the game is crooked, huh?
Marshal, the man who taught me how to handle cards used to say, you can't cheat an honest man, Rose, so don't bother to try. But a crook is fair game any day.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Rose. How does that fit young Raddick?
Slim?
Yeah.
That's different.
Different how? He's been losing steady here at your table. It can't all be bad luck.
I've tried to keep him away. I told him over and over again to stay out of it and leave me alone.
Stay out of what, Rose?
It doesn't matter. Here, Marshal. Take a look. Go on, count it if you want it. That's the money I've taken from Slim. $2,642. And when I leave Dodge, you'll get it all back. Every cent of it.
Can I ask you something, Rose? What's a girl like you doing in this business, anyway?
Earning a living, for one thing.
Now, there are other ways, you know.
None that I know as well. Besides, it lets me cover a lot of country. Look people over.
Why is that so important?
I'll tell you why, Marshal. I've spent 4 years now looking for one certain man.
Now, you won't quit till you find him, huh?
I found him. Tonight.
Oh? What happens now?
I'm going to kill him.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Jerky. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
No, what, Chester?
The doggone ham you get nowadays ain't nothing like it used to be.
Oh, is that so?
Well, just look at that. Well, lamb, they don't even half smoke it anymore. Just put on more salt. That's all they do.
Well, it's better than side meat, anyhow.
Why, even down in Texas, we used to smoke our meat at least 2 days.
How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Oh, morning, Slim.
Oh, Slim.
You had breakfast yet?
I'm aiming to right now.
Oh, pull up a chair and join us, huh?
Thanks, Marshal.
My, you must have made a night of it. Didn't even get back to the ranch, huh?
Oh, ranch will keep. I have some eggs and ham, Jeff.
Right away, Slim. Yeah. Say, maybe if you ain't tried this ham before, you ought to think twice.
I've tried it, Chester. Most every morning out at my place. Jeff here buys all his meat from me.
Oh. Well, it sure is a whole lot better than side meat.
How's the ranch coming along, Slim? Yeah, had a good year?
Best one yet.
Mm-hmm.
First time the place has brung me any hard cash. Feels mighty good to hear a few eagles jingling in your pocket.
You know, might jingle some louder if you stayed clear of that blackjack table.
My luck's bound to change.
Not with Rose dealing. She's warned you already, I understand. Told you to keep out of the game.
I guess I'm a stubborn man, Marshal.
Here's some coffee while you're waiting, Slim.
Oh.
Slim, what are you after?
Well, it's like this. Been 5 years now since I took that leased land up there on Bitter Creek. I spent 5 winters out there all alone. That ain't good for a man. I need me a wife on the place.
Huh? When'd you decide that?
3 weeks ago. First time I seen Rose.
Oh. How'd she feel about it?
Hard to say. She got something on her mind that won't let her think of nothing else.
Yeah, I know, Slim. She told me that she aims to kill a man.
That's so.
You wouldn't know her last name, would you?
I never asked her.
You know where she comes from?
Nope.
Any idea who the man might be?
Marshal, if I did, I reckon I'd up and kill him myself, just to make Rose happy.
You're just the man I was looking for.
How evening, Doc.
Yes, here. Sit down. Sit down, Matt. You're just in time.
Time for what?
A poker game. We got these 2 drummers here, fresh off the Santa Fe from St. Louis. Oh, Matt, they're as green as grass.
So help me, Doc. If you'd sweat as hard over healing the sick as you do trying to clip some tenderfoot, well, we'd have
This
a lot...
town's never been healthier, thanks to me.
Matt, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'll see you later, Doc.
Maybe later it'll be too late. Oh, man, then you'll be sorry.
I'm sorry to break in that way.
Oh, that's all right, Kitty.
Matt, I just found out.
Oh, found out what?
About Rose, who she is.
Oh?
Matt, she's Bill Prawley's daughter.
Bill Prawley?
That's right. The gambler who was killed in Liberal 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Rose Prawley, her name is.
Bill Prawley's daughter, huh? Who told you, Kitty?
Mule Skinner came in tonight. He saw her dealing a table out in New Mexico last year.
Yeah, I guess that explains a lot of things about her.
It explains one thing, Matt. I haven't told anybody, of course, but the word will get around. And once it does, she's through here. Nobody's going to buck a game run by Dirty Bill Prawley's kid. They'll know it's crooked.
Maybe the word's already out. I noticed Slim Raddock's pulled out of the game. He's standing over there at the bar.
Well, she threw him out, along with all the other players except Elko Dean. She said it was a private game. I guess Elko wants to get back the money he lost last night.
Say, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, something kindly funny happened. You know that sawed-off shotgun Sam keeps behind the bar, the one with the pistol grip?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's gone, and Sam thinks maybe it was Rose that took it.
Rose?
Yeah, but that don't make sense. Her and Elko were just sitting over there at the blackjack table looking at each other. Neither one of them made... What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
We're about to have a killing on our hands, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Matt, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Kitty.
What do you think she's planning?
All I can guess. Chester, is Sam sure that Rose took that shotgun?
He says she come back to the bar just before he missed it. She could have hid it in the fold of her skirt.
Elko's looking pretty white, Matt.
Yeah, just look at them sitting over there facing each other. You know, 10 to 1, she's got that shotgun under the table pointed at him.
Can't you slip up behind her, Matt? Grab her before she can use it?
A shotgun's not like a pistol, Kitty. All you got to do is point in the general direction of your target.
Yeah, but why she want to kill Elko?
Revenge, I guess. Chester, did Slim Raddick hear about her having the gun?
No, sir, nobody didn't. Sam called me to one side.
Good. If word got around, somebody'd be sure to lose his head and touch the whole thing off.
That's going to happen anyway, Matt. Elko's starting to get restless.
He's sure going to make a move soon.
Well, it'll be his last one if he does.
Matt? Oh, Matt. These plums are just ripe for the picking. I can't hold up the game all night for you.
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm busy.
Oh, well, as long as you feel that way about
Doc, you don't understand.
Oh?
Well, only one way to handle it, I guess. No, you stay there, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Be careful, Matt.
Will somebody tell me what's going on here?
Good evening, Rose.
I'm sorry, Marshal. Table's closed.
Oh? It, not closed to Elko, then.
Marshal, she's
Shut
got
up. Elko and me have a personal game going, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Better hand over the gun, Rose.
Sit down. Sit down and put your hand flat on the table, Marshal. Same as Elko's got his. Good. Now keep him there. I guess you know this is a shotgun I'm covering you both with, underneath the table.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, why'd you come over here if you knew that?
Keep your voice down, Elko.
Why didn't you shoot her from where you was standing? She's aiming to kill me, Marshal.
Yeah, I figured it was about the way things stood.
I knew I'd find him someday if I just kept traveling and kept on dealing cards. And last night it happened. I recognized him the minute he sat down at my table. I knew he'd be back tonight, and I was ready for him when he come.
Now you mean to kill him, huh?
She's crazy, Marshal. She's out of her head.
Keep your hands on that table. I mean to kill him.
Why, Rose?
If you knew me, if you knew who I am, you'd understand.
I do know, Rose. You're Bill Prawley's daughter.
That's right. Dirty Bill's daughter.
Look, Rose.
Oh, I know what they called him. Dirty Bill Prawley. All the cheap little tin horns that tried to cheat him and lost their shirt doing it. They're cowards. And that's the only way they could hit back. Give a dog a bad name and shoot him for mad.
Take her, Marshal. She's gone clean out of
Shut
her
up,
mind.
Elko, before you get us both killed.
My father was a fine man, and anybody that says different is a liar.
Marshal.
That night he was killed, I was upstairs asleep. The shots woke me up. I looked out of my window, and I saw a man run out the front door with a gun still in his hand. I saw him for just a second in the light from the door. But I never forget his face.
Elko here, huh?
That's him.
Don't listen to her, Marshal. She's lying.
It's a job for the law now, Rose.
Now you walk away from this table, Marshal. Stay clear of this. I got nothing against you personally.
I want your gun, Rose.
Sorry. The hand's played out.
No, not yet, it isn't. I got a hold card. Hey, Slim Raddick.
Marshal.
Yeah, Marshal?
Come here a minute, will you?
What do you think you're doing now?
Marshal, you...
Hold it, Elko. Keep your hands on the table.
What's going on?
Get away, Slim. Stay back.
Right here, Slim, between me and Elko, huh?
No.
That's right.
What's the matter, Rose?
Oh, you fool.
All right, Rose, you were planning to give him back his money, so he must mean something to you. And he's in it now, too. The way a shotgun works, it's all three of us or none of us. Now, you hand over that gun.
No. Oh, Slim, why didn't you stay clear?
Now, what's this all about?
Rose, I want that gun, and I want it now.
You knew I couldn't. You knew I couldn't, not with him in it.
Well, I was sure hoping you couldn't. Chester. Here, put this in back of the bar, will you?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
It wasn't fair, Marshal. It was cheating. It wasn't fair.
Sometimes you have to cheat, Rose. Get her out of here, Slim. And if you take my advice, you'll keep her out of here.
Don't you worry about that. Come on, Rose. Matt, if that wasn't the doggonest thing I ever saw.
Hey, Elko.
What?
Wait a minute.
No.
I said wait a minute. You're under arrest.
You're not taking me in, Marshal.
Look out, he's got a gun.
Drop it. Drop that gun.
Well, Matt, I guess a man's luck can't last forever.
His sure didn't, did it?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Now a public service message from CBS Radio. What is America really like? Thousands of men, women, and young people all over the world want to know the truth. There's proof of it in the flood of mail received by the volunteer group called Letters Abroad, which gets mail from people everywhere in the free world who are eager to be in correspondence with someone in the United States. They want to know all sorts of details about our everyday life. Anyone who is over 15 years of age who would like to write to someone overseas in Europe, the Middle East, or the Far East should send his or her name in a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York, together with information about age, occupation, and interests, which will make possible selection of a suitable correspondent. That address again is Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York. Everyone who does enter into such a correspondence is sure to find it greatly rewarding, a contribution to better understanding among peoples of the free world. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when they buried a man out on the high plains, they usually wrapped him in his saddle blanket and forgot about him. But next week, a man dies and leaves a will that keeps the whole of Dodge from forgetting him. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
you know Tiller Evans?
Oh, the mule skinner?
Yes, sir.
What about him?
He's standing out there in the street. Looks like he's about to head down Santa Fe Trail with a big load of supplies.
Well?
Well, I'm just wondering what a nice, sweet girl like Mavis McLeod can be doing with a man like that.
You, jealous, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. But Tiller's such a mean, ugly old bull. Oh, why, look at him. Look at that.
What?
Why, he just hit her, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Slapped her right in the face.
He did.
I told you he was mean. Well, that's a fine way to tell a girl goodbye.
Yeah.
Look, he hit her again.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate a man that picks on women, Mr. Dillon. Oh, poor little thing, she's crying. I sure am glad we're doing something about this.
I hear anything about you when I get back, Mavis, I'll really whip you. You understand?
No, Tiller, don't.
That's enough, Tiller.
What are you butting in for, Marshal?
Let go of her.
This ain't no business of yours.
I said let go of her.
Okay. I ain't hurting her none. Am I, Mavis? Am I? You see? You got no right to mix in people's private business, Marshal.
This your wagon and mules, Tiller?
Of course it is.
Then get going. Right now.
I'm going. But if I wasn't in a hurry, I'd have this out with you right here. I see you when I get back next week, Marshal. Well, Mavis, you remember what I told you now. Well, do you?
Yes.
What's going on here, anyway? Mavis, has this beast been after you again?
Don't you call me names, Kitty. I'll fix you same as her.
I can't tell you from one of your mules, Tiller.
Now, look ahead.
Leave him alone, Kitty. You get up on that wagon box, Tiller. Now.
You wait till I get back.
He's been hurting you again, hasn't he, Mavis?
Oh, I hate him.
Well, what are you doing with him if you hate him so much?
Oh, he's a bully, Chester. She's afraid of him. At least he'll be away for a few days now.
I hope he never comes back.
Will you come with me, honey?
Thanks, Kitty.
I'll make you some coffee.
Come on, Chester.
Poor gal. You think old Tiller's going to start trouble when he gets back?
I don't care if he does, Chester.
No, I feel the same way. Only he's a mite too big for me. What? Look, there's somebody here.
Are you Marshal Dillon, sir?
I am.
My name is Marcus France.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Mr. Proudfoot?
Mr. Proudfoot. Well, how do you do, Mr. France?
I witnessed that scene in the street there, Marshal. That man should be horsewhipped.
He sure should.
Such a pretty girl.
And she's an awful nice girl, too, Mr. France.
I'm sure she is. Well, Marshal, I don't want to take up your time. I thought it best we have a talk before I go to work here.
You're a stranger in town, huh?
I arrived this morning. I'm from Philadelphia, Marshal, and I'm a gambler.
Oh? They gamble much in Philadelphia?
Men gamble everywhere, sir. The weakness is universal.
I suppose. Well, you can gamble here all you like, as long as you don't run a crooked game.
That's precisely what I wanted to see you about, Marshal.
What?
It's not that I'm dishonest, but I've often been accused of being so. Sometimes makes for unpleasantness.
Around here, it usually leads to gunplay.
Yes, of course. I can handle myself on that score.
Mr. France, I never heard a gambler yet come out and admit he was a crook, but if he is, sooner or later, either he or somebody else winds up dead. That's why I don't tolerate anything but an honest game in Dodge.
You impugn my honor, sir?
He what?
Never mind, Chester. Now, just what is it you want to tell me, Mr. France?
I am a gentleman, Marshal.
Well, if you are, you're about the first one that ever rode into this town. But for the time being, I'll believe you.
Thank you, sir.
And don't be so touchy about your honor. It'll just get you into trouble.
I'm afraid I haven't explained myself, Marshal. There are reasons why I've often been accused of dishonesty.
Oh, like what?
A bad loser will grasp at any straw to save face. He'll even call the deal crooked.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
There are likely to be many losers in a game I run.
Is that so?
It may sound like bragging, Marshal, but I possess great skill at cards. Also, I'm extremely lucky.
I see.
Now, you may send a man to watch the deal if you like. Perhaps Mr. Proudfoot here.
Oh, sure. Why, I'd be glad to come.
No. You run your game, Mr. France. If it's crooked, I'll find out soon enough.
All right.
But don't get the idea you're going to start shooting down every man that bothers you, no matter how good you might be with a gun.
Do you include self-defense in justifiable homicide, Marshal?
If it is self-defense. But you take to killing people, even in self-defense, and I'll have to run you out of town.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Hi, Doc.
Fella's been trying to sell me a new horse, Matt. I thought you'd take a look at it for me when you're through here.
Well, sure, Doc. This is Marcus France, Doc Adams.
I'm pleased to meet you, Doctor.
Doc'll do.
Of course.
Where are you from, mister?
Philadelphia, sir.
Not much sun there.
Sun?
Well, you look peaked.
I've had a long journey, sir.
Well, now, when you get rested up, you come see me, and I'll give you some good tonic.
$1 a bottle, Mr. France. He gave me some once.
I appreciate your interest, Doc. Perhaps I will call on you one day.
Anytime.
Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. France.
Goodbye.
What's he doing in Dodge?
He's a gambler, Doc. Why?
Oh, I don't know. He seems sort of out of place around here.
He says he's a gentleman.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Well, I've heard that easy talk before. I will soon find out just what he really is.
Oh, man, you'd think a restaurant like this could serve something besides beans with their meat, wouldn't you now, man? Honest.
Oh, you got potatoes, Doc.
I'm sick of them, too. Potatoes.
Why don't you get married, Doc, and then you could eat fine.
Oh, the last woman that wanted to marry me was a hog and hominy cook. I don't think she ever heard of any other kind of food.
Why, didn't you ever take her out?
Oh, take her. Oh, man. That was in Arkansas. She didn't even wear shoes.
You old liar.
No, I swear. Her pappy had a saying that every woman's entitled to a baby and a bonnet. But shoes were never mentioned in that house.
You must have made a handsome couple.
Oh, well, of course, I was somewhat younger then.
A lot younger, I hope.
I was, and good thing, too. They lived in a place called Rip Shin Thicket. Rip Shin Thicket. The court in that girl was a day's work, man, believe me.
Doc, why don't you finish your supper? I'm not even listening to you.
Oh, and she had a brother called Spotted Jack, and he claimed he never slept in a bed his whole life. Or took a bath.
There must be something else we can talk about, Doc.
Oh, man, well, anything at all. Gee. Well, what are you going to do about that gambler, that Marcus France, for example?
Well, I don't know yet, Doc.
Well, he's been here for a week, and he's already killed a man.
That was self-defense, all right. But if it happens again, he's through.
You think he's dealing honest, Matt?
So far he is.
Hello, Mr. Dillon. Doc?
Well, Chester?
Chester?
I've been over at the Texas Trail. Miss Kitty asked me to find you.
Huh? Trouble?
I don't know, but she said it was really important.
Okay. Doc, you didn't tell me that Arkansas girl's name.
Oh, well, it's a funny thing, Matt. She never told me.
Hello, Kitty. You wanted to see me, huh?
Sit down, Matt.
All right.
It's about Marcus France over there.
Oh?
He's going to be killed, Matt.
What?
Tiller Evans is due back tomorrow.
Well, what's Tiller got to do with it?
You remember the day he left, when you stopped him from slapping Mavis around?
Mavis? You mean Mavis and France?
She says she's in love with him, Matt, and she doesn't care who knows it. Underneath, she's scared to death.
Well, does France know about Tiller?
Well, Mavis told him. Matt, I don't know what you think about him, but to me, he's the most decent man I've met in a long time.
Well, he may be, Kitty. But he's sure causing a lot of trouble.
Well, Tiller's going to kill him. I know he is. You got to stop it, Matt.
Kitty, how did a nice girl like Mavis get started with Tiller in the first place?
Oh, she didn't have much choice. The big ape just moved in on her and took over. She's awful young, Matt, and pretty helpless.
Well, if she and France are so much in love, why don't they get married?
I've thought of that, too. So has Mavis, by the way.
Well, maybe France isn't so honorable after all, Kitty.
Give him time, Matt.
Tomorrow isn't very far off.
Before I said you're cheating, and I meant it.
No man can call me a cheat, mister.
I just did, didn't I?
Stay here, Kitty.
Yeah.
You better leave the game, mister.
You're cheating, you're dealing crooked cards.
You got a gun, mister. Now use it.
Leave that gun where it is. Now, France, I warned you once.
You heard what he said, Marshal.
I meant it, too. He's dealing crooked cards.
Can you prove it, mister?
I don't have to prove it. He's got over $100 of mine. I ain't won a hand at this table in an hour.
See, Marshal? Just like I told you, some men can't take losing.
Did you see him cheating, mister?
I didn't have to. Look at that pile of money.
You talk pretty loose for a man that doesn't have any more to go on than that. Now, why don't you forget about it and get out of here?
Forget about it?
You heard me. This game is closed for the rest of the night.
Well, just as you say, Marshal. Gentlemen, the game is closed.
I'll see you later.
Oh, France. You know, egging men into a draw and then calling it self-defense is going to make your stay in Dodge mighty brief.
I'll have to chance that, Marshal.
How many men have you killed because of that tender pride of yours, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. But there's something I would like to know. What are you going to do about Tiller Evans?
Oh, you've heard.
Yeah.
First time in my life, Marshal. I love a woman.
Then why don't you get her out of here while there's still time?
Run away from a fight?
Tiller's a pretty tough man.
You mean he might kill me?
And where would that leave Mavis?
Sorry, Marshal. I've got to stay.
You know, France, I can't figure you at all. There's something wrong with you, and I don't know what it is.
You'll find out, Marshal. Soon enough.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow afternoon on Stage Struck, Mike Wallace and CBS Radio cover the opening of the new Broadway musical, The Girl in Pink Tights. Its star, Jean Mayer, Charles Goldner, and others in the cast will be heard. Stage Struck on most of these same stations tomorrow afternoon, opening The Girl in Pink Tights, a promising newcomer full of Sigmund Romberg's music. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Well, won't be long now, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what won't be long, Chester?
Cowboy just told me he passed Tiller Evans a couple miles down the trail. He'll be driving into town directly.
Oh. Chester, what do you think of Marcus France?
Him? Well, sir, for a fact, I'm dubitated.
What?
Well, he seems like such a nice fella, but he just won't do what he plain oughta.
Like?
Get married with Mavis McLeod like she wants him to. That'd stop old Tiller.
Maybe.
Now, the very least he could do is run off with her. Mr. Dillon, I just hate to think what'll become of that little girl if Tiller gets her.
Well, one way or another, Chester, there's about to be a killing. And I gotta try to stop it.
How you gonna do it?
Well, there's a stage north in half an hour.
But Mr. France won't go.
Chester, you know where Mavis lives, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, go get her. I'll put her on the stage. I'll meet you there.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Now, you're gonna have to hurry.
Hello, Marshal. Please come in.
Thank you.
I am honored, sir. Would you care for a glass of whiskey?
No. No, thank you.
The very best money can buy.
France. Tiller Evans will be here shortly.
You'll be looking for me, Marshal, not I for him.
Well, any way it happens, there'll be a killing.
One sinner less in the world.
I'm a lawman, France, not a preacher.
Yes, of course. Now, Marshal, I have no quarrel with this man, Tiller. Why don't you talk to him?
Well, he's not the kind of a man you can talk to.
Well, then put him in jail for disturbing the peace or something.
It'll be too late by the time the peace is disturbed. France, there's a stage leaving Dodge in a few minutes.
Is there, Marshal?
Mavis is going to be on it.
What?
Now, if you're the gentleman you say you are, you'll be on it with her.
You're making a mistake, Marshal.
Well, I've made mistakes before.
No use arguing with you, is there?
Well, if you told me what's holding you back, there might be.
Shall we say I never run from a fight?
I don't question that. But this time it's different. I don't believe that's your reason.
You say goodbye to Mavis for me, Marshal?
No. I've just decided you're going with her.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Careful, Marshal.
I'm always careful.
No, you...
Hey, look at the Marshal. What are you doing? Well, forevermore. You shoot him, Mr. Dillon?
Where's Mavis, Chester?
She's inside the coach. I'm keeping an eye on her.
All right, open the door, Chester. France is going with her.
Yes, sir.
Marcus. Marcus, what happened?
He isn't hurt, Mavis. But he'll be out for a while yet.
Why are you doing this, Marshal?
Well, I'm a gambler, too, Mavis.
And I'm taking a chance that man here of yours is what he says he is.
He's a fine man.
Well, goodbye, Mavis. And good luck. All right, driver.
Yeah.
Get this stage out of here.
Sure, Marshal.
Hold on there!
What?
Get going, driver. Go on.
Come back here! Stop that stage!
It's too late, Tiller.
You done this, Marshal.
Now take it easy.
That tin horn run off with my gal, and you helped him.
She wanted to go.
Nobody steals nothing from Tiller Evans. I'll find him and I'll kill him. Both of them.
No, you won't.
Oh, I gotta kill you first, eh?
Why don't you go get drunk and forget about it, Tiller?
You helped him.
Don't do it.
I'll do it.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
take care of this, will you?
Yes, sir. Couple of you fellas, give me a hand here. We'll drag him over at that trough. Leon, you and Curly, come help me.
Matt,
Yeah.
is Tiller bad hurt?
No, you'll be all right, Doc. Outside of being a little lonely.
Mavis is going to be a little lonely, too.
What?
Marcus France did come to my office, Matt.
What are you talking about, Doc?
His lungs. That's why he came west. I wouldn't give him over a couple of months at the most.
Mavis just isn't very lucky, is she, Doc?
No, she isn't. But thanks to you, at least they'll have what time there is. He wouldn't have left with her any other way.
Yeah. I guess Marcus really is a gentleman.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Eleanor Tannen, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Monday night, CBS Radio's Suspense stars Ronald Reagan. The drama is an unusual one titled Circumstantial Terror. In it, a man is on trial for a killing he didn't commit, and the guilty man is on the jury. Tension mounts and mounts until the suspense is almost beyond belief. Don't miss Suspense Monday night over most of these same stations. George Walsh speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows in a few minutes over most of these same stations. For more outstanding drama, remember the Lux Radio Theater, Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network. Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Matt, you mind stopping in Jonas's store down here? Won't take long.
What are you going to buy, Doc? Another diploma to hang on your wall?
Oh, another diploma. Oh, man. Well, anybody can shoot bullets into people the way you do. Yeah, sure. But what takes real brains is digging them back out.
Between the two of us, though, we managed to make a good living, don't we?
Oh, yeah, sure. Barely. Just barely.
Hello, Marshal.
Mr. Jonas.
All right, Jonas.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a saw.
You were looking for a saw? Doc?
And some nails, Mr. Jonas.
Sure, Doc, sure. I'll have to fetch them from the storeroom out back.
Oh, say, Matt, look at that.
Huh?
He's got a batch of new derbies in.
Those are pretty fancy.
Yeah. Oh, they are fancy.
Here, stop there.
What's that?
Here, stay here, Doc.
He's over there behind them barrels, Marshal.
Who is?
I don't know, but I'll shoot him dead if he moves.
Don't kill me. I ain't armed.
All right, come out of there. With your hands up.
Neil Amber.
That's me.
I can't believe it, Amber.
I was going to pay you later.
Pay me later. You're on my books now for over $300, and stealing from me on top of that. Marshal, I want this man arrested.
Were you stealing, Amber?
No, I never stole nothing in my life. I was going to pay him later.
Then what was you doing running off with that sack of seeds?
I had to have them seeds, Mr. Jonas. I got to raise something. My wife and I are about to starve out there.
Out where, Amber?
A little patch of land near Pawnee Wells north here, Marshal. It ain't much. We've had nothing but bad luck.
I've been keeping you going for nearly a year, Amber. This is a fine show of gratitude.
How can I pay unless I raise something?
The man's desperate, Mr. Jonas.
But he owes me money too, Matt, but I don't hold with stealing to pay off your debt.
I'll pay you, Doc. Someday I will. But right now, we got nothing.
Now, that's good land up there, Amber. What's been your trouble?
Oh, everything, Marshal. First, I raised a little corn, and then Pete Fletcher's cattle busted in and ruined it. And then Mrs. Amber's goats got swelled up and died. She had two of them. She always wanted goats. All her life she wanted them. And then some mean devil shot one of my horses, and I don't know what all, Marshal. We just ain't making out very good.
That's still no excuse for thieving, Amber. You throw him into jail, Marshal.
Amber, you take your seeds and go on home.
What?
Put them on my bill, Mr. Jonas.
You mean you're going to turn him loose?
Go on, Amber.
Thank you, Marshal. I won't forget this.
It's a fine thing when the law starts encouraging crime. I hold you as guilty as he is, Marshal Dillon.
Come on, Doc. Let's get out of here.
You know something, Mr. Dillon?
What, Chester?
If the government would come through with a little expense money, I got an idea.
Now, the government won't even supply me with ammunition, Chester. But go ahead.
Well, sir, if we bought 2 or 3 buffalo hides and sewed them together, we could make a nice rug for this office. Then it wouldn't make so much noise, people tromping around like they do.
Yeah, Chester. Well, I'll have to take that up with Washington. But in the meantime, you work on some other ideas, huh?
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon. And I got one.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Well, it ain't Pete Fletcher.
Hello, Pete.
Marshal, I heard about your refusing to arrest Neil Amber yesterday.
Oh? It seems like a lot of people have.
I'm a cattleman, Marshal. I got no use for sod busters, especially when they don't know when to quit like them Ambers.
There's room enough out here for everybody, Pete.
Not for thieves, there ain't.
Well, I don't think Amber will try to steal anything again.
I come to tell you you're wrong, Marshal.
Why?
One of my riders, Jim Baird,
Found a calf in Amber's shed. It had been stole, slaughtered, and half skunned. One of your calves? Wearing my brand. Barrett's standing guard over right now. Look, Peake, the Ambers are nearly starving. What's one calf to you? Is there a law against cattle thieving, Marshal, or ain't there? Yeah, there is. Well, then do something about it. All right, I'll ride out and have a look. I want that woman arrested, Marshal. Woman? Well, it happened yesterday while he was in town. It had to be her. If Mrs. Amber wasn't a woman, I'd have shot her. That calf's in the shed right over there, Marshal. I don't see the Ambers around anywhere. Yeah, I told Barrett to make them stay in the house. You had no right to do that, Peake. I got a right to protect my property, ain't I? Chester?
Yes, sir.
Go tell the Ambers to come out to the shed here, huh?
All right, sir.
Come on, Peake.
I was thinking you'd never get back, Peake.
This here is Marshal Dillon, Baird.
Where I come from, we hang cow thieves ourselves.
It's been done around here, too, Baird.
Good.
And the man that headed the last lynching got 25 years in prison.
You trying to scare me, Marshal?
I hate lynching, Baird. I hate even the talk of it. Now, where's the cat, Peake? Right over here, Marshal. He was trying to butcher it on the ground. The man that hung it up.
There's Peake's brand. Right there. I thought I told you Ambers to stay in the house.
You're not telling anybody anything, Baird. Hello, Amber. Ma'am?
She didn't do this, Marshal.
Would, you mind telling us about it, Miss Amber? Well, Baird can tell you all you need to know, Marshal. I want to hear what Miss Amber has to say.
I feel guilty, Marshal. They made me feel guilty accusing me this way.
It's hurt her bad, Marshal. My wife's an honest woman.
Now, if you're innocent, you got nothing to worry about, Miss Amber. Now, you tell me what happened.
Well, Neil was in town. I come out the shed to get a potato from a dinner. And I seen that little calf lying there. And I was standing here looking at it, and then he come in and grabbed me and said I'd stole it. Marshal is saying that makes me want to die.
I tracked that calf here, and I caught her skinning it, Marshal. She's just trying to work on you.
Nobody's going to believe a couple of thieves.
I know what you're doing, Pete Fletcher, but I ain't leaving this land, not now or ever.
You going to arrest her, Marshal? Go on back to the house, ma'am. What?
In my whole life, I never done anything wrong. Now I feel I ought to be hung.
She'd be better off dead than like this.
If she was a man, she would be.
That's
dead,
enough,
Amber.
Baird. I'm not arresting anybody, Pete. You're calling me and Baird liars, then? I'm saying there isn't enough evidence. Now, you take your calf and get out of here and leave these people alone. All right, Marshal. Next time we ain't coming to the law. We'll handle this ourselves.
Evening, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
Matt, I want you to meet Lucinda.
Oh?
She's new here.
Oh, welcome to Dodge, Lucinda.
Kitty's told me a lot about you, Marshal. I was hoping you'd come in tonight.
Where you from?
Well, I've been in Abilene the past 2 years.
Well, then you must know Bill Hickok over there, huh?
Sure I do. He told me to look you up when I got to Dodge. Said you'd keep me out of trouble.
Well, I can't do that, but if you do get into trouble, come see me.
Thanks, Marshal. Mr. Hickok said Dodge is a lot wilder than Abilene. Is that true?
You'll soon be able to judge that for yourself, Lucinda.
Well, I won't be here very long, Marshal. I'm working my way out to California.
You got a man in California, Matt.
Well, fine. I hope you make it, Lucinda.
Thanks, Marshal. I'll see you later.
Sure. Goodbye.
She's a nice girl, Matt.
Well, all girls are, Kitty.
Especially me. Look, I just made $50.
Hey, that's a good night's work, Kitty.
If this keeps up, I'll buy me a house somewhere and retire.
Oh? And do what?
You're probably right, Matt. I've worked ever since I was a little girl. I'd get spooky if I didn't have anything to do.
Well, anyway, I hope you're not going to put your $50 back into the game, Kitty.
No, I'm through with Pharaoh. I might buy into that poker game a little later, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can have Chester's seat in a few minutes. I'm going to put him to work.
Chester was telling me about the Ambers, Matt. I feel awful sorry for that poor woman.
Yeah, so do I, Kitty, but there's nothing I can do about it.
You don't think she's guilty, do you?
Oh, it can't be proven either way, Kitty. Not one way or another, Pete Fletcher's managed to get rid of every nester anywhere near it.
Except for the Ambers.
And like he says, they're pretty stubborn.
Look, Matt.
What?
Isn't this that fella Baird?
Oh, yeah.
I was kind of hoping he'd busted his neck somewhere.
Evening, Marshal. Ma'am.
It's Miss. Not that it matters.
Okay, Miss. I come by the Amber place today, Marshal. You made a big mistake the other day.
Did I?
You sure did. Remember how Amber kept saying his wife would be better off dead? Well, he's sitting out there now, and he won't even look at you or talk. And the woman ain't nowhere around, Marshal. Amber's gone and killed her. That's what.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, starting next Monday evening, most of these same stations will bring you CBS Radio's newest anti-crime program entitled Night Watch. On Night Watch, you will actually ride the prowl cars with the police of Culver City, California, as they seek the trouble spots, question witnesses, and arrest suspects. No actors, no sound effects, and no music will be heard in these actual presentation of police work. Be sure to ride with us when Night Watch has its premiere on CBS Radio next Monday evening. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The place looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, maybe Baird was right. Maybe something has happened to Miss Amber.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll soon find out. Let's try the house first, Chester.
Yes, sir. Hey, look. The door's wide open.
Yeah. Amber! Hello, is there anybody home? Now, let's take a look inside, Chester.
Well, there he is.
Yeah. Hello, Amber. Are you all right?
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
Have you been sitting here like this long?
I don't know.
Well, where's Ms. Amber?
Why, she went away.
Went away? Where?
Yes, she went away back east. Home.
When did she go?
The other day.
Well, did you have an argument with her? Is that why she went away?
I loved her, Marshal. She's all I had.
Yeah. Chester, come outside a minute, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's Amber's horse down there in the corral, and it's the only one he's got.
Hey, by golly, that's right.
I'm going back and try to talk to him. You take a look around, huh? Take a good look, Chester.
Yes, sir, I understand. But I sure hope I don't find nothing.
Well, if you do, come in and tell me.
Yes, sir, I will.
Amber, you want to tell me what happened?
She's gone.
What, did Baird or Pete Fletcher have anything to do with it?
Baird come by yesterday, but he didn't do nothing. I'm ashamed about my wife.
Ashamed? Well, why?
I mean, her not being here. It was too much for her. She just couldn't take it no more. But she shouldn't have gone like that.
How did she go, Amber?
We was married 30 years. I was real proud of her.
Sure, of course you were. But tell me, when she left here, how did she go?
She rode away.
You mean she took your horse?
Yeah, she took my horse.
Mr. Dillon?
How'd you find anything?
Yes, sir. Laying under a blanket right out in the shed. He didn't even bury her. She's been shot, Mr. Dillon.
Amber, who shot your wife?
I couldn't bury her. I couldn't get that near her yet.
Did you shoot her? Tell me.
I shot her, Marshal.
Well, he still won't eat, Mr. Dillon. He's going to die of starvation before they hang him.
He hasn't been tried yet, Chester.
Oh, no, sir.
Just keep bringing his meals in. He'll eat sooner or later.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Peake. Baird.
I guess you'll believe me next time I tell you something, Marshal, huh?
What do you want here?
When they going to hang Amber?
When and if a judge in a court of law says so,
He'll hang. Meantime, I'm going to burn down that house and shed of his before some other nester takes a notion to move into the place.
Yeah, you do that, Peake.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll throw you in jail.
What? You've done enough to Amber, you and Baird.
You accusing me of anything direct, Marshal?
If I could, I'd have you both tried.
Careful what you're saying.
Now get out of here. Both of you.
Come on, Baird. We've won, any way you look at it.
Evening, Marshal.
What'll it be? A glass of beer, I guess, Sam.
Sure. Hey, Marshal.
Yeah.
That fella Baird over there's been making a lot of talk about you.
Pete Fletcher, too, probably.
Not like Baird.
It's okay, Sam.
I thought you ought to know.
Thanks.
I'll get you a beer, Marshal.
Hey, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
Neil Amber, he's gone.
What?
I unlocked his cell to bring him some supper, and I guess went off and forgot to lock it up again. Anyway, he took a rifle.
Well, let's go find him.
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Look, there he is. Over there by Baird.
Yeah, come on.
Baird, I'm going to kill you.
Hold it, Amber! All right, put that gun away, Pete.
He killed Baird, Marshal. He was going to kill me.
You shoot him again, and I'll kill you. He's unarmed now. ain't gonna shoot him. Yeah, hit him right in the chest.
Marshal.
Chester, go get Doc quick.
Yes.
Amber, Doc will be here in just a minute.
He can't help me. This is going to save me from hanging, Marshal. Had it been an even worse disgrace.
Worse? What? Worse than what?
Come close, Marshal.
Yeah.
I don't want nobody else to know. But my wife, I didn't shoot her.
She killed herself. Is that it?
That made me terrible ashamed, Marshal. I'd have hung rather than everybody noted. You won't tell, will you?
No. No, Amber, I won't tell.
Thank you, Marshal. You've been good to me.
Dead, huh? Well, you ought to thank me, Marshal. Saved the law the expense of a rope. He didn't kill his wife, Peake. What? You did. You're trying to devil him off their land. Making her look like a thief did it. You killed her. And I'd see you hung for it if I could.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner, with Harry Bartell, Helen Klebe, Francis Drew, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. 5 years ago, 12 nations put their signatures to the North Atlantic Treaty, thus forming the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. CBS Radio joins in the salute to NATO at this time of its 5th anniversary. George Walsh speaking. For Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal on the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Good morning, Marshal.
Good morning, ma'am. Kitty!
Hello, Matt. I didn't see you sitting there.
Well, I know. Sit down, sit down. There you are.
How do you like my outfit?
Ah, I never saw you in a riding skirt before, Kitty. You been riding side saddle?
For the first time in my life. At least I know how to do it now, in case I'm ever called on to be a lady.
Well, I know ladies who don't always ride side saddle.
Sure. Like that female wildcat down in the Panhandle you told me about. What's her name?
Oh, Bellstar?
I bet she never rides side saddle.
Well, Bellstar's a lady, though, and everybody treats her like one. Even though she has to use a 6-gun to make them do it.
Maybe I ought to try that.
Yeah, it takes more than a 6-gun to make a lady, Kitty.
That's a funny way of putting it.
Well, that isn't what I meant.
Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
How are you, Chester?
Hey, I just come to the Longhorn there, Mr. Dillon.
What, trouble, Chester?
Not yet, but there's going to be as soon as Art Long gets to town.
Art Long? Well, he's always been a peaceful man.
Isn't he one of those nesters out near Sam Baxton's ranch?
That's him, but it's another one of them nesters that's talking up trouble. A fellow named Hoffer. He's saying he's going to shoot Art Long on sight.
Well, is he drunk, Chester?
Yes, sir, some.
Armed?
He's got the biggest old cavalry pistol you ever saw stuck right in his belt.
Real farmer style.
Well, that may be true, Kitty, but those horse pistols go off sometimes.
Well, bye later, Matt.
Yeah, I will if I can, Kitty. So long.
He sure sounds like he means it, Mr. Dillon.
Now, why does he want to kill Long, Chester?
Well, sir, he didn't say.
Maybe he's just drunk and wants to shoot somebody.
No,
Anybody.
Sir. No, sirree. Hoffer's pretty certain about who it's going to be.
All right, Chester. Don't stand too close in case he puts up a fight, huh?
No, sir.
And all you bully clubs, shut up and listen to me. When Art Long gets here, you're going to see his blood all over the floor. Right there. Or maybe right over there. I don't know just where yet.
Your name, Hoffer?
Barnaby Hoffer.
What's the trouble between you and Art Long?
You friend of his?
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because if you're a real good friend, I might take it to mind to shoot you, too.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, mister, and you're not going to shoot anybody.
Oh, Marshal Dillon, huh?
I'll take that pistol, Hoffer.
Okay, Marshal. Take it.
All right. Now tell me what this is all about.
I don't need no pistol.
He's got a knife, Mr. Dillon!
Drop it, Hoffer. I said drop it.
No! I'm going to cut you again. Give me that knife back.
You're kind of hard to convince, Hoffer.
Did he cut you bad, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, he opened up my arm a little bit, Chester. I better go see Doc. You throw him in jail.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
There's a saying that it's the gentle horse that's most dangerous. You don't watch him close enough. And so with Barnaby Hoffer, a farmer who hands you his old horse pistol and then snatches an 8-inch knife from the back of his belt. Well, Doc took a few stitches in my arm and told me to come back in a couple of days. And I did. And it looked pretty good by then. At least I thought so.
You're going to have to watch that cut, Matt. There might be an infection in it.
What are you talking about, Doc? Looks as clean as rain to me.
Well, how do you know what that idiot's been using his knife on? Probably sticks hogs with it all day and uses it to clean his boots at night.
Yeah, sure, but my arm bled a lot. That got it clean. That and all the turpentine you poured into it.
Hurt, didn't it?
You know, someday, Doc, if my luck holds, I'm going to get a chance to work on you.
Oh, no, you know, I'd sooner die. I'd sooner lie in the snow and bleed to death all alone without anybody around even to bury me.
How did you get in the snow, Doc?
Oh, I just hate snow.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, come in. Oh, hello, Chester.
Doc, Mr. Dillon, Art Long's been killed.
What?
Yes, sir. A cowboy just come into the office and told me. Said he rode by his cabin this afternoon and he found him there laying right in the door. Barnaby Hoffer must have done it.
Hoffer? I thought you had him in jail, Matt.
Well, I turned him loose next morning, Doc. He seemed calm enough then. I guess I made a mistake.
I guess you did, all right.
Maybe we shouldn't have stopped to bury Art Long. Hoffer may be a long way from here by now.
Oh, we couldn't leave him lying there, Chester.
No, sir, I guess not. Poor fella.
Well, there's Hoffer's cabin.
Yes, sir. Hey, we've done pretty good at that. It's hardly past daylight.
Looks like his door's open.
Yeah, then he must be inside. He wouldn't go off and leave his door open.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Look over there, Chester.
What? Why, it's him. Oh, he looks dead.
Yeah, come on.
Oh. He's been shot, Mr. Dillon. With a shotgun. Just like Art Long.
Well, he's still breathing. Hoffer? Hoffer. It's Marshal Dillon, Hoffer. Hey.
Marshal. I'm tore all apart. Took a load of buckshot when I opened the door.
Who did it, Hoffer? Did you see him?
Sam Baxton. He did it.
Sam Baxton?
Who killed Art Long, Hoffer? Did you?
Art Long. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Both of us. Dead. I don't want to die.
It's a wonder he lived this long.
Gosh, Mr. Dillon, I just can't believe Sam Baxton done this.
Why? Just because Baxton's a big rancher and pretty respectable? He's also a mean old devil. And these men are nesters. Come on, let's go find him, Chester. Hello? Anybody home?
Why, it's Marshal Dillon and Chester.
Hello, Miss Baxter.
Ma'am.
Well, don't stand around out there. Come on in and sit a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
I got 2 pots of coffee on the stove.
Well, we don't want to bother you none, Miss Baxton.
Bother. Why, I love company. And besides, you don't get out this way very often, Marshal. You're just going to have to stay and eat dinner with us. Sam, we got company.
Hello, Baxton.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Why, Sam, that's no way to...
Shut up, woman.
Please, Sam, don't talk like that.
Want to get whooped instead? Well, do you?
No, Sam.
I asked what you're doing here, Marshal.
Yeah, I heard you.
Well, say it out. We're busy around here.
You know Art Long and Barnaby Hoffer?
I know 'em. Dirty nesters.
Well, they're both dead, Baxter.
Good.
Oh, no.
They both got killed the same way.
What do I care how they got killed, as long as they're dead?
I'm going to tell you anyway, Baxton. Each of them, when he came out of his cabin first thing in the morning, was killed by a man waiting outside with a shotgun.
How do you know all that? You weren't there.
Barnaby Hoffer was still alive when we got there, Baxton.
Still alive?
He died pretty quick, but before he did, he told me who shot him.
Did And who was that, Marshal?
You?
Oh, no. No, it couldn't be.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's what he said. I'm going to have to arrest you, Baxton.
Arrest me? On the word of a dead sodbuster? Who's going to believe it?
The court will decide that, but it's enough evidence to hold you on.
What makes you think Hoffer wasn't lying? He knew he was going to die, and it was his last chance to get me in trouble. That's what happened.
You'll get a trial, Baxton. You can defend yourself there. Right now, you're going to jail. I'm charging you with 2 murders.
But Art Long was dead. He didn't tell you nothing, Marshal.
He and Hoffer were killed exactly the same way, ma'am. Looks like one man killed both of them.
Come on, Marshal. If we're going to jail, let's go. And you stay out here, woman. I don't want you running into Dodge all the time I'm there.
All right, Sam.
And don't go talking your fool head off to everybody about this either.
I won't.
When we get this business over with, Marshal, I'm going to give you a lot of trouble. You're going to wish you never come near me.
Come in. Be with you in a minute, Matt. As soon as I get Kitty fixed up here.
Oh, Matt.
Kitty. What's that, a black eye? What happened?
It's none of your business. How's your arm, Matt?
His arm's all right, Kitty. Just comes up here to bother me.
Somebody's got to keep you from sleeping all day, Doc.
Oh, don't forget I'm making pretty good money off that cut of yours. Yeah, Kitty.
Thanks, Doc. Matt, has Sam Baxton confessed yet?
No, I've spent 2 days trying to get him to, but he won't admit a thing.
Well, if he does hang, there won't be many tears shed around here.
Yeah, there's Ms. Baxton, Kitty. For some reason, she really loves him.
Oh, that poor woman. I've seen how he treats her.
Too bad she hasn't got a son to stand up for her. Some kid about 8 feet tall.
And he'd be about 8 feet tall if he was Sam Baxton's. Well, that man's tall as a tree.
Is he still wearing that white hat of his?
Yeah, the only time he takes it off is when he sleeps, Kitty. Then he puts it over his face.
Must be like sleeping under a horse blanket. No wonder he's so ornery all the time.
Oh, come in. Well, come on in, friend.
Fellow downstairs told me I could find the marshal up here.
What can I do for you, mister?
Oh, I never been in Dodge City before, Marshal. I ain't even been in Kansas very long. I'm riding south. I got tired of that cold up north.
Why, you're welcome here.
I'm going on south. What I come to tell you was there's a little creek runs out of Arkansas about 20 miles from here. Fellow told me it's called Ginger Creek.
Yeah, that's up near Sam Baxton's ranch, man.
It's on his ranch, according to him. What about Ginger Creek, mister?
Some fella's got a little cabin there with a corral out in back. I don't know his name.
Now, that'd be Jim Fowler. He's been homesteading there for about a year.
No more he ain't.
Now, what do you mean?
I buried him myself early this morning. I come by and found him laying in the door of his cabin. He was dead, but still bleeding. Somebody's tore him plumb in two with a shotgun.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, launches its new summer series Tuesday nights on most of these same stations with more spine-chilling stories packed with excitement and well calculated to keep you in suspense. This Tuesday, here the Earth is made of glass, in which a man experiments with crime on a scientific basis. Suspense, now Tuesday nights at the Star's address. Don't miss it.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Dillon, look at there.
What is it, Chester?
Out there in the street. It's Miss Baxton.
Huh?
She's coming to buggy.
News travels fast, doesn't it?
You going to turn old Sam Baxton loose?
Well, I don't have much to hold him on now, Chester.
No, sir. Not with him right here in jail when that last fellow was killed the same way as Art Long and Hoffer. Shucks, I guess he was telling the truth after all.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Well, I'm glad for Miss Baxton anyway. I'll open the door for her. Well, morning, Miss Baxton.
Hello, Chester.
Come right on in, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Baxton.
Marshal Dillon, I'm sure glad to see you this time.
Well, I hope there aren't any hard feelings, ma'am.
Oh, you was only doing your duty. I respect that. Oh, where's Sam?
The cells are out back.
Oh, you haven't turned him loose yet?
No, ma'am.
It's too bad about Jim Fowler, Marshal, being killed that way. But it was just like the others, wasn't it? The same man killed all three of them. And Sam was right here in jail.
Well, I was just saying to Chester, news sure travels fast. How'd you hear about it so soon? It just happened this morning.
What? One of our cowboys rode by there about noon, Marshal. He come straight to the ranch and told me about it. Would you let Sam out now? I'd like to get started for home.
I'm sorry, Miss Baxton, but I'm going to have to hold him for a while yet.
But why, Marshal? What for?
Well, Mr. Dillon, a few minutes ago you said yourself...
I said that he wasn't clear of this yet, Chester. You don't listen very close, Chester.
No, sir, I sure don't.
Marshal, you said that whoever killed Hopper killed Art Long, since they was both shot the very same way.
Well, I know I did, ma'am, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and I'm just not sure yet.
Even with the same thing happening again this morning?
Well, I got to admit that does make a difference, all right. I suppose if one more man got killed like that, I wouldn't have any case at all against your husband. But the way things are now, I got to hold him, ma'am. I'm sorry about it.
Well, it's like I said, Marshal. You got to do your duty.
Yes, ma'am. If there's anything I can do for you, Miss Baxton.
Thank you, Marshal, but I'm all right. Can I see Sam before I start back?
Of course, ma'am. He's right through that door.
I can't stay long.
Chester. You've been up on Ginger Creek since I have.
Yes, sir.
Isn't there another nester there not far from Jim Fowler's cabin?
A couple of miles beyond there's one. I don't know his name, though.
No, that doesn't matter. Chester, go get our horses, huh? And bring a horse for Sam Baxton, too. He's going to go up there with us.
I don't know what you're up to, Marshal, but I'd rather be in jail than spending the night in this place.
It's a nice little cabin he's got here, Baxton.
Yeah, you improved it some when you sent him into Dodge for the night.
It's almost daylight, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, Chester. Well, I'm going to build a fire now and let whoever's waiting outside think his victim's just got up.
What makes you think he'll be there this morning, Marshal?
But if he isn't, we'll stay here till he does come.
Mr. Dillon, you want me to pull the door open when you're ready?
I'll tell you when, Chester. And after he gets off a couple of blasts with that shotgun, we'll go out and try to take him alive. All right, Baxton, you get over there with Chester. And I'll try to get this thing started. All we're going to need is a little smoke going up through the chimney.
Maybe we can come back when it's all over and cook a little breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Now, we'll worry about breakfast later, Chester.
Yes, sir. Here, Baxton, you stop that.
What?
Wait, he's got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
You're standing in my way, Chester. Move!
Oh, he got outside.
Come on. Drop that gun, Baxton.
I got him, Marshal. I hit him both times.
Drop it, I said.
All right. I was only helping out, Marshal. Look, he's laying right out there.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I never thought he'd try nothing like that.
Walk ahead of me, Baxton.
Oh, sure. Marshal, look, it's my wife.
Yeah. She's dead.
I didn't know who it was, Marshal. I couldn't see who it was. How'd I know she was doing this? Going around killing people.
Your wife shot Jim Fowler yesterday morning.
I didn't know she hated nesters that much. Well, it's kind of hard to believe, Marshal.
Yeah.
But I guess you never know about a woman.
Well, I can tell you about her, Baxton. Fowler's the only man she killed, and she didn't kill Fowler because she hated him. She did it because she loved you.
What are you talking about?
She was trying to cover up for you.
Now, wait a minute.
She almost did it, too. She almost kept you from hanging. So she claimed one of your cowhands saw Fowler's body when I knew he'd already been buried. I had all the evidence I needed on her right then, Baxton. And the biggest mistake you made was killing her.
I didn't know it was her.
You knew. But what you forgot was that she'd have confessed to killing Long and Hoffer.
Why would she?
Because she loved you. Besides, she couldn't have been punished any more for killing 3 men than for killing 1.
You got it all figured out, ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah, everything. Everything except how she could love a man like you. But then it's like you say. You never know about a woman.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Helen Cleve, Paul Savage, and Clayton Post. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Roy Rowan speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gene Autry stops the lynching of an innocent man and tracks down the real killer on tomorrow's Gene Autry Show. There's time out for Melody on Melody Ranch, too, as Gene sings Down Yonder, Blue Canadian Rockies, and other Western hits. CBS Radio presents the adventure and melody of the Gene Autry Show every Sunday on most of these same stations. Be listening tomorrow. Meet William Demarest and Hope Emerson as the Cobbs, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray. Smoother, cooler, best for you. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Most people think of Dodge City here in the 1870s as a wild, lawless town, swamped with exciting women and strong, daring men. The men they picture as fighters, the kind who stand up for almost no reason at all and gun each other down with as little regard for their own lives as they have for their opponents. Men whose courage is as raw and harsh as the prairies it's bred on. Well, this is the picture. But it isn't quite complete. We got our share of cowards, too. Like the one whose work I ran into the night I found a note on my door. Said, come up to Doc Adams' office as fast as I could.
Doc's in the back room, Mr. Dillon.
What's the trouble, Chester?
He's got Jack Massey in there.
Jack Massey?
That cowboy who looks up whenever he comes to town, you remember him. He always comes into the office and sits around and talks.
Oh, the red-headed fellow, you mean, huh?
It's been 6 months since we seen him.
Oh, what's he doing up here? What's wrong?
Well, Doc, you better ask him.
Hello, Matt.
Doc?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, that poor...
As soon as I saw him, I knew he couldn't make it. Not with a hole like that in him.
Doc, would you mind telling me what happened?
Somebody shot him, Matt.
Well, who shot him?
We don't know.
I was coming down the street, Mr. Dillon, and I heard a shot, and I run in and found him laying there on the floor, right where he fell out of the chair.
Out of what chair, Chester?
Why, yours.
Mine?
Yes, sir, down in the office. He was waiting for you, I guess, and somebody sneaked in the back way and shot him.
But why?
He was shot in the back.
So?
Well, he was sitting in your chair, and we noticed he was wearing a hat just like the one you wear. And also, he's about the same size as you. Somebody's out to kill you, Matt. To kill you the easy way.
Smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder, Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
What brings you into the Long Branch this time of night?
Oh, just looking around, Kitty.
Well, there are a lot of men at the bar over there. You think you can pick him out?
What?
The man who thought he shot you tonight?
News travels fast, doesn't it?
I heard somebody was after you 2 days ago.
You did.
I figured it for talk. Didn't anybody tell you about it?
Well, I haven't been around much the last couple of days, Kitty, but even so, I guess it isn't the kind of talk people feel easy about passing on. To me, anyway.
I guess not.
You know who started it?
Well, he did.
Who?
Coming this way.
What? Well, that's Ed Eby. What's he doing in Dodge?
You ought to drop around more often, Matt. He's been banking faro here 3 or 4 days now.
Does Sam hire him?
Yeah. He's been doing fine, too.
Eby always was a smart gambler.
Hello, Marshal. Miss Kitty.
Ed?
Hello, Eby.
You mind if I sit down?
No, go ahead.
I been meaning to come see you, Marshal.
Oh, is that so?
I heard about the shooting tonight.
Seems most everybody has.
I know something about it, Marshal. Would you like to hear?
Tell me.
Well, a couple of nights ago, I went out back to breathe a little fresh air. And I was standing out there in the dark around the corner in the alley. And I heard a couple of men come out. They couldn't see me, and I couldn't see them, but I heard one of them tell the other he was going to shoot Marshal Dillon. Shoot him any way he could.
Uh-huh. You're a little late telling me, aren't you, Eby?
I don't exactly owe you no favors, Marshal.
Then why did you bother to tell me at all?
Because I don't like killing. That's why I hate killing. I've told you everything I know, Marshal. I'll be going now.
What's that all about, Matt? What's between you and Eby?
Oh, I knew him out in Santa Fe one time, Kitty. He was bullying a man, and I showed him up to be a coward. A lot of people witnessed it, and Eby never forgave me.
Well, then maybe his story's a lie. Maybe he's the one who did the shooting tonight.
I don't think Ed Eby has the guts to shoot a man, even in the back.
Well, who is it, then? Haven't you any idea?
No. That there are a lot of men who'd like to see me dead.
I know.
I'd be willing to take my chances with anybody who'd face me. It's the man who shoots out of the dark I'm afraid of. Nobody wants to die, but it's even worse without a chance to fight back. That's what always made me feel especially bad about a man who broke his neck falling off a saddle, or who maybe disappeared in front of a stampede of buffalo, or who, like Jack Massey, sitting at my desk, had to take a bullet in the back. That's not dying. That's being slaughtered like a hog in a pen. Robs a man of everything he's lived for. And it made me mad. Made me so mad I lost my sense of caution. Like the night Chester and I were walking up Front Street after supper.
Well, if I was in your boots, Mr. Dillon, I'd hie me out on the prairie for a spell.
Oh, you would?
You bet I would. Out there you can see a man coming a mile off.
I don't think he'd like that, Chester.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He'd never follow you out into the open. Not him.
Or them.
You think they might be born to one?
Might be.
Doggone it, Mr. Dillon. Why don't you hire some men to hang around as a sort of a bodyguard? Then nobody'd dare try ambushing you.
The sooner they try, the better, Chester. Get it over with one way or the other.
I wished I was as cool about it as you.
I'm not cool, Chester. I'm mad.
You sure got a funny way of showing it. Now, if I was mad, I'd be hopping around like a bronc with a burr under its tail. I'd be a slaunching and sloughing with foam on my mouth.
Get on, Chester.
He's up there in the alley.
Yeah, I'm going after him.
Oh, I'm going with you.
You stay here.
No, by golly, not this time. No, sir.
Start shooting, mister. Start shooting while you got a chance.
I sure will.
He's by that barrel, Mr. Dillon. He's leaning on it.
Yeah, I see him.
I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you good.
Drop that gun.
You walked right up to him, Mr. Dillon, and he had a gun right in his hand.
He's drunk, Chester.
Did you knock him out?
Well, I hit him hard enough. Let's get him up to Doc so we'll sober him up and find out what this is all about.
Don't put that cup down yet, fella. Not before you drink every drop of coffee in it.
No, I'm drowning in coffee, Doc.
I said drink it.
Yeah, there. No more, Doc. I'm sober now.
Yes, well. Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
he can talk straight now.
It's about time. What's your name, mister?
Nat Swan. But I didn't mean nothing, Marshal. I didn't know what I was doing. Honest, I didn't.
Then I'll tell you. You were trying to kill me.
No. No, don't hit me. Don't hit me.
You're a real coward, aren't you, Swan? Even to shoot me in the back, you had to take on a load of whiskey.
I got nothing against you, Marshal. I come to town and heard all that talk and thought I could make a name for myself if I'd done the shooting. Ain't no more to it than that.
Oh, listen, no more to it than that.
Well, nothing personal is what I mean.
I should have put strychnine in that coffee.
What are you saying, Doc?
Never mind, Doc. I believe you, Swan.
Oh, you do? Well, it's true. Honest it is.
Yeah, it's true, all right. And there are a lot of other drunken, brainless bums going to try it for the same reason. They've heard somebody's out to murder me, and they get to thinking, why shouldn't they do it and get the credit for themselves?
Well, now, man, no, it's not that bad.
It's already started, Doc. And there will be others. Lots of them. As long as I last.
Listen. Listen to an electronic miracle. This electronic miracle, Accuray, means that everything from auto tires to apple pie, battleship steel to baby food, butter to cigarettes, can be made better and safer for you. Now meet Mr. Bert Choate, brilliant young president of Industrial Nucleonics. Well, Bert, exactly what is Accuray?
Well, George, it is a device by which a stream of electrons passes through and analyzes the product while it is actually being made. They transmit what they see to this electronic brain, which adjusts the production machinery for errors down to millionths of an inch.
One more question, one that so many people ask me. How does Accuray make Chesterfield a better cigarette than was ever possible before?
Every cigarette made with Accuray control contains a more precise measure of perfectly packed tobaccos, so Chesterfield smokes smoother, without hot spots or a hard draw.
And that's why Chesterfield tastes so much better. And I guess that's why you smoke them yourself, Bert.
You see, I know what Accuray can do.
Well, there's your answer. If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time, stop. Remember. Only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. Best for you.
Chester and I rode Nat Swan down to the Arkansas. Told him to get his horse across and to keep going. I guess he thought I was about to shoot him the way he rode off, all hunkered up in the saddle, trying to look small. And I was pretty sure he'd never show up in Dodge again. Now that'd be one less glory hunter to deal with. But the thought of how many were left waiting in the alleys, hiding in the shadows, well, it made me jumpy. But I didn't realize how bad off I was until we got back into town, rode into the stable. We put our horses into their stalls, and we're walking toward the door.
This barn's plumb deserted tonight, Mr. Don.
It's late, Chester. Everybody's either drunk or in bed by now.
Well, there's somebody who ain't. Hey, what's he doing with that rifle?
Here, duck into the stall, Chester.
He's seen us.
All right, drop that rifle, mister.
Not likely.
Drop it, I say.
No.
He's gonna shoot. You got him.
You stay back, Chester.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot again.
Pick up his rifle, Chester.
I got it.
Last you, mister. You put a bullet in my lung.
Who are you?
I've never seen him before.
Why do you care who I am? You got to kill me. That's what you done.
Why were you after me? Somebody hire you? Tell me.
You shoot a man down, and then you try to blame it on him.
Maybe he wasn't after you.
I ain't after nobody. I come for my horse, that's all.
I think he's telling the truth, Mr. Dillon.
Dillon, you're the marshal.
What? Who did you think I was?
I heard talk somebody was out to shoot you. It wasn't me. I was just trying to get home to Texas. I ain't gonna make it now.
Well, I heard you lever your rifle, mister. You're about to shoot.
I thought I was being held up. The way you hollered at me.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon. He ain't got nothing to do with this.
Of course I ain't. If I was you, Marshal, if there's talk about somebody after me, I'd find out who's making the talk. I wouldn't go around shooting innocent people. Somebody's got you outsmarted.
We'll get you up to Doc's, mister. He'll take good care of you.
Don't bury me in a blanket, Marshal. Fix me a box, will you? Promise me you'll fix me a box.
Yeah. Yeah, I promise.
I can't swallow no more. I'm gonna drown.
Well, I killed an innocent man, Chester.
Well, he'd have shot you if you hadn't, Mr. Dillon.
I don't even know his name. But we'll fix him a box. We'll fix him a good one.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to do something else he said.
What's that?
I've been outsmarted. He was right. But I know what I'm doing now.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
You're looking for somebody.
You bet I am.
Trouble?
Now the trouble's over. Or it soon will be.
If there's going to be a fight, they don't need me in this saloon.
I'll be mighty surprised if there is a fight, Kitty.
Huh?
Cowards don't carry guns.
Ed Evie.
I'll see you later.
Here comes the split, gentlemen. You care to string along? Well, Marshal Dillon, you going to try your luck?
My luck ran out about an hour ago, Evie.
What?
I shot and killed an innocent man.
What are you talking about, Marshal?
You were too cheap to hire somebody to get me, Evie, and too much of a coward to try it yourself.
I don't like that
Your
word.
story about overhearing that talk out back. You spread it around, hoping it'd give some brainless fool the idea to try it himself.
Now, that's a lie.
2 men tried it. And they made me so jumpy I just killed a man I thought was going to try it again. Well, I feel pretty bad about that, Evie.
I got nothing to do with it.
You told me the story thinking it'd make you look innocent. Now, you outsmarted me, Evie. For a while.
You can't prove any of this.
I don't have to. Now, come on.
You can't arrest me.
No. Then I'm going to lock you up, and tomorrow I'm going to run you out of town.
No.
2 innocent men have died because of your cowardice, Evie. I wish I could hang you for it.
Don't you call me a coward.
You're the worst coward I ever saw.
Shut up. You stop saying it. You're doing just what you did out in Santa Fe.
Come on, Evie.
I'll show you I'm not a coward. You won't call me that anymore.
Take your hand out of your pocket, Evie.
I got a gun in here. I'll kill you myself.
No, you won't. You're not going to draw that gun.
Yes, I am.
Not you, Evie.
I'll do it.
Not you, Evie.
I'll kill you.
Just keep talking, Evie. Keep talking.
Why didn't you shoot him, Matt? You had a right to.
I think he wanted me to, Kitty.
What?
I think he'd rather be dead than face everybody knowing what a coward he is. Well, he's got his punishment coming for the rest of his life.
Smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder, Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Jack Edwards. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Be sure and listen to Gunsmoke again on radio next week at the same time. Transcribed for Chesterfield.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, made the modern way with Accuray. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man,
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt, got time for a drink?
Well, I'll go with you, Doc.
Good, good. And the Long Branch is closest. Let's go in there.
Okay.
Some people say it doesn't look good for a doctor to be seen in a saloon.
Especially in the daytime.
Oh, then you believe it, too?
Oh, no, not me. I look on doctors as almost human.
Almost human. Well, that's mighty charitable of you. I'll think of that the next time you come crawling around with your throat cut or with a bullet in it.
You'll feel better when you get your drink, Doc.
Yeah, I'll feel better when I talk to Kitty.
Hello, Doc. Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
It's a pleasure to see you, Kitty. It's a real pleasure.
Well, thanks, Doc.
Sam, a bottle and 2 glasses.
Okay, Doc.
I'm buying the lady a drink.
You sure you haven't had enough already, Doc?
Oh, now, just because you're not used to men who act like gentlemen.
I think he's talking about me, Kitty.
Yeah, I figured that. What have you two been arguing about this time?
Oh, well, I've been working up to an argument, Kitty.
Well, there's somebody else here who seems to be doing that.
Oh?
That cowboy at the end of the bar.
Oh, what about it?
I heard him telling Sam he's got a pack horse outside, loaded with ammunition.
Well, there's no harm in that, is there?
He said it's to kill Kansans with, Doc.
Oh, what did he mean, Kitty?
I don't know, Matt. But he's awful mad about something.
I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, no. Be careful. Careful a minute.
Hello. My name's Dillon. I'm the marshal here.
My name is Jim Hoyt, and I wish I'd never heard of Kansas.
Oh, where you from, Hoyt?
Medina River.
Texas, huh?
Texas.
You staying here long?
Long enough to finish this drink, and since you're so nosy, I'll tell you. I'm with 9 other Texans. We got 2,000 head of cattle 6 days' drive from here. They're branded Cross R and Jack Raven's Trail Boss. Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, there's something else. Have all of the men in that outfit got their backs up like you have?
Don't you worry none about us, Marshal. We'll handle things.
With all that ammunition they sent you for? What's going on down there, anyway?
Nothing a few Texans can't take care of.
Why don't you want to tell me about it, Hoyt?
Because I don't trust you no more than I trust any Kansan.
Then why don't you finish your drink? Because I'm going to ride back with you.
Smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smoother, cooler, milder Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Chesterfield's best for you. They satisfy.
If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Jim Hoyt didn't like it much, but I got Chester and we saddled up and rode south with him. Nobody said a word the whole day.
And that night, Chester and I spelled each other, keeping awake so's Hoyt wouldn't slip out on us. He knew what we were doing, and of course he just stretched out on the ground and enjoyed a good night's rest. It was late the next afternoon, soon after we'd crossed the Cimarron, that we ran into the Cross R herd, bedding down for the night. We rode around it, up to the chuck wagon fire, and dismounted.
Jack Raven's the trail boss, Marshal, and that's him leaning against that wagon studying.
Yeah, let's go talk to him, Chester.
And you tell him how you got here so he'll know who to get mad at.
I'll do that, Hoyt.
Well, them's the first word Hoyt said in the last 10 miles.
I guess he's been saving his strength.
What for?
I don't know. Maybe the boss here will tell us.
Yeah, if he don't shoot us first, he looks downright unfriendly to me.
Jack Raven?
That's me.
My name's Matt Dillon. This Chester Proudfoot.
How you do? Howdy.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, Raven.
Dodge?
Uh-huh. This your first time up the trail?
First time for any of it.
Now, Jim Hoyt didn't tell me much. He didn't want me down here at all.
And why'd you come?
I got curious about that ammunition you sent him to Dodge for.
Some law against it?
And that depends on what you aim to use it for.
We aim to kill Kansans with it, Marshal.
Uh-huh. You got any particular Kansans in mind?
I ain't particular.
You told me that's your first trip up here, the first trip for any of you, huh?
What's that got to do with it?
You lost many cattle?
I've lost all I'm going to.
How many?
Some 20, 30 head.
Stampede?
2 of them.
How'd they get started?
Men out there waving blankets they set fire to in the night. And they wasn't Injuns, neither. We seen them, but we couldn't chase them or go shooting at them, or we'd have lost the whole herd.
Now, why did you send Hoyt for ammunition? You gonna start shooting next time?
We're short ammunition, Marshal. Next time it happens, we thought maybe some of us take off a few days to do a little hunting.
I see.
I want to get this herd to Dodge. I want to get it sold. Then we're riding back this way.
And shoot anybody you come across, is that it?
Well, like I said, I ain't particular, Marshal. Not about Kansans, I ain't.
Tell me something, Raven. You ever hear of jayhawkers?
No.
They're outlaws, Raven. They're murderers, criminals. They're men who started riding on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths. Now it's like they got no place to go. So they're out after anything in sight. They cause a lot of trouble.
And why don't you stop them?
We try. Don't forget, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do.
But what do they want? What good's it do them to stampede my herd?
You'll find out what they want. They'll let you know. And I want to stay here to help you when they do.
I don't know whether I trust you or not.
Well, I guess you'll have to find that one out, too, Raven.
Yeah, I'll find it out. I got work to do now. I don't know if the cook will feed the Kansas men, but you can go ask him.
Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
It's almost daylight.
Oh, yeah. I guess we better get up.
I declare I didn't hear a thing all night. I slept right through.
Well, if it'd been a stampede, you'd have heard it, Chester.
Maybe them jayhawkers has quit.
Maybe.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what?
Look yonder, riding that horse.
That's Jim Hoyt.
Well, where's his clothes? And look, he's all bloodied up. They're having to help him get down off his horse. There's Jack Raven.
Yeah.
What in the world do you suppose happened?
He didn't get those marks on his back from a fall.
Take a look at Jim Hoyt, Marshal. Take a good look.
Where'd they catch you, Hoyt?
How come you know anybody caught me, Marshal?
That's a good question. How do you know?
This has happened before. It's one of their methods.
Filthy cans of...
Jayhawkers.
Mighty
Raven.
fancy name for a bunch of murdering devils.
You were on guard and they sneaked up on you. Is that the way it
They
happened?
stripped me and flogged me.
Didn't they give him a message? For me.
They want money, huh?
I got 2,000 head of cattle, Marshal. If I pay them Jayhawkers $2 a head, they say there won't be no more trouble.
By sundown. They want that money by sundown.
You gonna pay it, Raven?
I'd rather lose a whole herd. We'll ride guard in pairs tonight. There won't be any more beatings. And I hope there's no shooting. Them cattle are ready to run most anything by now.
We'd like to ride with you, Raven.
I might trust you, Marshal. I don't know. But the men wouldn't. They'd never stand for it.
All right. Well, we're gonna be around. We're not leaving here.
And you better keep pretty close to camp. You might get yourself killed if you stray very far.
Listen. Listen to an electronic miracle. This electronic miracle, Accuray, means that everything from auto tires to apple pie, battleship steel to baby food, butter to cigarettes can be made better and safer for you. Now meet Mr. Bert Choate, brilliant young president of Industrial Nucleonics. Well, Bert, exactly what is Accuray?
Well, George, it is a device by which a stream of electrons passes through and analyzes the product while it is actually being made. They transmit what they see to this electronic brain, which adjusts the production machinery for errors down to millionths of an inch.
One more question, one that so many people ask me. How does Accuray make Chesterfield a better cigarette than was ever possible before?
Every cigarette made with Accuray control contains a more precise measure of perfectly packed tobaccos, so Chesterfield smokes smoother, without hot spots or a hard draw.
And that's why Chesterfield tastes so much better. And I guess that's why you smoke them yourself, Bert.
You see, I know what Accuray can do.
Well, there's your answer. If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. Best for you.
I took Raven's advice, and Chester and I stayed with the chuck wagon all that day. But when the herd was bedded down about dusk, we saddled up and rode out of camp. Raven had his men standing guard by twos, all right, and he had the herd lying in a plain that apparently nobody could approach without being seen a mile or so off. We scouted the land till dark, and just as the moon was coming up, we found what I'd been hoping for. A deep gully about a half a mile from the herd. The contour of the land made it difficult to see unless you were almost on top of it. And I picked it as the most likely approach the Jayhawkers would use. We hid our horses at the bottom and then climbed back out.
That's an awful long gully, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Them Jayhawkers could ride out of it most anywhere for a mile or so.
Yeah, they could, Chester, but right in here is where it's closest to the herd. Oh, we better lie down.
You know, I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon, there's only two of us. Might go hard if we have to shoot it out with maybe a dozen men.
And I'm hoping there won't be any shooting at all.
You know, almost half a mile from that herd. Hadn't ought to bother him very much.
It'd bother him. Like Raven said, those cattle are ready to run at anything.
Well, if we can't shoot, how are we going to stop them Jayhawkers?
Well, most of their kind are cowards, Chester. If we surprise them, maybe we can scare them into dropping their guns.
You believe that?
Well, I'm gambling on it anyway. If we start a stampede by getting into a gun battle over here, those Texans aren't going to treat us any better than they would the Jayhawkers.
They sure are a hard-headed lot, ain't they?
Yeah, they got some cause to be, Chester.
Well, they got no cause to.
Listen.
Somebody in the gulch. They're right down there, Mr. Dillon. They'll come climbing out in a minute.
Not if we're on top of them. Come on. Don't do any shooting unless I do, huh?
No, I won't.
Quiet now.
No. Too much moon to ride over there. We'll stampede them from here. All we got to do is spread out along this gulch and start shooting. It don't matter whether you hit cows or Texans.
Well, let's spread out a little, Joseph. We'll crawl right up on top of them.
All right.
Come on.
No. We're a long ways off. If we set up enough rifle fire, them cattle will stampede ashore. They'll have their hands so full of chasing them, they won't have time to worry us.
You men are covered. Get your hands up.
You better do what he says. We're all around you.
That's right, man. They'll kill us anyway.
No! All right, Chester, give it to him.
One of them's getting away, Mr. Dillon. Will we chase him?
No, let him go, Chester. We got the other three.
They sure did put up a fight, didn't they?
Yeah, I kind of misjudged their being cowards and quitting.
Listen.
Yeah, it's the cattle. We started another stampede after all.
Come on, we better go help them.
No, they're running the other way. We never get anywhere near them.
I bet them Texans is going to be mighty mad.
Yeah, and mostly at us. We left the Jayhawkers right where they died. Rode slowly back to camp. Nobody was there but the cook, so we sat down and waited. We waited 3 or 4 hours before any riders showed up. And when they did, they weren't exactly friendly. They stood around at a distance and watched us as though they were guarding a couple of prisoners. Finally, Jim Hoyt walked over to us.
It was you done all that shooting, Marshal.
Some of it, yeah.
I was shooting, too.
Well, the men wants to hang you.
Oh, is that so?
We seen you riding around, didn't know what you was up to, but we sure found out, didn't we, man?
All right, now you just look here.
Take it easy.
4 of us here now. You gonna put up a fight?
I don't blame you for being mad, Hoyt. Nor the rest of you. But that's no excuse to be talking about lynching anybody.
We ain't talking, Marshal. We're gonna do it.
Wouldn't you like to know why we were doing the shooting?
We know all we need to know. Now unbuckle them guns, both.
Use your head, Hoyt.
It's Jack Raven.
Raven ain't gonna stop us.
What's going on here?
We're about to hang us a couple of Kansans, Raven.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Don't aim to have no interference.
All right. I won't give you any.
Good.
I want to tell you something first, though.
Say it out.
I was kind of curious about it, so I rode over to where those two did all that shooting. You know what I found?
Bunch of empty cartridges.
I found 3 dead men, Hoyt, laying in a gully.
What?
Now, I don't know what these here Jayhawkers is supposed to look like, but them 3 men I found, that's how they ought to look.
This for true, Raven?
It's true.
Well, I guess I've been a little hot-headed.
I didn't trust the marshal either. Not at first.
Well, then, you done our work for us, Marshal. It was you, too. Found them devils and faced them.
Ah, forget it, Hoyt. It's over. I don't think he'll be bothered anymore.
Say, Marshal, me and Hoyt and the men, we've had a bad trip. When we get to Dodge, we'll maybe want to kick up our heels a little.
Oh, short of gunplay, Raven, this is one outfit that can hurrah dodge all at once. Now, what do you get there? The first bottle's on me.
If you want tomorrow's better cigarette today, next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. You'll notice how fresh and good Chesterfield's made with Accuray taste, how smooth they are, and how they satisfy. So buy Chesterfield today. Smoother, cooler, best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. The makers of Chesterfield and L&M filters salute the National Safety Council on their 43rd National Safety Congress, which is being held in Chicago October 17th through October 21st.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. Superior taste from tobaccos especially selected for filter smoking. Tobaccos that are richer, tastier, light and mild. And L&M's superior filter is white, pure white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M tobaccos, it actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Next time you buy cigarettes, look for the big red letters L&M. Smoke L&M filters, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Be sure and listen to Gunsmoke again on radio next week at the same time. Transcribed for Chesterfield.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Fine day, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Well, ain't it?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, Chester.
Well, doggone it, the wind ain't blowing, it ain't raining, nor hailing, nor snowing, nor freezing, nor nothing, and if that don't make for a fine day up here, then I'm going back to Texas where it does.
I'm sorry, Chester. I was thinking about Andy Hill.
Andy. We'll find out about him in a couple minutes.
Look, Chester, why don't you go over and see if the telegram's come yet, huh? I'll be waiting over there for you.
Over where? Oh. Miss Kitty. I'll be back directly.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Fine day, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got something on your mind?
Chester's gone over to see if that sheriff down in Oklahoma Territory sent me an answer yet.
Oh, about Andy Hill?
Yeah.
Well, he's only wanted for robbery, Matt. I should think after you're telling him how he brought in a man wanted for murder, they'd be willing to go easy on him.
Well, I hope so, Kitty.
And especially since he's settled down here and making a good name for himself.
If they'll take my word for it.
Well, the sheriff will have to take your word for it.
He's probably never even heard of me.
Hello, Miss Kitty. Marshal?
Hello, Andy.
Andy?
Heard anything from Oklahoma, Marshal?
Chester's over at the telegraph office right now.
Oh. Well, I hope it's good news.
Why don't you wait and find out, Andy?
I'll find out soon enough, Miss Kitty. Right now, I got to shoe a couple of horses for Jim Buck. I promised I'd have it done by noon.
Jim was telling me yesterday you're the best man he ever hired.
Oh, anybody can ride shotgun, Miss Kitty. All you do is sit there and keep your eyes open.
No, it's more than that. He trusts you.
It makes me feel good to hear that, Miss Kitty. Goodbye.
Bye.
You know where to find me, Marshal.
Yeah, sure, Andy.
If there were more men like him around Dodge, it might not be such a bad place to live.
Then I'd be out of a job, Kitty.
You could find something else to do.
Yeah, maybe.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
Well, hello, Chester.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon.
What's it say, Chester?
Well, it's not... You better read it.
Uh-huh. I'm sending Deputy Jack Haw to return Andy Hill for trial. Signed Bob Catlin, Sheriff.
Well, he puts it real short, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He must have some reason for not giving Andy no chance.
I will find out when this Jack Haw gets here, Chester.
You gonna put Andy in jail, Matt?
No. I'm not even going to tell him about this until I've talked to Haw.
Andy's nice and gentle now, but he'll fight like a tiger anybody tries to arrest him. And he's some handy with a gun, too.
Maybe he won't have to fight, Chester. Maybe I'll just send Jack Haw back home empty-handed.
What if he's got a legal warrant for Andy?
Well, there's going to be trouble, Kitty. One way or the other.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder. B, better tasting. C, cooler smoking. Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making. Gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
An Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the flavor.
And a Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking. No hot spots. No hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Chester, will you please stop dusting my desk?
Well, but look at the...
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, come in.
My name's Hall, Marshal. Jack Hall.
How are you? This is Chester Proudfoot, Hall.
How do you do?
We've been expecting you.
Sheriff Catlin said he was going to send a telegram.
Yeah, he did.
You got Andy Hill locked up here?
No, I haven't.
No?
I haven't seen a warrant for his arrest yet.
I forgot. Here it is, Marshal. Signed by Sheriff Catlin himself.
Uh-huh. That's a mighty fancy signature he's got. Well, looks legal. But, wait a minute.
What is it, Marshal?
This is a warrant for the arrest of Andy Hill for murder.
Didn't Sheriff Catlin explain?
No, he didn't.
And I guess he figured it'd be better if I did.
Well, go ahead.
Well, the sheriff got your letter about Andy, how he brought in that murderer and how he's become a good citizen up here. And I think he was willing to forget that little robbery charge against him.
Then why didn't he?
A man was killed just before Andy left Oklahoma Territory, Marshal. There was 3 witnesses to it, but we didn't know that until they decided to talk just the other day.
And they say it was Andy who did the killing?
That's right. Tried to hold up a saloon and killed the bartender.
How come these witnesses waited so long?
They was afraid. They thought Andy'd kill them for talking before we could catch him. Well, I guess they got to feeling guilty about it.
I see.
Marshal, I think I know how you feel. You've come to like Andy. Most everybody does, till they really get to know him. The boy's a liar to begin with, a real clever one. He can usually talk his way out of anything, just like his brother.
His brother?
His brother murdered a man, too, Marshal, about a year ago.
Oh, I see.
They're both liars, and they're both killers, Marshal. Don't feel bad about being taken in by Andy. They tell me just about everybody has been one time or another.
They tell you?
Well, I don't know him myself. I only been deputy down there for the last couple of months. I know a lot about Andy.
Uh-huh. When do you want to start back, Haw?
I was thinking of taking the stage tomorrow morning.
You staying at the Dodge House?
Yes, I am.
All right, come by in the morning. I'll have Andy here.
Your town, Marshal. I'll do whatever you say.
He'll be here in the morning. Unless he tries to shoot me.
It's kindly hard to believe, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I ain't got no reason to be lying, I guess.
No.
And after all you've done for Andy, and he's nothing but a common killer. There he is, working over there at the anvil.
Chester, you wait outside here, huh? I may have trouble with him.
All right, sure.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Sheriff Catlin sent a deputy to take you back to Oklahoma Territory, Andy.
What?
They want you for the murder of that bartender.
Bartender? What are you talking about?
You might as well admit it, Andy. The 3 witnesses have already talked.
I don't know what this is all about, Marshal, but I didn't kill nobody. They got me mixed up with my brother.
I heard about him.
This deputy tell you?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Jack Hogg.
I never heard of him.
He's got a warrant for your arrest, Andy, signed and legal.
There's something wrong about this. I don't like it.
And there's no reason why you should.
Marshal, my brother killed a man down there, name of Bob Butler. I never knew him. I never even seen him. But this Butler had a cousin, and I heard he swore he'd killed one of us Hills for it, and he wasn't particular which one.
That's got nothing to do with this, Andy.
How do I know this Jack Hall ain't really Bob Butler's cousin? He could shoot me easy before we ever got back there.
It's no use, Andy. I had a wire from the sheriff, and Hawes got a warrant signed by him now. You give me your gun.
I thought you was my friend.
I'm a lawman, Andy. Now, don't make me kill you.
You would, wouldn't you?
I don't want to.
All right. Take my gun. But you're the same as killing me, Marshal.
Morning, Chester. Andy?
Morning, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon, Andy just won't say nothing. Not a word.
Well, maybe that shotgun you're holding on him's got something to do with it.
Well, I didn't want him to get away just because I let him out of his cell.
He won't get away.
Morning, Marshal. Chester?
Good morning.
Mr. Haw.
Well, this the prisoner?
Mm-hmm, that's him.
Andy Hill. Heard a lot about you, Andy. Feel like I know you real well.
He's not talking much, huh?
No? Well, he'll talk at his trial.
If there is a trial.
What do you mean? Of course there'll be a trial.
Will there?
Andy thinks maybe you're going to shoot him on the way back, huh?
Why would I want to shoot him?
He thinks your name might be Butler.
Butler? Well, that's the man Andy's brother killed.
He says Butler had a cousin. And if this cousin swore he'd get one of the Hill boys for it. Either one.
It's true, Marshal. I've heard it myself, but well, there's something Andy doesn't know. Butler's cousin was killed in a saloon brawl about a month ago. I was with Sheriff Catlin when he arrested the man who killed him.
Well, there you are, Andy. You see, you got nothing to worry about.
You'll get a trial. You'll get a fair trial. Right now, we better get going. Stage leaves in half an hour.
You gonna handcuff me?
No. Not here, not in Dodge. I don't want to cause you no embarrassment, Andy. I'm going to take you back, but I'm going to make it as easy on you as I can.
There. You see, Andy? Oh, ain't he a nice fella?
Let's go. Goodbye, Marshal. Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chester.
Goodbye, Mr. Haw. Goodbye, Andy.
Marshal?
Yeah, Andy.
I made a mistake.
Oh?
I should have fought it out with you when I had a chance.
Smoking with a smile with Chesterfield.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder. B, better tasting. C, cooler smoking. Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making. Gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
An Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the flavor.
And a Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking. No hot spots, no hard draw. So always buy Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Oh, good morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon. You had your breakfast yet?
Well, that's where I'm headed right now.
Well, if you'll stop in at the Dodge House with me for a minute, I'll go with you.
Okay, fine. What's going on at the Dodge House?
Well, a fellow who was rooming there borrowed some money off me last night. He said he'd pay it back this morning.
Oh, I see.
It oughtn't to take but a minute, Mr. Dillon. He said he'd have it waiting for me. He's going to leave it with the clerk here.
Good.
Oh, morning, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Avery.
Avery.
What can I do for you, huh?
Did Sam Adams leave some money here for me?
Money? Oh, no.
No? Well, where's he at?
Well, he paid his bill and left about an hour ago, Chester.
He left? Where'd he go to?
I don't know. He got on his horse and rode out of town.
Yeah, but now he couldn't. He owed me some money. I don't even know where he's from.
Sorry I can't help you, Chester.
Now, wait a minute, Chester. Don't get excited. Let's take a look at the register here. It ought to say where he's from.
Well, they don't always put that down, Marshal. Most of them just sign their names.
Well, we'll take a look anyway.
Gosh.
Yeah, you're right. Most of them do just sign their names.
Yes, sir.
Jack Hall.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Hall's signature, Chester.
Well, certainly Mr. Hall stayed here, but he's gone now, Marshal.
No, he hasn't. That stage is just pulling out now.
Where are you going, Mr. Dillon? What's the trouble, Marshal?
I want to talk to one of your passengers, Jim.
Sure, I'll wait. Now, what is it, Marshal? What'd you stop us for?
I got something to tell you, Hawk. Get down.
Okay.
You too, Andy. Come on down here.
Sure. What do you want him for, Marshal? What's this all about?
Stay in here, Jim. You can get moving now.
No, you wait.
Get moving, I said, Jim.
Now, what do you think you're doing, Marshal? Now, why'd you do that?
I said I had something to tell you, Hawk.
You didn't have to send the stage off.
You're not going anywhere.
What are you talking about?
I just saw your signature on the register over at the Dodge House.
My signature?
It's a mighty fancy one, Hawk. Just like Sheriff Catlin's on that warrant you showed me.
What are you driving at, Marshal?
Sheriff Catlin didn't sign that warrant. You did.
You're smart, Marshal. Let's see if you're as fast with your gun as you are with your head.
Drop, Andy! You hit, Andy?
I'm all right, Marshal. You missed me.
Well, he's dead, Andy.
He'd have killed me if you hadn't shot him, Marshal.
Yeah, he was a real feuding man. Your brother killed his cousin, and he was willing to die right here if he could only take you with him.
Yeah.
He is probably a deputy, though. That's how he got hold of my letter to Sheriff Catlin.
Sure. Catlin probably never saw your letter.
Yeah. Well, Andy, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to write him again. And this time, I don't think you're going to have any trouble.
home at our star, William Conrad.
Put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC, because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder.
Smoke much milder. Burn evenly.
B, better tasting.
Draw more easily. You enjoy more flavor.
C, cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. No hot spots. No hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield. Remember, an Accuray Chesterfield is always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking.
You know, a man could lose his life on the frontier and not create much stir. But if he made a new one for himself, well, he had the respect of everyone. So, be with us next week. Until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and Joseph Kearns. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join the Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation in its efforts to solve the mysteries of these painful and crippling diseases. Send your contribution to Arthritis in care of your local postmaster.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M. Superior taste and filter. Superior taste from richer tobaccos. Tastier, light and mild. Superior filter. It's white, pure white. Added to L&M tobaccos, this miracle tip actually improves your enjoyment. Look for the big red letters. Smoke L&M, America's best.
L&M's got everything. Get L&M today.
Be sure and listen to another transcribed story of the Old West on Gunsmoke next week at this same time.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Chester.
What? How can I think with that racket going on?
Oh. Well, I'm all through now, Mr. Dillon.
What are you doing anyway?
I'm nailing up a picture. Here, I'll show it to you. Ain't that a beautiful thing, Mr. Dillon?
It's got an awful lot of color, yeah, but what is it?
Why, that's William Henry Harrison whipping them Indians at Tippecanoe.
Oh. Well, this is the first time I knew he ever did it by himself.
Well, now, what do you know? I never noticed that. But it sure is pretty, though, ain't it?
Marshal Dillon?
Come in, ma'am.
So you're Matt Dillon.
Yes'm. What can I do for you?
You can call me Amy, for one thing. My name's Amy Slater.
All right, Amy.
I'm 50 years old, and I look 60. The prairie done that. The prairie and some other things, Marshal.
Well, where are you from, Amy?
I've been living in Wichita the last year. And I heard you were here, so I took the Santa Fe Railroad, and I come to Dodge.
Oh? Well, why'd you want to see me?
I've been waiting a long time to see you. I've been living for it. But I'm about through living.
What?
I come here to die, Marshal.
Oh, well, if you're sick, maybe Doc Adams can help you.
I ain't sick.
Well, then why are you talking about dying?
I've only got enough money to last me about 2 days, Marshal.
Well, if it's money you need, maybe I can help.
Oh, you're going to help me. But not that way.
Well, how?
You're going to kill me, Marshal.
What?
I said you're going to kill me.
No, Amy, wait.
I've been waiting, Marshal. A long time.
Smoking with a smile with Chesterfield.
Yes, put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC. Because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder, B, better tasting, C, cooler smoking. Yes, a Chesterfield is always milder.
Accuray controls your Chesterfield in the making, gives it a more even distribution of fine tobaccos that burn more evenly, smoke much milder.
A Chesterfield is better tasting.
An Accuray Chesterfield draws more easily, lets you enjoy all the flavor.
And the Chesterfield is cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. You enjoy cooler smoking. No hot spots, no hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
The prairie does different things to different people. Some it gives knowledge to and strength. Others it breaks and leaves lost and twisted and wandering. Amy Slater was one of the lost. I let her go without trying to reason with her. I thought in a day or so I'd find her and buy her a ticket back to Wichita, and that'd be the end of it. But it didn't work out that way. She found me first. It was the next morning, just before noon. Chester and I were crossing the plaza when I saw her standing about 30 yards away, holding a rifle.
What's she up to, Mr. Dillon?
She's aiming that rifle at me, Chester. You better get out of the way.
She's crazy. Shoot her, Mr. Dillon. She'll kill you.
I can't shoot a woman, Chester.
Come back, Mr. Dillon.
The next shot will go through your heart, Marshal.
I won't do you any good, Amy.
I mean it.
I'm not going to draw, Amy.
You afraid to fight?
Give me that rifle.
All right, take it.
I will.
You're afraid. You're a coward.
Why did you try to make me shoot you, Amy? What's this all about?
You wouldn't fight.
You weren't trying to kill me.
How do you know I wasn't?
You were shooting close. You were trying to make me draw.
I'll destroy you yet, Marshal.
By making me shoot a woman, is that it? Yeah, that'd be the end of me as a lawman, wouldn't it?
It'd be the end of you as any kind of man.
You must hate me an awful lot if you're willing to die for it. Why, Amy? What have I done to you? Amy?
Ain't you going to arrest her, Mr. Dillon? You just going to let her walk off like that?
Arresting her wouldn't do any good, Chester.
After what she done?
It didn't work, Chester. She's licked now. And I feel kind of sorry for her. This is really going to drive her crazy.
Just look at the men lined up at that bar, Mr. Dillon. My, I wished I owned this saloon.
Cheap whiskey at fancy prices is always a good business, Chester.
Well, they ain't getting none of my money.
Oh, what did you come in here for?
To play a little faro.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yes, sir. I ain't squandering a nickel at that bar. Not me.
Well, good luck, Chester.
Thank you.
Evening, Ma.
How are you, Kitty?
Sit down.
Thank you. That looks like a busy night.
It'll get worse. Wait till some of those boys really get a skinful.
Well, I hope they play general. I've been shot at once today.
I heard about that. Some old woman with a rifle.
Yeah, Amy Slater.
What's she after you for?
I haven't any idea, Kitty. But she feels pretty strong about it.
I guess she does.
Anyway, her plan didn't work, so maybe that's the last I'll hear of her.
You don't give women enough credit, Matt. She'll think of something else.
Well, I hope not.
Why don't you throw her in jail?
Oh, I'd look fine throwing an old woman in jail, wouldn't I? Especially one that's after me.
You got a right to. Besides, when a woman gets to hating somebody, it's usually worse than when a man does. Women don't do things by halves. With them, it's all or nothing.
Well, all I know about women is that some of them are pretty and some aren't.
You're lying. But I won't argue with you.
Good.
Marshal Dillon.
Matt.
Yeah, it's Amy.
And she's got a 6-gun.
Stand up, Marshal.
You better get out of the way, Kitty.
Yeah, you bet.
Step out here, Marshal.
What are you up to now, Amy?
I want to show you how I can handle a 6-gun. I want to show you what I can do with it.
Throw the gun down, Amy.
Not till I'm through with it. You can't fool me this time, Marshal.
Throw it down, Amy.
No. You shot me. You shot me.
is she, Doc?
Oh, she's about the same. She's asleep now.
No.
You scared her half to death, man.
Well, I had to shoot that gun out of her hand, Doc. Another second and she'd have killed me.
Yeah, I guess she really was after you this time, wasn't she?
What I don't understand is a woman brave enough to go gunning for a man fainting like her.
Well, she's got a fever, Matt. She's not well.
Oh?
But what she's really suffering from is hysteria. And there just isn't much I can do for that.
Well, she can't go on like this.
No, I suppose not. She'd probably be all right if she got over this business with you.
She won't even say why she's after me, Doc.
No, she won't.
What are you going to do with her? You can't keep her here.
Well, I can't throw her out in the street. And you told me she doesn't have any money.
Doc, I got an idea.
Yeah, well, what's that?
You know Ma Smiley?
Oh, of course I know Ma. She's been doing my laundry for years.
Well, she lives alone. Maybe she'd like company. Amy could help her with the work, huh?
Amy shouldn't do any work at all for a couple of weeks, Matt.
Then I'll pay for her room and board.
You'll pay for her room? So you're being awful good to a woman who just tried to kill you.
Oh, I feel sorry for her, Doc.
Oh. Well, maybe Amy won't like the idea of you helping her.
Now, don't you tell her. Tell her you're doing it, huh?
All right.
Look, why don't you go see Ma right now, and I'll stay out of it.
All right, I'll go then. Oh. But there's one thing that you ought to keep in mind, Matt.
Oh, what?
Just because she didn't make it tonight doesn't mean Amy won't try to kill you again.
Stop. Shop. For all your friends this year, this easy way. Give Chesterfields this year so bright and gay. Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
This Christmas, give everyone Chesterfields. Chesterfields are easy to give because they come ready to give in a bright red special holiday carton that's wrapped in its own colorful Christmas ribbon. Everyone enjoys Chesterfield's smoother, cooler smoking pleasure. So, to all your friends this year, say, Merry Christmas with cartons of Chesterfields. No wrapping, no tying. They're easy to give because they come ready to give. Chesterfields in the bright red special holiday carton.
Wrapped and ready, they're the best to buy. Cartons of Chesterfields, they satisfy.
Doc talked to Ma Smiley that night, and the next day Amy moved in with her. I didn't have to worry about any trouble for a while. Doc ordered her to bed, and he saw to it that she stayed there. That she never talked. She never told anybody why she was after me. A couple of weeks passed before Doc reported she was up and about again and that she'd soon be able to go to work. At least I hoped it was work she'd be doing, not gunning for me. A few days later, I found out. Chester and I were sitting in the office after dinner.
Mr. Dillon, you remember that fellow Jeremy Cracker who used to live around here?
Yeah, it'd be hard to forget him, Chester.
I was thinking about the time he run a rusty nail into his foot. Remember how he went over to the Texas Trail and bought himself 2 pints of raw whiskey, and he went outside and filled his shoe with 1 pint and himself with the other and slopped around town that way for days till he got cured? Why, my gracious,
Hello, Amy.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Well, hello.
It's all right, Marshal. I ain't got a gun.
Sit down, Amy.
Here's your chair.
Thank you.
How you feeling?
Pretty good, Marshal. But I'm going to feel a lot better when I tell you what I come for.
Oh?
I'll say it's simple, Marshal. I've been wrong. Hating you the way I have. It's done me more harm than you. I wanted to ruin you, but it's near ruined me instead. You understand?
Well, what's changed your mind, Amy?
Doc.
Doc?
He took it on himself to tell me. Figured I ought to know. Told me how you've been paying for my keep with Ma Smiley, and after all I tried to do to you...
Well, you needed help, Amy. I don't bear grudges.
I do. At least I have, till now. I want to pay you back, Marshal.
Now, Amy, there's no need to repay me anything.
I've got to. For my own sake, I've got to. But I don't mean money. I've got no money.
Well, what do you mean?
Jim Band had a partner, Marshal.
Jim Band?
Dakota Territory, you remember.
Yeah, a long time ago. Jim Band tried to shoot me. He hit me, but I killed him.
That's right.
Amy, what's your name?
I'm his sister, Marshal.
Ah, I see.
Jim's partner's name was Emmett Gold.
Yeah, I remember him.
I never saw him after the shooting. Until today.
Till today?
About a half hour ago. He was walking into the Texas Trail. He's come to Dodge after you, Marshal. I know he has. He must have heard you was here somehow, and he's come to kill you.
After all these years, huh?
I didn't forget, did I?
No.
It's not easy to warn you about him, Marshal. But like I say, I'm doing it for my own sake. I won't be troubled no more now. I've done what's right.
Yeah.
We're even now, ain't we? You and me.
Yeah, we're even, Amy. And I'm mighty happy about it.
You just going to walk in on this fellow, Mr. Dillon?
Might as well get it over with, Chester. You stay out of the way now.
Yes, sir.
Well, there he is. Emmett Gold?
Hello, Dillon.
You remember me?
Sure I do. You're Marshal now.
Yeah, that's right.
Been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We was never friendly, Marshal.
No.
And what do you want?
What are you doing in Dodge, Gold?
I'm riding through. Headed for Colorado. As soon as I finish this drink.
Is that all?
That's all. What do you think I'm doing here?
Looking for me.
Looking for you? What for?
I shot Jim Band, didn't I?
It was a fair fight.
Yeah, of course it was.
You got shot too, didn't you?
I didn't get killed.
Wait a minute, Marshal. You think I'm after you for killing Jim Band, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, if that don't beat all.
What?
You remember where that fight happened?
I was on the prairie somewhere.
And Jim's bullet knocked you out. When you come to again, we was gone, wasn't we?
Well, you packed him off and buried him.
No, I didn't. I didn't bury him. He wasn't dead. You didn't kill him. He changed his name, went out to Virginia City. That's where he got killed in a brawl with the law about 2 years ago. So long, Marshal.
Well, I never heard anything like that in my whole life, Mr. Dillon.
No.
You think it's true?
He'd have no reason to lie, Chester.
Well, what's Amy going to think?
She isn't going to know, Chester.
What? Why not?
Amy did a big thing for herself, telling me about gold being here.
But it was all useless.
No. Not unless we tell her it was. And I wouldn't spoil what Amy's done for anything.
Commodore star, William Conrad.
Put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC, because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder.
Smoke much milder. Burn evenly.
B, better tasting.
Draw more easily. You enjoy more flavor.
C, cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. No hot spots. No hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield. Remember, an Accuray Chesterfield is always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking.
You know, on the frontier, feed for stock was scarce during the long winter months. And on our next Gunsmoke, a man dies because of a load of hay. So, until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Christmas seals give your cards and packages that holiday look. Help fight tuberculosis. Buy and use Christmas seals.
Make Christmas their red letter day, their L&M red letter day. Give 'em the Christmas carton full of America's best. Yes, give L&M's on Christmas Day to friends who smoke the Builder way. L&M's got everything, the gift for Christmas Day.
This is it. For Christmas, L&M filters and the handsome Christmas carton. No fuss with ribbons or paper. It's all wrapped and ready to give. This Christmas, give L&M Christmas cartons. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job,
And it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester and I were about 30 miles from Dodge when we ran into the buffalo hunters' camp. We'd been holed up for 2 days in a deserted sod hut, taking cover from one of the worst blizzards in years. But it was over now, and a warm, dry Chinook blew out of the west, down off the Rockies and across the prairie into Kansas. It was Chester who saw the camp first, a pile of buffalo hides half covered by snow, and the skeleton of a wagon, its canvas torn and shredded by the blizzard. The camp was silent as we rode up. We got on.
They ain't nary a soul here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe the men got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit and couldn't get back.
It sure does look that way.
I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
They don't look none too lively.
You sure can't blame them.
Get your hands up, both of you.
You better do what the old man says, Chester.
He was hiding in the wagon.
Come over here, closer.
This your camp, mister?
Of course, it's my camp. Now, you two drop them guns.
Now, we got our hands up. Isn't that enough?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
Left?
You're going to hitch up that team, and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorner.
Who's Jed Lorner?
He's my skinner.
Oh, why did he leave you?
Well, he seen that blizzard coming, and he didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Oh, why didn't you go with him?
I twisted my leg and my foot so I can't ride a horse, that's why. Lorner figured driving the wagon be too slow.
You mean he left you here to freeze?
Yeah, and I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you if you don't drive me to Dodge.
Now, here, he's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't going to leave you out here.
Marshal?
Yeah, that's right. Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
Well, all right. My name's Ira Puckett, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Sure, of course we will.
Foot I twisted, I don't feel nothing in it. Must be froze.
Huh? Well, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Lorner for this.
You forget about that, Puckett. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
I'll forget it. Till I find him.
People everywhere are finding that Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Yes, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. For the more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. And Chesterfield, made with Accuray, is more perfectly packed than any cigarette could ever be before. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying to the taste. And Accuray Chesterfield has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. So remember, Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right, Matt. In time.
Well, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
He didn't have much foot left when I got through with him.
Oh.
But he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
How does he know that?
I told him. Ira Puckett's a proud man, Matt. A little too proud.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. A man like Puckett can't stand being helpless.
Yeah, I see.
So now, all crippled up, he's a better man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it, Doc. A man can get used to most anything in time.
I've got my doubts about Puckett, though. Well, you know that ornery old goat? He won't even admit how old he is.
Oh, how old would you guess, Doc?
Oh, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back there if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Well, hello, Puckett.
Marshal,
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah.
He ruined my foot.
I saved your life, Puckett.
I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Puckett. You're going to be able to get around.
Yeah, like old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
You'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
What kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting the hair in the middle, bound to the ladies. Ain't one of 'em could do half the things I've done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of 'em was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know. But you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will, eh?
Oh, sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does Larner look like, Puckett?
Oh, he's tall, black hair, got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
All right, I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
So, can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could hang. The next few weeks, I kept a sharp eye out for Jed Larner, but he must have headed for some other part of the country. Anyway, he never showed up in Dodge. Well, time passed, and Ira Puckett was able to get around a little. First with the help of crutches, and then finally with a cane. But it was obvious his hunting days were over, and that alone seemed to shame him. Then one night his pride really got a blow. I was at the Long Branch having a beer with Kitty when it happened.
Oh, this is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
What do you mean, Kitty?
Well, last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
Oh? You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Why San Francisco?
No blizzards, no dust, no cowboys.
Yeah, but they got fog.
Yeah?
And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys, you know.
Well, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Well, now, how could I got spoiled? Here, in Dodge City?
Save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure, if I walk.
Well, a lot of people have gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
There was a woman.
Yeah.
You know, I always...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar, he just turned around.
Which man?
The one with the scar down his cheek. I'll be back, Kitty.
Good evening, Marshal.
Evening.
What are you staring at me for?
Your name Jed Larner?
And if it is?
How long you been in town, Larner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had?
Who don't?
We all do, I guess. Especially Ira Puckett.
What?
He didn't die, Larner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he'd got to.
Yeah, sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Puckett's here in Dodge, Larner.
He is?
If he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving. Right now. And don't show up around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail, but I tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Puckett to die.
No.
You know something? They'd tear you apart, Larner. They'd set you on fire.
Don't say nothing, Marshal. Don't tell him. I'll leave. I'll leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
I saved him from being shot and Ira Puckett from hanging for it, Kitty.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
Yeah, he didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
What's the difference?
Well, legally, there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
You're sure hard to argue with, Kitty.
Why? Because I think straight?
Let's talk about San Francisco, huh?
I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York.
Oh?
Marshal Dillon.
It's Ira Puckett, man.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
Well, he can always find a gun, Kitty.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Larner, huh?
Jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal?
To save you from hanging, Ira.
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become my helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did out on the plain. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
You're living in town now, Ira, among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll live like you town people.
Fine. Then why don't you start by getting yourself a job?
I'm a-going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean by that?
You'll find out, Marshal. When it's too late.
This is Jack Webb. I suppose most of you have made your New Year's resolutions. I guess with most of us, that implies some kind of a change. Well, beginning with this brand new year, we've made a few changes in our Dragnet television show. I like to think the most important is what we call the Dragnet New Look. In our brand new series, we'll show for the very first time the new Los Angeles Police Administration Building, the first of its kind in the world. But the biggest change of all is our new television time, 1/2 hour earlier. Now, speaking of a change, here's a great suggestion for 1956. Change to milder, better-tasting Chesterfields. My cigarette. Make it yours. I think this little jingle of ours sums up our case for Chesterfield very nicely.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
It's a nice morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
All night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I wouldn't say that. About 15 minutes. Hey, look over there by the bank, Mr. Dillon. Ain't that Ira Puckett?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where you reckon he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
Well, what's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't do no hunting in the bank.
Yes, he can, Chester. Come on.
Mr. Dillon, you don't mean to say old Puckett's going to hold that bank up?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people and get a job and make a lot of money. This could be his idea of how to do it.
You sure couldn't have no other reason to carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, huh? Out of sight. Maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
All right, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal,
Come on out, Puckett. I'm not stopping you.
you better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Don't you try to follow me, Nick. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Puckett.
Somebody stole them. I can't get away without my team.
No, you can't, Puckett. So you might as well give up.
You've done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
You gonna shoot me?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Puckett, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. Now, you use your head.
All right. Here. Here's your money. Now, you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
It's like I said, Puckett, shooting me isn't gonna help you. And I'm not gonna do a thing about your outfit.
You think you outsmarted me, don't you?
Give it up, Puckett. You're licked.
Yeah, well, Oh, I can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm nothing but a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Puckett.
What?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
My goodness, I thought he wouldn't never give up, Mr. Dillon.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back way and told the people in the bank to keep out of the way. You want me to take him to jail?
Oh, no, I can't stand in jail. Please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but I just couldn't stand the look on him when I got him in the cell.
Ira, you know, it seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Larner.
That's true. But Chester and I brought you in. Doc saved your life. I kept you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. You know, it seems to me everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. What do you think?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. You know what? You're right. But it's too late now.
No, it isn't, Ira.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you. But on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You get a job here and quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, what could I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. So, how about it, huh?
Well, I never had a job like that. But, man's got to make a change once in a while, lady. And it'll sure be a good way to start the new year.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
People everywhere are finding that Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Yes, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. For the more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. And Chesterfield, made with Accuray, is more perfectly packed than any cigarette could ever be before. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying to the taste. And Accuray Chesterfield has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. So remember, Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, out on the high plains, they used to have a saying, never argue with a mule, a cook, or a horse and buggy doctor. Well, next week, an Easterner who never heard that saying comes to Dodge, and he makes the mistake of fighting with the wrong people. He nearly dies as a result of it. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Be sure and listen to another transcribed story of the Old West on Gunsmoke next week at this same time.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, Doc.
Chester?
You going out on a sick call?
I don't usually carry my bag when I'm going for a beer.
Oh, no.
Why, did you want something?
Oh, no. I just thought I'd stop by.
Well, you can walk with me at the stable if you want to. I'm going out to Jake Morrison's. His boy has the ague.
Oh, now, ain't that a shame? Seems like everybody's getting the ague these days. Had a touch myself last week.
Oh, that's so?
You know, most folks swears by Osgood's Calagogue. But I found me some new stuff. Professor Curtis's original Mameluke liniment.
Mameluke?
Look, it says right here on the bottle what it's good for. Guaranteed to cure cramps, pains in the joints, sore throat, frosted feet, rheumatism, lumbago, old sores, bites of insects and reptiles, mange, salt rheum, dysentery, diarrhea, and cholera.
Well, a regular medical arsenal all in one bottle. And it's doing you good, is it?
Well, of course, Doc.
Well, then how come you're still walking around like a buffalo with ring bone?
Well, maybe I still got just a
Oh,
little
so
touch
you
in
come
the
to me
knee.
for some free advice now, didn't you? Well, I'll just give you some free advice. Chester, stop eating all that salt pork and dried beans.
What?
And put some fresh greens in your stomach.
Why?
And stay away from the saloons for a few days.
Oh, now, Doc, a little whiskey and sugar never hurt
Oh, a
nobody.
little whiskey. Oh, and most important, take all those patent medicines you got and use them for cleaning your boots. They're just the thing to kind of toughen up the leather. And as far as I'm concerned now, Chester, you can...
What's the matter, Doc? Doc, what is it? Something about that fellow that just rode by?
Yes, Chester.
Well, you was staring like you seen a ghost.
You go ahead, Chester. I'm going back to the office.
The office? What for?
To get my gun.
Your gun? Why?
I'm going to kill that man.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy drawer that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what's the trouble, Chester?
You better come on out the plaza. Maybe you can stop him.
I'll stop who?
Doc, he's going to kill a man.
Doc?
Doc, yes, sir. He's gone and got his old army walker and strapped it to his belt, and he's marching up Front Street looking for the fellow, whoever he is.
All right, let's go.
I tried my best to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, you should have saw his face, Mr. Dillon. He means business. I never seen Doc like this.
Who was the fellow, Chester?
I never seen him before.
Well, you know what it's all about?
No, sir, but I do know one thing. I'd hate to have to face that old Walker pistol, even if 'tis an old cap and ball. Why, it'd blow a hole clean through a buffalo.
Matt!
Oh, wait a minute. It's Kitty at the door of the Long Branch.
She's waving. He must be down there.
Yeah, come on.
Matt, it's Doc.
Is he in there, Kitty?
Yeah, and he's got a gun. He's threatening some man.
All right, thanks, Kitty.
And if you won't come outside, I'll kill you where you stand.
I told you I'm not going to fight you.
That's up to you. But I'm going to kill you whether you defend yourself or not.
Doc. That's enough.
Matt, you stay out of this.
Happens to be my business, Doc, when a man threatens another man in this town. When the other man doesn't want to fight, won't defend himself, it could turn out to be murder.
You think I don't know that?
You must want to kill him pretty bad.
I've wanted to for a lot of years.
Why?
I've got good reasons, Matt.
But you won't tell me, huh?
No.
All right, what about you?
I could say I don't know, but I'm just a stranger passing through town. But I know.
There's no good reason for murder.
I guess he thinks there is.
Do you?
Not many men would say yes to that, now would they, Marshal?
But you won't defend yourself, huh?
I won't draw with him, no. If he's going to shoot me, he'll have to take the consequences. I'm not a fighting man, Marshal. I'm a miner. Me and my partner here, we're just traveling through Dodge. We don't want any trouble.
That's right, Marshal. We made our strike out in Arizona Territory, and we're headed back for St. Louis. Oh, we was just minding our own business, having a quiet drink when this fella comes along.
What's your name?
Clem Maddow. This is Ben Bartlett, my partner.
We don't want no trouble.
You won't have any. Go on back to your drinks.
I'm going to kill him one way or the other, Matt. And you can't stop me.
Look, Doc, you're taking an awful lot for granted. Maybe you think I won't throw you in jail for threatening murder. Maybe you think because you're the town's only doctor that you can get away
Matt, listen.
No, you listen to me. You're forgetting a lot you ought to remember, Doc. For instance, your position in this town. You ought to be setting an example instead of acting like an ordinary gun hand. And more important, your responsibility. Another man's life may be his own risk, but yours belongs to this whole town. And a good many lives depend on you. So you calm down and you put that gun away.
Hey, you sure told the old fool off.
You shut up!
Huh?
Maddow, I don't know anything about you. Maybe you're what you say, but if Doc doesn't like you, that's good enough for me, so you get out of Dodge while you got a whole skin. And you stay out.
Why should we? We got a right...
And you take your partner with you, Maddow, because I don't like him.
Sure, Marshal. We was going on tomorrow anyways. We'll ride on tonight as soon as we stock up on some grub.
All right. Where did Doc go, Chester?
Well, up the street, probably back to the office, like you said to.
Matt, the look on his face when he went out.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. Well, I'm going up there.
Matt, you had to do it.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Dillon, that Maddow, he didn't seem like such a bad fellow.
No, he didn't, Chester.
I'd sooner believe bad of that partner of his, that Bartlett. That one seemed like he could be a hard case all right without half trying. But Maddow wouldn't even defend himself.
No. But I don't think that was because he was afraid to.
No, that's true. Seemed more like he just didn't want to fight Doc. Didn't seem mad at all like Doc. More like he was sad.
Maybe a man with a guilty conscience, Chester.
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Dillon.
You better go on over to the office, Chester, huh? I want to go up alone.
Yes, sure.
Doc. Oh, Doc. Huh. Now, I wonder where he could have gone.
Did you find him, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester.
Well, he didn't show up at Delmonico's for his supper, and it's way past his usual time. I've been watching the office, and his light ain't come on. Of course, he could be sitting up there in the dark.
I just tried again. He's not there.
Mr. Dillon, you don't reckon he might have just left town?
Run away? Because of what I said? Not Doc. He's too bullheaded for that. Most likely he's out there somewhere with that old pistol of his looking for Maddo.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Doggone it, I don't know what this town would do without Doc. He can be awful irritating at times and all, but... Hey, that was a shot.
Yeah, come on.
It's that Bartlett, Mr. Dillon.
It's Clem, Marshal. I think he's dead.
All right. Everybody stay back. Give me that lantern, will you?
He was shot in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It looks mighty bad.
He said he'd kill him, and he's done it.
Did you see who did it, Bartlett?
No. We was loading horses, and I just turned to go back into the store for another load when I heard the shot.
Anybody else around to see it?
Why, no, but after all, Marshal, can't be much doubt who did it, can there? Everybody in town heard him threaten to kill Clem. Just because the man's a doctor doesn't give him any right to go around murdering people.
That's enough, Bartlett. The important thing right now is to try to save this man's life.
Where will we take him at, Mr. Dillon?
There's only one place, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, where have you been, Doc?
I was down by the stable, and I heard a shot.
It's Maddo. He's still alive, but he was shot in the back.
Oh, I see.
As if you didn't know.
Doc, I could understand you getting into a fair fight, but not shooting a man in the back.
Why, you just gonna let him walk away like that, Marshal?
Doc! He's gonna die if he doesn't get attention right away, and you're the only doctor in town. You gonna let him die?
Where do you think I was going, Matt? Bring him up to the office. I'll have everything ready.
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
The more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, has an open, easy drawer that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. Now, Accuray ensures an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
he going to pull through, Doc?
I don't know. I've done all I can.
Ah, good.
You really didn't have to stand here and watch, man.
I know I didn't, Doc. That's not why I stayed. I thought maybe I could help. And I wanted this.
The bullet?
Yeah, that's right. You see, Doc, I knew you didn't shoot Maddow, but I had to be able to prove it.
How did you know?
Because Maddow was shot in the back. I tried to tell you out there, Doc, only you didn't understand.
Oh.
But you did have me kind of worried when you started to walk away from him.
Why, it never occurred to me to walk away from him. I guess being a doctor's a lot more important than any personal grudge. Well, I reckon I'm under suspicion, aren't I?
Doc, look at this .45 bullet. Took it out of Maddow's chest. Now, it couldn't have been shot from that old pistol of yours, could it?
No. I guess it couldn't. Well, then who did it?
Well, that's not hard to figure. Oh, Bartlett, Chester, you can come in now.
How is he, Marshal?
I think he's going to be all right.
He ain't going to die? Say, that's mighty fine. Well, I was plenty scared with this man operating and all.
You needn't have worried. He's a doctor and a good one. You see, he didn't shoot your partner.
He didn't?
No, we have the proof for that.
Who did?
Now, there's only one other man in town who'd have had any reason to. A coward who saw a golden opportunity to double his takings of a mining strike by shooting his partner in the back. You just keep your hands away from your belt, Bartlett.
Well, want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Oh, you're crazy, Marshal. You can't prove this.
I think we can, Bartlett. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. All right, take him down and lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Doc, looks like Maddow's gonna come too.
Yes, maybe. His color's better. You know, it's funny. I don't hate him anymore.
You mind telling me why you ever did?
It happened a long time ago. It had to do with a girl we were both pretty fond of. She chose Maddow, but he jilted her. She drowned herself. I swore I'd kill him. And I carried that hate in my heart all these years. That's not good for a man.
No, it's not, Doc.
Well, you brought me to my senses, Matt, in that saloon. Thank you.
Well, I looked all over for you afterwards.
Well, guess I was out of Jake Morrison's. I remembered I had to treat his boy for the ague, so I did.
Doc.
Oh, yes, Clem. Now you just take it easy. That's right. You lie still. You're going to be all right.
Doc, I wanted to tell you I'm awful sorry for what happened. Maybe sorrier than you. I loved her. I would have come back if I could have.
Well, I guess I never even thought of that. Well, we've both been sorry too long. It's all over now.
Thanks.
Now you just go on to sleep. You get your rest there now. And the world will look a lot better to you tomorrow. That's it. That's it.
Well, good night, Doctor.
Good night, man.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accurate, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, cowboys with 6 months trail pay made the frontier a good place for a crooked gambler. Next week, one comes to town and gets cured of his bad habits the hard way. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Make today your big red letter day, your L&M red letter day. Superior taste and filter, it's the miracle tip. Make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M today. L&M's got everything.
Superior taste.
And superior filter.
Get L&M today.
This is it. L&M, superior taste and filter. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.